What is happening out there, Roto Scouts football fans? Sometimes you just gotta click the go live button, you know? We've been putting this one off long enough. We're finally here. Supposed to be yesterday, it was supposed to be during the week, it was supposed to be earlier this afternoon, and it just kept falling behind. Dramatically underestimated how long it takes me to put the notes together for these things. Get all my different thoughts in order for player after player who aren't even going to be involved in more than 5 snaps. Got all sorts of stuff that we won't even probably talk about during this show. But we spent a lot of time putting things together, and we're going to go through. It's going to be a little while going through things. If you weren't here last year, we do pretty marathon style. But if you've been here for baseball, might not be all that much longer than our average baseball show's been this year, to be quite honest. But we've got a monster. We've got 12 games on DraftKings, 13 games, including the nightcap on the FanDuel slate to talk about. That is a big, beefy game on FanDuel that's in the evening between the Rams and the Lions. Should be a good one there to target. But really interesting slate, just kind of up and down. So a lot to talk about. I'm just going to kind of pull up the board, and we can dive on in. What's going on, Cujo? Good to see you, buddy. Anthony Taylor. T coming with a good. He chilling on the weekend. Somebody better hit something big. I like that idea. Harold Haas is here. What's up, everyone? We're ready to win money. Buckle up. This is going to be one hell of a video. Yes, let's hope so. After this, I have to watch his past videos for stacking help. YouTube's going to be my friend for hours. Craig and Cohen's here. What's going on, Greg? Yeah, we got the first cut of the Optimizer Groups article is up on the website right now. That's where I go through the various teams and put together just, which guys would you want to include in a group if you're using the group tools on whichever various optimizer. It also works as a, hey, these are the guys that are important to a stack. And before lock, sometime overnight, tonight, before the morning, I get in there, I do a full update for, everybody. I add any thoughts about you might want to give this guy a nudge as far as projections or, thumbs ups or whatever your tool of choice works with. And I provide those thoughts, and then I also give, I just go in and put game notes. Typically, I'm going to work the game notes into the first cut of that going forward. It was 4:30 in the morning last night, and I was just running out of gas, so I just didn't get to the game notes. But I'll get in there pretty deep and provide some game notes tonight. Just go, various things that we'll talk about during this show. We'll talk about the different rankings. All of the player-by-player rankings are up on the site. The team stack rankings are in the group optimizer article. We'll be talking about those as we go. So a lot of stuff up on the site. It's still open right now, so get it while you can. Keep threatening about that too. It's gonna happen. Just had to get everything done before I could come slamming things down, But hopefully everybody out there is having a good weekend. We've also got a baseball slate to keep an eye on. 3 lineups left to go before the baseball slate is complete. Let's see. Nationals, Pirates, those aren't ones we need. We need the Giants, Guardians, and Dodgers lineups. That Guardians one is kind of key. They were looking really good in projections today. So I'm just kind of keeping an eye on that, but I do still have the baseball model open over here. Let me save that. Probably close that tab. Trying to economize here a little bit. I have a full sim run for FanDuel. Was running into some issues. I think it's something that I'm doing wrong with my upload that's causing it to take a long time to generate the lineup pool. So I went to a smaller contest on FanDuel than the actual Milly, which has 900,000 some odd entries in it. Which is also a big part of why it was taking so long to just generate all those lineups. But I went to one that had 119,000 in it for FanDuel, and that one worked. I've got some results to look at there. It wasn't a curated set of lineups. I just let the sim tool do its thing as far as building the field. I've got a DraftKings one running right now, but it was running against a 297,000 entry for the Minimax. The main Milly wasn't coming up on DK. It's built all the lineups. It says it's running the sim right now. We'll see how that goes. It's just going to be sitting in the background running. If it works, we'll pull it up. I might have given it something too much to chew on because it has been doing that for a minute. And I was having issues with just the way I do it. I take their template, drop it into my model, and then I have my model mapped so that it can feed that the projection and things like that. But it was screwing up in what I did, not their tool. It was screwing up the upload for the standard deviation. It was screwing up the upload for the field projections. So I just had a lot of work that I was doing on the background, and the DraftKings one might not have gotten it exactly where I needed it to be. but we'll see. But that'll be later in the show, so stay tuned for that. Come back sometime after dinner. Bankroll Theory Fields back home in Atlanta. Likes Baker too. I like Baker quite a bit this week. He projects really, really well in our model. I think he was the number 3 QB. Might change as we get some updates in. We had some line movement in some of the games from the initial stuff. But we've got a lot to work with. So just kind of taking a look at the slate overall. We can use Vegas, I guess, as a starting point. Pittsburgh, Atlanta favorite. Do I have to do it on there? Or can I do it? Whoops. I gotta remember which one of these I need to be clicking on. Can I do that just here? Yeah, I'm just gonna do that from here. Just going down through the games. Arizona at Buffalo. Buffalo favored by 6 at home. 47-point total. Looks like a solid game. Obviously, the Bills side is very appealing. The receiving core is somewhat in question with the Bills. Khalil Shakir has been a popular season-long pick as like an upstart. Goes later in drafts. Kind of a player. Curtis Samuel's a capable over-the-middle receiver. Catch the ball and run with it type. But asking him to step into a big role might be a stretch. Keon Coleman, a rookie. Kind of interesting for them. They've got a lot of options, though. Dalton Kincaid in the passing game as well as Dawson Knox. So the dual tight ends. You can get cheap with the tight end and still get a little bit of realistic upside for a TD out of them. A lot of upside just with Josh Allen in general. One of the highest, if not the highest, projected quarterback of the week. On DK, so let me lay out the board for you guys, actually. I know I'm bouncing around a little bit. We're talking about this first game up here. And this is just the initial breakdown, the initial summary. We're mostly talking about Vegas, and we'll talk about how these teams rank out as stacks. That's what's over here. This is your DraftKings stack rankings. This is your FanDuel stack rankings. Points, value. Pretty straightforward. So as you can see, Bills ranked 4th by points on DK, 5th by value, 6th and 2nd on the FanDuel slate. You're getting a lot of juicy value out of the Bills potentially. So kind of like the option. Always willing to go to them. I was big on Josh Allen in season long, obviously, as a top QB and somebody that justifiably should go early as a quarterback. And I like him to start the season out pretty strong with a solid favorites and a 47-point total against a team that allows plenty of yards per pass attempt and plenty of yards per rush attempt, which also makes James Cook look pretty good. On the other side, Arizona, mediocre. Kyler Murray doesn't project too terribly. That's a pretty high-end projection. They rank 12th on both sites by fantasy points. A pet hair in my eye. Great way to start the show. And they do have some weapons. Marvin's going to be really interesting to watch, obviously. He projects as their number 1 and top overall receiver. They've got cousin Trey McBride, the guy whose name I type wrong almost every single time I have to type it. I just type my name. But he's a pretty high-end tight end to work with. We've got Michael Wilson and Greg Dortch down lineup. They're a little bit diminished in the wide receiver core out there. That's where it gets kind of interesting. It's kind of a short stack. You can throw some Arizona into the mix, though. At least you can work against the Bills through the air. 4.7 yards, on the ground. 4.7 yards per rush attempt. 29th ranked last year. 7th, 6.1 yards per pass attempt. Carolina at New Orleans. New Orleans favored by 4.5 at home. Carolina kind of a joke of a pushover team. New Orleans with a decent defense. Don't really like much of anything from Carolina other than the fact that they're a little bit cheap maybe. Bryce Young, a lot to prove this year if he wants to rescue his NFL career. They come in ranked 22nd on DraftKings, 25th on the FanDuel slate. They don't show any value because they don't show much upside for scoring. They do have Deontay Johnson, who should be their clear-cut number 1. He projects out okay as a wide receiver. He is cheap. Maybe he's a guy you work into some other stacks as like your third banana wide receiver, but still not a lot of upside with the guy who's throwing to him. Chuba Hubbard, just another running back. Don't really like much from their side. On the New Orleans side, a very popular on both sides, Alvin Kamara. He's just affordable, and especially just with his pass-catching upside, he still got his numbers in limited action last year. Derek Carr's a effective enough mid-range kind of a veteran quarterback. He's not expensive. You could stack the two of them and grab a Chris Olave or a cheap Rashid Shaheed to go with that. Taysom Hill's going to be a popular pick just because of the wild card nature of what he does. He's going to be running the ball a little bit in addition to playing tight end, playing quarterback, and doing everything that he does out there. Still more of a gadget player, but if he starts getting goal line rushing attempts, it's going to be a little bit more interesting. Juwan Johnson's a true tight end on that team. They've got Jamal Williams to bust the ball in at the goal line as well. So a lot of different directions to go with your New Orleans stack. I kind of breezed past Chris Olave. He's a very high-end receiver. So I kind of like that. Just three-man is kind of affordable there. And then Rashid Shaheed, another guy who was a very popular sleeper, quote-unquote sleeper, a guy with some explosive upside that was on display in some spots last year. Comes in very cheap, could start out the season with a bang. They're going up against a Carolina defense that was 23rd on the ground last year, 4.4 yards per rush attempt allowed, 6.3 yards per pass attempt. Wasn't terrible through the air, but this is an effective enough and dynamic enough passing attack that I think they can make it work. And they've got a lot of different things they can do. They can throw deep, they can throw over the middle, they can throw out of the backfield, and keep you guessing, keep you on your toes against a team like Carolina, where they're going to be taking the ball away from this offense too, giving their offense good field position. I like the upside. 41.5 point total. It's not exactly a monster on the board overall, but definitely a playable spot. Same total as the next game up, Dallas at Cleveland. Cleveland 2.5 point favorites there. We'll have to see what Deshaun's got to offer this season. That's going to be an interesting factor. This one being this close, I don't know. I tend to lean towards the Dallas side, at least when it comes to fantasy scoring. More upside from CD. More upside from Dak, assuming CD goes, obviously. He's gonna, but he's still got that tag, that exempt tag, technically. Ferguson's a high-end tight end. Cooks, an effective number 2 wide receiver. The questions with the Cowboys kind of come in the running game. It seems like Rico Dowdle's going to get the first shot off the top. He's effectively priced. If he has a decent start to the game, you can see him just kind of running away with the job and never really looking back. Zeke's still there, kind of lingering on the sidelines. He'll probably get some touches throughout. They come down just kind of with an even split right now. I might tweak that a little bit more in Dowdle's favor. I don't know how playable the Zeke side is, considering he's more highly priced on both sides than Dowdle. Don't really love that option. And Cleveland's middle of the pack last year, rush defense, pretty good pass defense. 5.5 yards per pass attempt, ranked 4th. On the Cleveland side, we've got relatively high-end skill players. It is a decent stack if you get action out of Watson. He's going to be the key all season long to what this offense can do. Njoku's a decent tight end. Amari Cooper is a very effective number 1 wideout. Jerry Jeudy is a reasonable complementary wideout. It makes sense that he would have something to offer on this team. Jerome Ford, not a bad running back. Elijah Moore is a dynamic over-the-middle kind of a receiver who can run with the ball a little bit. They've got weapons. They could prove to be an effective stack in spots this year. Really going to come down to the quarterback. Denver, Seattle, 42 point total. Seattle pretty big favorites at home in that one. It's Bo Nix for Denver. Javonte Williams, second year back from the major injury, might get a little bit more explosiveness out of him. He was kind of disappointing last season. Should be an opportunity for them to try and break loose. It's not like Seattle's got a good defense. So Javonte, reasonable skill player to mix in. Doesn't really need that much help from the quarterback. He could go out there and get his on his own. The receiving core is a little bit more in question. Cortland Sutherland's going to be a decent volume receiver, but it's all just going to come down to the delivery of the ball from Bo Nix. Mix and match quality maybe through some of that lineup. You do have some explosiveness in Marvin Mims, who had that weird year last year where he had a couple breakout spots and then was just like completely limited and they never really went to him and he was just kind of bad whenever they did. Other than a couple of those guys, though, at the top of the board, very, very light options on the Denver side, not implied for many points at all. On the Seattle side, Geno is okay. He's got a very good core of receivers to work with DK Metcalf, with JSN, and with Tyler Lockett. Lockett kind of coming down the backside, did not have a great year last year. JSN kind of emerged toward the end of the season. They started using him a little bit more downfield and letting him, kind of get his numbers. Initially, they were just keeping him very, very. All of his action was just on really short passes. So he has a chance to take a pretty nice step forward at a very fair price starting here in week 1 against a bottom-ranked pass defense. Definitely seems like a spot where we could get away with some Geno, who is, again, a very middle-of-the-board kind of a quarterback. I think we're all pretty realistic about that. But you can see where Seattle ranks if we're talking about the stack rankings. 7th by points on DK, 2nd by value, 8th by points on FanDuel, 4th by value. Got a good running back pairing with Kenny Walker. He's the primary. He's going to be the bell cow. Zach Charbonnet didn't come in and steal the job, as a lot of people were worried about last year. He got his touches. He put up reasonable numbers. But he's a clear number 2. They've got a decent tight end in Noah Fant. They've got some downboard receivers for cheap, like Jake Bobo. You can work into the mix. He doesn't exactly project for a lot, but you hit one, home run ball with him, and we're off and running. Houston, Indy, one of the big spots of the week at 49 points. Indy 2.5-point home dogs to Houston. I forgot I have this just done by the home team. CJ Stroud, monster season last year. Very favored to come back and do the exact same thing. Upgraded receiving core from what was already a pretty decent receiving core with Stephon Diggs added to the mix now. To me, he's the clear-cut number 1. I know there's debate between whether it's going to be Nico or Tank or Diggs. They went out and got Stephon Diggs for a reason. He's going to be the number 1, but it's a very deep, very good receiving core. They've got a good tight end in Dalton Schultz. They've got a good running back. They brought Joe Mixon in to add to the mix here. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. He's still got some legs. Going to have a decent season if everybody stays healthy down there. So really like the Houston offense. Implied for a lot. Ranked 3rd on DraftKings by points, 9th by value, 4th on FanDuel, 6th by value. On the other side, Indy, the return of Anthony Richardson, 49-point total again in this one, does suggest that they're going to do some scoring on their end as well. Should be a lot available through the air. Neither one of these teams is great at defending the pass. Both are decent at defending the run. Houston was 2nd ranked, 3.6 yards per rush attempt last season. Jonathan Taylor will have something to say about that, of course. But if they're doing work through the air, they've got a reasonable core of receivers, even with Josh Downs. Josh Downs is out this week. But they've got Michael Pittman. Adonai Mitchell should be able to give us something off the top there. And then Alec Pierce is a reasonable option. We've seen him succeed. So I think that's 3 playable receivers. And then they've got just this mix of like 11 different tight ends on this team. So you can kind of mix and match your way through those. Trevor Lawrence pulling a pretty decent projection into the 20s. This is another one of our high-end games of the week. Miami ranking number 1 on both sites by just raw projection totals, 6th by value on DraftKings, 5th by value on FanDuel, and Jacksonville not far behind, 5th by projection, 7th on FanDuel, and then 4th and 3rd by value. 2 premium offenses with a lot of skill players up and down, 2 pretty good quarterbacks. Yeah, I'd say good, not second tier, good, not first tier, good, not elite kind of quarterbacks. But both of these guys are going to win slates this year. I like Trevor Lawrence to take a step forward this year. I know that was a popular thing to say last year, and he kind of disappointed. I think it just happens a year late. I like him to take a step forward this year. I regret not taking him in my main league draft. He was sitting right there for me. It's a super flex league, and I didn't do it because I desperately needed to take some running backs, and I kind of regret it. But I might end up overusing him in DFS because of that. 6,200, 7,400, I think it is a very strong value, as reflected in the value rankings for the stack. And you've got a very usable Travis Etienne who can get involved in the passing game and is a dynamic rusher and a very good producer for fantasy. Evan Engram had basically his best season of his career last year. Christian Kirk, Brian Thomas, Gabe Davis, some capable receivers. There's a good mix of skill players for Jacksonville this season. And then, obviously, on the other side, you've got Tua, you've got Tyreek and Jalen Waddle in the receiving core, and then you've got the dynamic Devon Achane and Raheem Mostert on the ground. Those guys can put up ridiculous numbers, as we saw several times last season. You can get games where both running backs go for 200 yards and several scores. You can get games where both receivers go off. You can get games that are a mix of the two. It's just all over the place scoring-wise. There are just tremendous options with Miami, and there's justification to mix them and get to a lot of different combinations with this team. Regardless of popularity, it's all about combinations, right? We definitely want to be stacking when we're building NFL lineups. We want to be pairing pass catchers and quarterbacks primarily. But it still comes down to, what are you combining your Miami stack with? Are you just going to a Hill off the top every single time as your starting point? Because that leads directly to very specific constructions because how those guys are priced. Are you working in stacks that include the tight end, Jonnu Smith, fairly high end tight end? It's reasonable to expect that Jonnu might catch a touchdown. That's all he really needs to do at these prices. And if you mix him in and you start to offset some of the ownership from some of the other choices, as you build out your stacks with your primary receivers, with your running backs and Tua, it does help. And then you're getting to different secondary stacks because you've offset that price. So you're not just walking hand in hand down the same path as everybody who's going to be building with Miami. Detroit, LA, just on FanDuel. Very high-end game, 52-point total, leads the week. Detroit favored by 4. A lot of weapons on both sides in this one. A couple of capable quarterbacks in Goff and Stafford. Some capable receivers. Amon-Ra, primarily on the Detroit side, but they've got a great tight end in Samuel Laporta. A couple of very capable running backs in Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. Another prime candidate for a big season as a quote-unquote sleeper and was coming on down the stretch last year in Jamison Williams. Capable downboard guys like Khalif Raymond on the Detroit side. And then on LA, Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, Kyrie Williams. A lot of premium options off the top. Some maybe playable mid-board options like Blake Corum, DeMarcus Robinson. Deep teams on both sides and a lot of scoring expected in that nightcap. So going to be a long one on FanDuel, but going to be worth sticking around for that late game. Just a 39-point total between, I almost called them the Clippers. Would have been the first one of the year. Between the Chargers and the Raiders. It's the Raiders at the Chargers. They're favored by just basically the home field advantage by 3 points. Justin Herbert is a high-end quarterback. Doesn't grade out all that well. We're working with Ladd McConkey as a rookie receiver. We're working with Josh Palmer, who is a big favorite for a lot of people to take a major step forward this season and become a true number one and so on and so forth. I really want to see him do it. Working with kind of mediocre running backs. They just imported some mediocre Baltimore running backs with J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards here now. You've got Quentin Johnston as a okay option. It's not a great Chargers team by any stretch of the imagination. It's just a good quarterback. So you could see him leading them to some successful weeks as a value stack. But as just a raw scoring option, 19th, 20th across sites, doesn't really rate out well. And then on the other side, we've got Gardner Minshew in the starting job, at least for now. Devontae Adams is still a big, juicy receiver, a big number one. I think Zamir White is a capable enough running back. Jacoby Myers had a surprising season for scoring last year. He's in the mix for value shares. You can definitely throw against this Chargers defense. It's just the Gardner Minshew of it. We've seen Minshew succeed from time to time. He got a lot of action last year. They don't rate out great, but he does have some weapons to work with on this team. The Vikings are going to utterly destroy the New York Giants. Although the Giants' defense is generally going to be decent this year. It's the offense we got to worry about. But Daniel Jones should turn the ball over 3-4 times in this game, so Vikings will have plenty of opportunities from being close. That said, they've got quarterback issues of their own. It is Sam Darnold at the helm for Minnesota. We'll see what he can give us. He's got fantastic weapons to work with in Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. We've got Aaron Jones, a very good pass-catching running back to work with in that offense as well. Some capable pieces, but it does come down to what is Sam Darnold going to be able to do. I do think you can stack that team up pretty aggressively. They're ranked 6th on DraftKings, 10th on FanDuel, 13th and 14th by value. On the Giants side, Daniel Jones is going to severely limit what Malik Nabers is capable of doing in his rookie season. There, I said it. Love Nabers. Tremendous skill player. Should have a great career, but we need a better quarterback. We need somebody who can throw him the ball. Daniel Jones is not the answer. Not a fan. For 54.68, you can roll with him a little bit for DFS purposes because he's going to run the ball a little bit. That said, it's not like they're facing a pushover defense. And it's Daniel Jones. So you're probably not getting away with it. They rank 18th and 21st across sites, 16th and 20th by value. Not getting any real discounts. They don't have much of an offensive line. They don't have much of a rush game. Devin Singletary, think what you will. I'm not a big fan. Wan'Dale Robinson, Darius Slayton, Jalen Hyatt down board. They're all cheap, but they're cheap for a reason. You know, they're middling receivers who would be struggling to be on rosters on other teams. Cheap options like Theo Johnson, Tyrone Tracy, Dan Bellinger down board. Mix and match quality at the absolute best if you're, for some reason, building a ton of giant stacks. Cincy, New England. Joe Burrow up top. Jamar Chase, most likely going to play. You know, we've got the contract situation that he's been dealing with. He referred to himself as questionable. Said it was his decision. Said even if he goes, he's going to be a little bit limited. We're dealing with T. Higgins being doubtful. And seems like he's most likely not going to play, which is what doubtful means. So that means a pretty big role for Andre Iosivas, who is 3,000 on the DraftKings slate. So that's a major, major value alert. Iosivas had a couple successful outings last season. He's more than capable of paying that salary off. 4,300 on FanDuel. Same thing works. He's an extreme value play. Overall, the Bengals stack ranks 9th on both sites, but they land 3rd by value on DK, just 15th by value on the FanDuel slate. You've got a monster price difference in Jamar Chase, 91 on FanDuel, just 78 on DraftKings. Actually, I guess that's not a just. I gotta adjust my thinking with the pricing. That's not a just on DraftKings at 78. That's an expensive price. So where's the big value difference coming in? Joe Burrow maybe 65. And then I guess, yeah, just the defense is cheap. Burton's cheap. You'll also see Burton get involved a little bit. He's only 37.48, but Iosivas is going to be the second receiver in this offense at 3,000. That's your value guy. Mike Gesicki could get involved a little bit. Projects for a little handful of catches if he gets one in the end zone. He could easily pay off a $3,000 price, $4,900. Trenton Irwin, same thing. Just could get in the mix at a cheap price. New England, there's really not much to like about this offense. Jacoby Brissett at the helm. Ramondre Stevenson is really the prime piece. He can get involved in the passing game. He's definitely a big-time rusher when he wants to be. He's going up against a defense that is looking like a pushover, at least based on last year's numbers, 30th and 32nd ranked against the run and against the pass. So they could theoretically do whatever they want against this defense, but we'll see what this team can put together. I would include Ramondre, but probably just as like a one-off running back without any kind of stack, just in other lineups. Demario Douglas is kind of an interesting receiver. He's very, very cheap. If you're going to this team, you're pairing him with Jacoby Brissett, probably Ramondre as the third man in. Antonio Gibson is just a receiving running back, but Ramondre does catch the ball, and probably a little bit underrated for his catching ability. Jalen Polk, a cheap receiver. Hunter Henry at the tight end position. KJ Osborne. It gets pretty thin pretty fast on New England, and again, you're dealing with Jacoby Brissett delivering the ball. So mix and match quality at the absolute best. They rate 21st and 23rd across sites. Atlanta and Pittsburgh, 42-point total. Atlanta favored by 3.5 at home. It's Pittsburgh at Atlanta. Kirk Cousins returning to action. New team. A lot of weapons to work with. Really like the upside for the season for Drake London. Looks like a pretty dynamite option on the DraftKings slate. Going up against a team that landed in the 20s and the low 20s against both the pass and the run last season should open up a lot for Bijan Robinson as a primo running back. Cousins should be delivering the ball to London. Pitts is a high-end tight end with a lot of upside and should be a little bit more unshackled this season, hopefully. Darnell Mooney, a mix and match quality, inexpensive receiver. Algier can get in there and get in the mix and poach some touchdowns from Bijan, as we've seen. A fairly dynamic Ray McLeod for extremely cheap. I assume he's going to be returning kicks and punts for this team. You can mix some Ray in. Just a few if you're building out a bunch of Atlanta stacks. On the other side, Russ Wilson came up as questionable. I opted to swap in Justin Fields for our projections right now. If it goes the other way, we'll go the other way with it. Justin Fields can obviously create a lot on a football field when it comes to fantasy scoring. We've seen him do it, and we've seen him win slates before. Very, very shaky, though. There's a reason he's no longer on the Bears, and they've got Caleb Williams at the helm now, and he's in Pittsburgh as the backup this season. But if he's going to be starting, at 5,000, 6,900 on FanDuel, it at least makes a compelling argument. You know, the Atlanta defense is decent and should be coming after him a little bit. He's got George Pickens to work with, two good running backs, a good tight end in Pat Freiermuth, and then it gets thin. Van Jefferson, Calvin Austin. Cordero Patterson's a talented guy who's done a lot of damage as a multifaceted player in his career, but you know we're getting a little bit thin once we get down to that option, and we don't know how many touches we're going to be looking at. So it's really a short board on the Pittsburgh side. Yeah, definitely deeper going to Atlanta. They rate out quite a bit better on both sides. Speaking of Caleb, his Bears rank 8th on DraftKings, but 14th by value, 11th on FanDuel, but 9th by value. They're favored by 3.5 at home, 44.5 point total. Middle of the board, not a bad option. They're going up against a team that was good at stopping the run last year, but not really good at stopping the pass, which should favor Caleb, of course. He can use his legs to create scoring. He looked very capable in what he played in the preseason. He's got tons and tons of weapons to work with in DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. Allen is questionable, but seems like he's going to go. DeAndre Swift, high-end running back. Rome Odunze, a primo rookie receiver. Just 4,000 for Rome is really interesting. They're going to give him at least a few looks. I mean, they didn't draft him to not go right to him in week one. They want him right out of the box to contribute. Projects pretty well, and for the money, that's a top-end value play. Cole Kmet, playable at the tight end position, and then some depth options obviously down board that we don't need to worry about. Will Levis is a pretty big no, but he is very, very cheap. They rank 16th and 18th on DK, 18th and 17th on FanDuel. Calvin Ridley, DeAndre Hopkins, not bad in the receiving core. If we're going back a couple of years, they're getting a little bit long in the tooth now, but both guys definitely capable of contributing still, and they're reasonably priced. I just kind of prefer them as one-offs in other lineups than I want to kind of ride with Will Levis in a Tennessee stack. I do like the running backs. Tony Pollard, I think, has a bounce-back year after major expectations and being one of the biggest letdowns in fantasy football last year. Finds himself in a interesting situation here. He's going to be in a timeshare with Tajay Spears, who's got major upside. I like him at price. He's a little bit cheaper than Tony Pollard on both sides. This could be a situation where all year long both of these guys are getting involved because it's not like their passing game's overly dynamic. So I do think they can get involved in the rushing attack. Just depends on what they can generate against a pretty decent Bears rush defense. And then one of our quarterbacks that's come up already. He came up on a baseball show early this week. Going up against a bottom-ranked pass defense in Washington. Baker Mayfield. It's in Tampa Bay, the defense of Washington, if you get me. Baker Mayfield projects out great this week. He costs 5,600 on DraftKings, 7,200 on FanDuel. The Bucs land as the number 2 stack on DraftKings, the number 1 value stack, and the number 3 stack on FanDuel, number 1 value stack over there. They look dynamite. Mike Evans coming off of yet another just fantastic season. It might not be pretty week by week. Maybe the scoring is a little bit more limited, and it seems like he's not. And then the numbers are just there. And then you realize, oh yeah, he was in a bunch of winning lineups throughout the season. Mike Evans still really, really good. Chris Godwin, still damn good. Projects out really well. 58, 56, appreciably cheaper than Mike Evans with a lot of ceiling. Rachaad White had a really good year last year. Did a lot of work through the air. Was really, really a focal point in the passing game. We'll see what happens with that this season. As long as he can continue that, he is a likely guy to continue contributing. He's not overly expensive. He's definitely playable in stacks. He's the second most expensive member of this team and more expensive than the quarterback. But he is playable in stacks, and he's one of the more playable running backs just because of how much he's involved in the pass game. So it's like adding another receiver. He's like Kamara. He's not Alvin Kamara, but that kind of involvement in the passing game. Kamara is another example of that kind of running back, is the way I should have said that. Kate Otten at the tight end position, a rookie receiver, Jalen McMillan. Bucky Irving is a rookie running back who's kind of interesting, has pretty good hands, and could definitely get involved in the passing attack as well. But right now, just kind of relegated to the backup role. More interesting in season long is just kind of back up a handcuff. I've got him on a few teams. On the other side, Jaden Daniels projects out pretty decent. He's going up against a pretty bad pass defense last year. They landed 25th at 6.9 yards per pass attempt allowed. Daniels, allegedly a high-end kid. We'll see what he's got to offer. Tampa favored by just 42.5 points. Feels like Vegas is a little bit gun-shy in some of these. I could easily have seen Tampa being favored by a little bit more with a little bit beefier of a total in this game. Daniels will be working with Terry McLaurin. He's got Brian Robinson Jr. and Austin Eckler kind of splitting time in that backfield. I prefer Robinson Jr., but we'll see what Eckler ends up doing and how he ends up poaching touchdowns. Luke McCaffrey, middle of the board as a rookie. Zach Ertz, veteran tight end. We'll see what he's going to give us. And then downboard, it gets really, really thin and ugly. They're in 20th and 22nd. They'll end okay for value on DraftKings, but it seems more like a spot where maybe I grab some Terry McLaurin one-offs. He's in some lineups. I don't know that I'm going to Jaden Daniels in his debut here. That's the board. That's the beginning of the show. The loose intro. How do we want to do this? We want to go like that, and then we want to go like... It's going to be annoying clicking back and forth. I'm remembering this from last year. How much of a pain in the ass this is. So I breezed through a lot of this. Just top of my head stuff. Let me say hi to everybody. I'm sure a bunch of people have walked in. Dennis is here. Danny, I turn your dollars into dimes, Jones. Yes, definitely. Danny Dimes deserves to get his nickname revoked. P speculating that ISI is probably going to come in highly owned. I would think so. At 3,000, I haven't looked at his ownership projection in a minute. Let's see. It looks like it got updated recently over on RG. Guys are working hard. Whew. Monster. Yeah. Huge, huge ownership number on ISI. Deservedly so. At 3,000, it makes sense. Mike Gesicki, not really popular. He's more popular than he would have normally been. But at 3,000, he's only drawn a mid-single digits projection. ISI is like 5 times that amount. Yeah, he's going to be popular. I imagine it's less so on FanDuel, but probably just because he's so buzzy. Just going to get popular, that rising tide effect. Yeah, most highly owned Bengals player. Doubling up the projected ownership of their defense. And 5 times as popular as Jamar Chase. Actually, technically, like 3.5 times as popular. Chase, not all that popular. That's going to be the interesting spot. What happens with him and whether they get him full go, whether he's, they're just kind of been jerking everybody's chain as far as being limited. Giants and the Dodgers lineups are in. Let me grab those for the baseball slate. Bear with me while I update this, and then we'll get into the game-by-game, starting with this Arizona-Buffalo game. How's everybody's weekend going out there? My weekend has been exclusively focused on this football slate. Like, since we last spoke yesterday, I watched that Eagles game while I was getting the update in. That took me longer than I wanted it to. Then I started working on notes. Then I did the optimizer, and the next thing I knew, it was 4:30 in the morning, and I was saying, "Shit!" I told those guys I was going to do a noon show or a 1 p.m. show. It's now 4:30 in the morning, and I haven't slept, and I still got like 5 hours worth of work plus the baseball projections to do for Saturday. There's just not enough hours in the day. There's really not. But hopefully, you guys are having some fun out there on my behalf. I appreciate it. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe. Check out our guys over at acemind.io. Those guys are going to be key for things that we're doing all season long and things that we're doing through all of basketball season again this year. They're just great product. They've got Optimizer. They've got some killer sim tools that we're going to be looking at hopefully later in the show if all goes according to plan in the background. Promo code RotoScouts over there gets you 20% off of your first month. Dodgers lineup. Tony Mookie, Freddie Smith, Max Muncy. Yes, I'm entering a baseball lineup. Yes, this is a football show. Both things can be true. Rojas, this is nothing like the lineup that I have. All right, just upload these. So I think everybody knows in this game that's hopefully still on your screen there that Josh Allen, pretty high-end quarterback, runs with the ball, slings the ball down the field. What is... Screwed up Austin Barnes' name. It's just, with the new version of the receiving core, there is a little bit, not question about Josh Allen, but just what's this offense going to look like this year? Is it going to be quite as high-end as it was? Does it impact his overall production now that there's no Diggs to throw to? Now that he's working with Khalil Shakir as his number one. He does still have high-end tight end options. He does have effective receivers, a high-end rookie to work with. I don't think we're that worried about it, but it's going to be impactful in Buffalo. You know, getting quarterbacks no longer playing on their rookie contracts means you got to save elsewhere. And it looks like, by and large, they're saving in that receiving core right now. What am I doing? All right. I started trying to talk about Josh Allen and do this update at the same time, and it's just not working out. So let me finish doing the baseball update. You guys know to play Josh Allen. You know to stack Buffalo. He projects out near the top of the board, if not the top overall quarterback. We're going to see it, probably a fair amount of them when we get to the Sims. Giants lineup. We had San Francisco Giants lineup going in. This means we just have one more baseball lineup that we're waiting on, so we'll only have to do this hopefully one more time. Knowing how these things work, it'll be immediately after I save and upload this one that one drops, and we'll have to do this again. If anyone were playing the baseball slate, they'd appreciate this, but nobody's playing the baseball slate. Just the Guardians left to go. Let's see. Not yet. All right. Projections. Upload. Click, click, click. It's just so much. All right. That's uploaded. Just upload this. Update the timestamp. And we're good. Okay, coming back to football. So, Kyler Murray in 8 games last season did sling the ball around pretty aggressively. 33 pass attempts a game, basically similar to what Josh Allen was doing. He was throwing the ball 34 times a game. Allen threw 29 touchdown passes to the 10 that Kyler Murray threw in his 8 games. They both completed 66% of their passes, but Allen did it for more yardage and more effectively, and was a more downfield passer. 8.7 intended air yards per attempt versus the 7.3 that Murray throws. Allen's just got the bigger arm. He's also got the better downfield weapons. I think that still continues. Air yards actual per attempt 3.5 versus 4.4. Yards per pass attempt that amounted to 6.7 yards per pass attempt for Murray, 7.4 yards per pass attempt for Allen. Both guys can scramble. Both guys can use their legs. Allen put the ball in 15 times on the ground last year, 6.5 rush yards per attempt, ran for 524 yards. Or, excuse me, 6.5 rush attempts per game, 4.7 yards per attempt. 6.5 yards per attempt would be impressive. Kyler Murray ran the ball a little bit in his 8 games. He scored 3 rushing touchdowns, 5.5 yards per attempt, 5.5 attempts per game. So it's part of his game as well. Both guys are dynamic with their legs. For the discount, there's no real issue between those two prices, considering how much you're saving between the quarterbacks. Murray's effective, and he's high-end enough that you can consider him. Again, this team ranked out 12th on both sites by fantasy points, and he's got good enough weapons to work with. I'm sure we all at least want to see what Marvin Harrison's going to offer us. Starting on the running back side, it's basically the James Conner show. He does have Trey Benson there who's going to get involved a little bit, but it's primarily just going to be to spell James Conner. We know that Conner can put up big games. He's going up against a defense that was allowing 110 plus yards, 4.7 yards per attempt, 0.8 of a touchdown. Under a touchdown a game is another way to put that. Conner was putting up 5 yards per rush attempt, 7 rush touchdowns last season. He was 3 yards before contact, 27 broken tackles. Still a dynamic rusher. Targeted every now and again in the passing game. 5 targets in the red zone last season. Last year, look at some of the advanced numbers. Collected these from all over. 7th in explosive run rate. RB 13 in points per game. 6th overall in rush yards. So not coming off a bad season. A lot of people expecting the drop off for Conner. I think he's just going to be effective, and he's fairly priced. Benson, it's just going to be a matter of how many touches. I don't know that we're getting enough touches to support any kind of action at 51, 5,000. I really don't like going to running backs where I question what the volume's going to look like, or where I don't really have an idea of it, unless they're extremely, extremely cheap with, some kind of a path. Right now, I think we're just dealing with a little bit of a mix of touches. You've also got Amari DeMarcado there. On the other side, James Cook, the primary on the Bills end. He lands number 6. These are, by the way, same deal rankings, right? DraftKings, FanDuel projection, DraftKings projection. So Conner lands 13th by projection and 20th by value on DK, 17th and 13th on FanDuel, while Cook on the other side lands 6th in both categories on DraftKings, 6th and 5th on the FanDuel slate. Ran the ball nearly 14 times a game last season for 4.7 yards per attempt. 2 rush touchdowns, 4 receiving touchdowns, was targeted 3+ times a game. Reasonable option in all facets of the game, and should have the ability to take a step forward. Just looking at what the down the stretch numbers look like last year. Just more and more touches as the season went on. And into the playoffs. 18 carries a game in both of the playoff games. Plus another 4 catches and 1 game with 4 targets, one game with 5 targets. The role just grew as the season went on. So should step into bigger numbers just naturally this season by virtue of being more involved. Ray Davis is a potential option in there to get at least a few touches, but it's kind of the same situation where I just don't know what the volume's really going to look like. He's one of these running backs. He's large, not tall, 5'9", 220. Kind of a load 4.52 40 time. Supposedly good hands. Some might get involved in the passing game a little bit. Might be a little bit of a wrecking ball in close from time to time. I don't think it's any kind of a threat to the true ceiling for Cook. I think that's number 1, no matter how you cut it, once you get in close. But he is lingering there. I don't think we're going there at 45, 49, though. Ranks decidedly high. Oops, forgot to open up the rankings there. So Marvin doesn't land poorly in his first game. 16th overall by DK points. 46 by value is a little high, though. Don't need that captain price. 7,200 does make him an expensive option off the top. Going up against the team that was allowing 6.1 yards per pass attempt last season, 196 yards a game. Reasonable expectation that he is just going to walk in the door and be the true number one. That's what they drafted him to be. Should see a pretty high volume of targets from an effective enough quarterback. There's a lot of reasons to believe in him. At 66 on FanDuel, I think he's a little bit more in the mix. 20th overall by fantasy points, 23rd by value. Seems like a little bit better of a play on the FanDuel slate. Trey McBride, third on DraftKings at the tight end position, 8th by value, 4th and 4th on the FanDuel slate. Very high-end option at the position. You can play him off on his own just as a tight end if you end up in other lineups where you're going, quarterback, 2 wideouts, or quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and you don't use the tight end from that stack. McBride is effectively priced and very, very high-end just in that role on his own, but works very well, obviously, in Arizona stacks. Michael Wilson, Greg Dortch, Elijah Higgins, mix and match quality options down the receiver board for a variety of prices. Nobody really projects out all that strongly. Nobody really rates out all that strongly for value. Of course, if one of these guys catches a big downfield bomb and gets it into the end zone, then we're off and running at prices like this. You do have some decent A-dots. Michael Wilson was an effective downfield option last season, 9.74 yards per target completed, 12.3 yard average A-dot, 24.2% of the air yards. I can't just search Wilson. That's probably not going to get me where I want to go. The high point for Wilson last season was 7 catches in week 4 for 76 yards and 2 TDs. He also picked up a 6-catch game, 95 yards in week 18, but didn't score. Scored 3 touchdowns on the entire season. So, the quality is questionable. It's just he is their deep threat for cheap here. Dortch is just kind of an undersized, over-the-middle slot receiver. Higgins, God, this is poorly organized. Higgins maxed out at 4 targets last season. Caught all 4 of them for 44 yards and a touchdown. That was his best game by far. Pretty limited option for your 28, 42. He ranks in the 80s and the 90s across sites. Checking in on the other side, on Buffalo, Dalton Kincaid, a very high-end tight end in his own right, ranks 2nd and 3rd on DraftKings, 3rd across the board on the FanDuel slate, 5,800 on DK, 6,800 on FanDuel. Very, very workable option against a team that does give up passing yards, 212 yards a game, 7.1 yards allowed per pass attempt last season. Kincaid was the primary option at the tight end position, but they also do have Dawson Knox there. Overall, with going in and out of the lineup, they both played about 60% of the snaps last year. Average depth of the target, 6 yards down the field for Kincaid, about 7 yards down the field for Dawson Knox. Kincaid scored twice, should have a little bit more upside for scoring this season. Knox got in the end zone twice. Reasonable expectation that he would see some scoring as well. 9 targets in the red zone last season for Kincaid, 8 targets in the red zone for Knox to support the idea that these guys might score a few more touchdowns along the way this season. I like both tight ends. I do think it's a situation where if you can't afford Kincaid for significantly cheaper, you can roll the dice with some Dawson Knox. Knox lands 21st, 24th. He's very touchdown dependent, but you can definitely get a touchdown out of him and you have a reasonable advantage over the people who go the other way. Kincaid is the preferred option, but Knox is on the board. And then you can see all 3 of the receivers, nobody really stands out. There's nobody in the single digits as far as the rankings go, but everybody looks playable. Basically everybody in the top 40 of wide receiver on the DraftKings slate. That's not terrible. That gives you 3 workable options. Just outside of the top 40 for Keon Coleman on FanDuel, we'll give it to him close enough. He lands 52nd by value on FanDuel because he costs $6,000 over there. Pretty high price. Coleman, 2 years at Michigan State, And then last season at Florida State as a junior, caught 50 balls, 658 yards, and 11 touchdowns. He's 6'4", so he's one of these big targets. 4'6", 140. He's not exactly lighting the world on fire with his 40 time, but a big-bodied receiver. Should be able to work downfield for this offense a little bit. Should be able to get involved in the red zone a little bit. Not that they necessarily need that help given the two tight ends. But Coleman should be an option. It's just, a shaky price on FanDuel, being $6,000 and having both Khalil Shakir and Curtis Samuel is cheaper. Samuel didn't really do much scoring last season. Let's see. Just going through some of these notes on the advanced stuff. The guy went way overboard on. This one is from the blurbs over at Fantasy Pros. I forget the guy's name that wrote it. Target share when you shine on the perimeter. Blah 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 blah. There's nothing overly interesting in here. We all kind of know what Curtis Samuel is. 30th in yards per route run, 2.12 yards per route run from the perimeter last year. 1.84 yards per route run mark from the outside the year prior. So if they stick him to the outside, then maybe there's a little bit of upside just in yardage and receiving and targets. Probably not likely to be their primary touchdown option, though. And you do need that scoring. Good as catches and yards can be, we do want those TDs. Shakir last season kind of came into his own down the stretch. 105 yards in Week 18 against Miami at Miami on 6 catches. He had 115 yards and a touchdown on just 3 catches, 4 targets in Week 11. Some mix and match games. The volume was different last year than it's going to be this year in a new role. Overall, get it on the board over here. An 8.9 yard ADOT and a 13.5 yard per target. Pretty extreme option in terms of the yardage per target output. Workable downfield option for this offense. Most of the other guys down the board here, the Matt Collinses, the MVSs of the world, if they get on the field at all, are just going to take a shot down the field. I really don't think we see much out of these guys. But you do have a lot of primary weapons to work with for Buffalo, and a good running back who gets involved in the passing game. A lot of upside on the Bills side of things. There's a reason they rate out as the number 4 and number 6 stack. 2nd by value on FanDuel, 5th by value on DraftKings. Carolina, New Orleans. I hate this game. Just because everybody who goes to New Orleans is going to be playing the exact same thing. And then Carolina just is really, really bad. Really not a fan of this one. 41.5 point total, not the lowest on the board, but certainly not the highest. New Orleans pretty strongly favored. They've got a pretty decent defense. This game should be middle of the board in pace. Maybe some aggressive passing volume in this game. Certainly on the New Orleans side. But really overall low end. Unless Bryce Young really takes a step forward this season. He ranks as QB 22 on DraftKings, 19th by value, 24th and 23rd on the FanDuel slate. Last season completed 19 out of 33 passes a game through 11 touchdowns and 10 interceptions in his 16 games. A 3.4 air yards per attempt on 7.6 intended air yards per attempt. Derek Carr on the other side was better. 7.1 yards per pass attempt overall versus 5.5 yards per pass attempt 4.5 air yards per attempt against 7.8 intended air yards per attempt. I don't think there's any arguing that neither one of these quarterbacks ran the ball all that much last season. 2.4 attempts per game out of Bryce Young. He did come up with 253 yards, 6.5 yards per rush attempt, but wasn't like a key part of the game. Didn't get in the end zone with the ball. So if we're looking at this as just a situation with, just true passers, then I think we want to lean toward the veteran who's got a lot more upside and some better weapons to work with and some more reliability. Carr did throw 25 touchdown passes last season against 8 interceptions. He wasn't bad. I feel like Derek Carr isn't good, got a little bit overblown. Let's see. Is there any interesting thing in this blurb? Nah, not really. Weeks 12 to 18, 133 quarterbacks, so it was 11 third passing touchdowns. So from weeks 12 to 18 last year, apparently, he was 3rd in passing touchdowns, 11th in yards per attempt. Derek Carr. For Carr, it's more just about he's effective, he's a game manager, he's going up against the defense that's totally gettable. They generated 17% pressure last year on a 28.5% blitz rate. Came up with 27 sacks and 8 interceptions. That's a non-threatening defense. And Carr's just got weapons to work with. Olave's really good. Rashid Shaheed is a interesting downfield receiver who is potentially going to be a weapon for them this season. Alvin Kamara, who's going to be super popular, but deservedly so. So just a lot for Derek Carr to work with, and he's still a skilled guy. He really doesn't cost much on DraftKings at 53, 7,000 on FanDuel. It just lands him as QB 16 and 13 by value on DK, 18th and 20th on the FanDuel slate. Not exactly a ton of upside for Derek Carr, but I think he's the more playable of the two. I think he's playable because you might want to stack some of those skill players and hope that you pick off maybe a cheap, under-owned stack with some upside against a very bad team. So I can definitely see Carr getting there. I can definitely see him getting there in tandem with Alvin Kamara, who we all know is extremely involved in the passing game. Kamara played 13 games last season. He was still targeted 86 times. He still had 75 catches. In PPR especially, Kamara is still dynamite. 67 on DraftKings. He ranks number 2 by fantasy points, number 2 by value. Same ranking on FanDuel. 2nd overall, 7,100 over there. Stands out as a very high-end play this week. It's just he's going to be either the most popular or the second most popular player on both sides. So good luck at your differentiation when you play Kamara. It might pay, honestly, and it might create some differentiation if you're playing Kamara in stacks. He might be more popular out of stacks than he is in stacks because of the total that this team's drawing, because of the Derek Carr of it. It doesn't diminish his upside to stack him, so maybe you consider him that way. I definitely want to get there when I'm stacking up New Orleans, but I can leave him a little bit, or not leave him, but I can undercut him a little bit compared to public ownership as I'm building out other lineups and I'm just grabbing random running backs. I undercut him there. Maybe I save. Maybe I go to different ownership, and then I can spend more on salary or ownership at different positions. But I'm still working Kamara in. I'm just a little bit under the field. If the field's at, just a hypothetical number, 40%. Come in at 30. Just save a little window through which you can jam some different lineups that are going to be off of the most common construction pass. Jamal Williams doesn't really rate out very well. Just going to get a handful of touches. Played 37% of the snaps last season. Carried the ball 8 times a game. Scored just 1 touchdown. Kind of disappointing in terms of the touchdown volume based on what we've seen from him in the past. I don't think it's coming back. I think that was one outlier here. It is a team that you can run the ball against a little bit. 4.1 yards per rush attempt, but they were giving up 122 yards a game. They gave up 1.5 nearly touchdowns a game last season, which just feeds the upside in my mind for Alvin Kamara. But if they get in close, Kamara wears down over the course of a long drive, getting close. He's been running the ball a lot. Maybe one touch goes in Jamal Williams' direction, and he's the one who busts it into the end zone, and now you've got a cheap touchdown. So I don't think he's off the board. I just don't think he's the main draw here. Chuba Hubbard is just mediocre. 20th overall on DraftKings, 22nd on FanDuel. He's not unfairly priced. He just doesn't really have a monster ceiling. The Saints allowed just a half a touchdown on the ground a game last season, despite being a little bit vulnerable to rush yards. They weren't really giving up rush touchdowns. So kind of one of those bend, don't break defenses. He ran the ball in 5 times, but he only generated 3.8 yards per rush attempt last season, 53 yards a game on 14 carries a game. Limited involvement in the passing game. He was targeted in the red zone just once. 2.59 targets a game. Limited. Splits some duties with Miles Sanders. Sanders doesn't look appealing at all at 4,500, 5,300, but could poach a touchdown. Both these guys decidedly mediocre options in the backfield. I really don't see going to either of them. If you do go to one, you maybe mix in some Chuba Hubbard across 150 lineups. You get to a few shares of them, but it's pretty limited upside. How are we doing out there? I feel like I've been talking. This just feels, it's weird because it's fewer players per team. It just feels like more talking. I don't know why. Than like a baseball show. Trey saying Tampa Bay's his number 1 stack based on matchup and ownership. They're my placeholder stack right now. They were a couple of weeks ago when that slate first went up. That was the one I was just naturally inclined to go to. I really like the looks of that. And then when I projected it out, finally, it came true. Baker was highly projected. I really like the looks of that spot. Projecting a team from one year to the next is fool's gold. Everything in football is fool's gold. There's only a handful of games and a handful of events per game, per year. There's just no data. Football data is bad. But week 1, the only thing we can really do is look at what these teams did last season. You could get into, if we wanted to spend all night, we could get into different, defensive personnel and defensive scheming and the things that they might have changed there. Right now, we're just kind of dealing with it is what it is. And then immediately with football, the good news is you can immediately start talking about this year because the samples are so small. So if you don't, the season will be over before you can catch up. Trey, that's very optimistic. I do not think my Giants win. I think my Giants are going to get smoked. P saying, I never get the free square correct. When I fade, they go off. When I play them, they bust. That's Iosivis. Yep. Iosivis could definitely disappoint a whole hell of a lot of people this week. But that price is just, it's so worth playing. Oh, Interstellar is on. Good movie. I don't know what was on before. I had something on, but can't remember what. So, top of the board on the Carolina side, Deontay rates out as a reasonable receiver for 53, 56, lands 27th. Top 40 is generally where I'm looking, where makes you a playable option as we're clicking receivers in. 31st and 30th on the FanDuel slate. Oops. Should be their number 1. You'll get games where Adam Thielen steps in, does Adam Thielen things, but we're pretty long in the tooth with Adam Thielen. Deontay coming off of 51 catches, 717 yards, and 5 touchdowns, and said goodbye to Pittsburgh. It was a couple of kind of letdown seasons in a row. He famously had the 86 catch, 0 touchdown season in 2022. That was coming off of 1,161 yards and 8 touchdowns on 107 catches in 16 games in 2021. So it was a major disappointment for him to not score. Dropped them in fantasy drafts last year, and then he played 13 games last season and was just kind of okay. But he does have skills. He's still 27. This is his, 6th year in the league? So I think for the money, it's just, again, as I said about this team at the top of the show, it's just about who's delivering them the ball. If you get any kind of capability out of the quarterback, you could pay off cheap prices with Deontay Johnson. Adam Thielen is very much the same thing, just a little bit lesser across the board. I expect Thielen to be more limited in contributions this season. I don't care about any of that. Thielen, I was just reading a long note on Deontay about the defensive schemes. So last season, Thielen had a bunch of monster target games, a lot of receptions. A lot of it came really early in the season. First 6 weeks, he had 300-yard games that came on 11 catches in each of those 3 games. Over the first 6 weeks of the season, he scored 4 touchdowns. And then he didn't score another touchdown the rest of the season after their bye week. Their bye came in week 7. He peaked at, after the bye, 94 yards in week 16. Prior to that outing, he had only had a max of 74 yards, with a handful of extremely disappointing low-end games in here. So just kind of fell apart, not even midway through last season, and we're probably not getting a big bounce. I can't imagine that he's going to come roaring back to life. So now he's just kind of just cheap, touchdown-dependent kind of a scorer from a limited passing attack. Starts to get really thin. Xavier Legette, 4.39 40 time, a 40-inch vertical. He's 6'1", 221. Seems like a pretty prime candidate for a wide receiver if we're just talking about skill set and body. South Carolina product, 71 catches last year in 12 games, 1,200 yards, 7 touchdowns. Was targeted 97 times, 12.9 yards per target. Definitely capable of getting involved. Could overtake Adam Thielen for sure at some point. 4,600, 4,900. Reasonable enough expectation that they might just, unwrap him in this first game and let fly. But like with all these receivers, it's going to come down to the quarterback. Kind of rates out just in the middle of the board right next to Jonathan Mingo on both sites. They're just okay. They're just dart throws in kind of a bad stack. The tight end position is funky for Carolina this week. Tommy Tremble and whoever the other guy is are both out. It's going to be Jatavian Sanders. Sanders, 6'4", 250-pound rookie. 4.69 40 time at the tight end position. 4th round pick. They've also got Jordan Matthews is going to play some tight end. But apparently Sanders is going to be the starter. I really don't see a ton of upside, but he is very cheap, so you at least got to consider the option from time to time. If you're building a ton of lineups at 2,500, you could just kind of drop him into the tight end position and move on with your day. He doesn't rate out great, but 26th by points, 15th by value on DK. At 4,500 on FanDuel, he's just a total afterthought. You don't need to use him at all. But over here at that price, it at least works him in, and if he catches that touchdown pass, then you're in trouble if you don't have him. On the New Orleans side, Chris Olave continues to be pretty high-end. 6,600, he ranks 8th by points, but 19th by value on DraftKings. 14th and 18th at 7,000 on the FanDuel slate. Last season played 16 games, drew 9 targets a game, holding 5 of them, scored 5 touchdowns. You also got 5 touchdowns out of Rashid Shaheed on lighter volume. He was targeted 5 times a game, caught under 3 balls a game, but a pretty big downfield threat. 14.6 yard ADOT and delivered 9.59 yards per target. A little bit deeper pass on both categories than Chris Olave, but both of these guys operate down the field, so both can be a home run threat here. 39.8% of the air yards went in Olave's direction because, again, higher volume. 25.8% of the air yards went in Rashid Shaheed's direction, and just kind of a clear path for him to be the true number 2 and to contribute pretty significantly this year. Once they get in close, it favors Olave a little bit. He was targeted 11 times in the red zone last year, 7 targets in the red zone for Rashid Shaheed. And then we've got this wild card of Taysom Hill. A little bit of a wild card in Juwan Johnson, splitting the tight end role. Taysom Hill, again, going to be involved. Probably throw the ball a few times. Going to be involved, probably run the ball a few times. Going to be involved, maybe catch the ball a couple of times. It'll be probably twice all season where you're going to say, damn, I wish I had played Taysom Hill this week. It's a chasey spot that people know they can go chase. I don't love going to Taysom Hill. 4,300 though. He does rate 11th and 12th on DraftKings. 5,500. He lands 9th in both categories on FanDuel. This is a broken fantasy points per position category that I didn't mean to unhide there. Don't get lost in that. Overall last season, Juwan Johnson had 4 receiving touchdowns in 13 games to the 2 that Taysom Hill put on the board in 16 games. Johnson was targeted 5 times a game versus 3 times a game for Taysom Hill. So he is actually the true positional tight end, the guy who does get a little bit more volume and a few more looks. 7 targets in the red zone versus the 4 that Taysom Hill got. Between the two, Juwan Johnson always comes up lower owned. He is cheaper, and he's got at worst similar upside. He just doesn't, throw a touchdown pass, catch a touchdown pass, and run a touchdown pass. He's just a receiving tight end. But he's not bad. At those prices, he rates out pretty similarly. Just dart throw option down the board. Said Wilson Jr. may be capable of getting involved, but doesn't exactly rate out all that well. Is another downfield threat, though. 11.3 yard ADOT last season. That was with Miami. Yeah, it was in Miami last year. Caught just 22 balls, 296 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Career highs were in 2021 with Dallas. He was 25, caught 45 passes for 602 yards and 6 TDs. A capable enough receiver. That year he put up 9.9 yards per target on 61 targets. Wasn't bad at all that season. If you get performances like that here and there this year, he could pay off value pricing. He is extremely cheap at $37.43, but again, rates out in the 80s and into the 90s. So know what you're buying. And then just guys that aren't going to really see much action, if any. If you want notes on them, I've got it. I'm just trying to be moderately efficient with our time. Does anybody need to hear that Bub Means caught 41 passes in college last year and 721 yards and 6 touchdowns? Mason Tipton made the roster as an undrafted free agent out of Yale. Bottom of the board options. Probably not going to see the field. Hit the like if you haven't. Hit the subscribe if you haven't. I understand if you got to take a break, go make dinner. We're going to be here talking about this for a little while. If you got to come back later on, if you're listening to us in the future, all the likes, all the subscriptions are appreciated. Make sure you're checking out rotoscouts.com. Make sure you're checking out the @rotoscouts Twitter handle. Sounds spelled exactly like it sounds. If you can find the website, you can find the Twitter handle. Appreciate all follows and likes and retweets over there. It does actually help get the thing in front of more eyeballs, as do your likes on YouTube here. You guys absolutely rock. Subscriptions coming to the site. Gonna lock that thing down soon enough, so keep an eye out. Be prepared. It's not going to cost you much, but that's coming. Check out acemind.io. Again, we're going to be looking at the sim results in a little bit, but definitely give those guys a look. Promo code ROTOSCOUTS, all in caps. Dallas and Cleveland. Third game up. We're doing okay. Not too bad. So Deshaun Watson, when he did play last season, kind of landed in the middle of the board as far as scoring. Just moderate output, not really a slate winner. A lot of work on the ground. He ended up throwing the ball 171 times all year, completed 61% of his passes for 7 touchdowns, 1,100 yards. Just kind of mediocre. I don't know that we ever really get it back to where it might have been. This is a quarterback who, 2020, before things went south, 33 touchdown passes, 4,800 yards on 544 attempts, completed 70% of his passes. Also ran for 444 yards on 90 attempts, scored 3 touchdowns on the ground. If that guy comes back this season, Cleveland's going to be an interesting team all year long. I don't think he's necessarily incapable. Me fail English? That's impossible. I don't think he's incapable. 6,000 puts him at a reasonable price point to start off a stack on DraftKings. 71 on FanDuel. He ranks 9th by value on both sides, 11th by points on DraftKings, 14th on the FanDuel slate. For Dak, 12th ranked by points, 13th on FanDuel, 22nd by DraftKings, value at a much higher price than his opponent for a slightly lower ranking. Kind of makes Dak a, not afterthought, because he is a high-end performer for fantasy. He does have a lot of weapons to work with. But it makes him a little difficult to reach, given those value numbers and what the points rate out to by comparison to a lot of other options on this slate. A little bit lower end, than he's going up against a Cleveland team that rated out last year 5.5 yards per pass attempt, ranked 4th overall last season. They give 164 yards a game. Came up with 49 sacks on a 23% pressure rate on 27% blitzes. Both of these teams did some scoring defensively last year. 46 and 49 sacks, 17 and 18 interceptions. You can get to the defenses despite some capable offensive players on both sides of the formula here. You can get to both of these defenses for DFS purposes. They are both scoring defenses, so I don't really mind that. In his 6 games last season, 28.5 attempts a game, completed just 61% of them against 7 touchdown passes, 4 interceptions. Was throwing the ball deep, 9.2 intended air yards per attempt, but completed just 4 air yards per attempt on the completion, 6.5 yards per pass attempt overall. Better numbers, of course, out of Dak, 7.8 intended air yards per attempt, though he was working a little bit shorter, but ended up completing 4.7 air yards per attempt, 7.7 yards per pass attempt overall. Threw 36 touchdown passes in a high-end season, 265 yards a game. He was throwing the ball nearly 35 times a game. He's a pretty high-volume quarterback in an offense that is going to be passing the ball quite a bit this year because they've got kind of a mixed bag at the running back position. Rico Dowdle probably going to be leading the way, but right now just projected out for a dead-even split with Ezekiel Elliott as far as the fantasy points go. Zeke coming in at a little bit higher of a price on both sides, 32nd and 34th on DraftKings, 35th and 37th on FanDuel, but Dowdle not exactly gaining much advantage outside of just that value rating on DraftKings. For 4,600, he lands 24th, but just 31st by fantasy points. We need some separation between the two in terms of the job. They're going up against a team that was allowing 4.2 yards on the ground per attempt last season, under a touchdown a game for both of these rush defenses. Neither one of these teams is really, presenting us with a we have to have that running back kind of an option. Jerome Ford ranks out just okay. 55-62 across sites, 18th and 15th by points of value on DK, 21st and 20th on FanDuel. Just mediocre. Donta Foreman, Pierre Strong, just kind of afterthought options. Ford last season scored 4 touchdowns. He peaked at 107 yards on 17 carries in Week 10 against Baltimore. That was that and a Week 2 game against Pittsburgh where he put up 106 yards on 16 carries. Those were his only 2 times over even 85 yards all season long. He had an 84-yard game on 17 carries in Week 6. Touchdowns here and there. He's going to be the focal point back. Was RB20 when he was the starter last year. I think that's about what we're getting from him in this role. If we're just trying to buy cheap touches, he should see the majority of those. He's not crazy discounted, though. If we had him at lower prices, it would make him a little bit more appealing, because he does have a little bit of bounce. 13th in missed tackles during that stretch when he was the starter. 16th in yards after contact. Again, that's middle of the board, but it's at least demonstrative of a somewhat capable running back. I just don't see us going in that direction all that often. Mix and match quality. If you're building 150 lineups, you can work him into a handful. He's not a priority, but he's not going to completely hamstring you. As far as the passing game goes, he was involved in the pass game. Jerome Ford, 3.7 targets a game last season, was targeted 6 times in the red zone, did come up with 5 receiving touchdowns. So if you are playing him, including him in stacks of Browns is not a mistake. It's not one of these running backs where it's just, it's all volume. It doesn't have any correlated scoring effect or much correlated scoring effect. He's involved in the pass game with the quarterback. So he's a stackable running back. Might be another one that works better in stacks than he works as an independent running back. On the other side, Dowdle's heavily involved in the pass game, but Zeke is a capable pass catcher, and Deuce Vaughn can get involved in the pass game as well. Overall, 3.82 targets a game last season went in Zeke's direction. But we'll see how that changes this season. Both he and Dowdle scored twice on 4 targets in the red zone. Amari Cooper, top of the board for Cleveland, 6,400, ranks 13th and 23rd on DK, 16th and 11th on the FanDuel slate. Definitely a capable receiver. Going up against a defense that was allowing just over a touchdown a game last season on 6.5 yards per pass attempt, 187 yards a game. The more stout defense as far as yardage goes on the other side, but they were allowing slightly more touchdowns through the air. Both teams just marginally gettable, but both teams are definitely dealing with high-end receivers and kind of deep mixes of receivers. Premium tight end on both sides, premium number 1, effective number 2s on both sides, and a little bit of depth on both sides. Could be an underappreciated passing game. Cooper had a 14.3 yard ADOT last season, put up 9.7 yards per target, 5 total touchdowns on the year. Njoku got in the end zone 6 times from the tight end position. He was targeted 8 times a game. Came down with 5 catches a game. 4.5 yard ADOT, not exactly a downfield tight end, but definitely somebody they can look to in the red zone. He was targeted 17 times in the red zone last season. 13 targets in the red zone for Cooper. Jerry Jeudy on a different squad was targeted 10 times in the red zone. He came up with just 2 receiving touchdowns last season in his 16 games. Targeted 5 times a game, but hopefully going to be unwrapped a little bit more in this offense. Did have a solid ADOT. He is a very good, talented downfield receiver capable of getting open. Maybe overall the career has been a little bit of a disappointment for Jerry Jeudy, but there is skill there, and there's the potential for it to get unlocked in different ways this season in a new offense. Just lands 38th and 41st, 43rd and 46th. Marginally playable at these prices. I wish he was a little bit cheaper, but there's something of a ceiling there. Elijah Moore said Tillman, Jordan Akins, just mix and match quality down the board. 36s, 32s, cheap. They don't land all that poorly. You know, some of these other teams that we've looked at have been in the 80s and 90s once we got to this point. These guys are a little bit better than that. But you're dealing with pretty limited volume, pretty limited overall options. Moore is definitely the most involved out of that group. Tillman's just giving you a handful of targets a game. He was, 3 targets a game last season, did not score. Peaked at 4 catches on 5 targets in week 12. So if you're going to that part of the roster, I think Moore is the guy that you want. He's a dynamic enough player. Has always been capable with the ball in his hands. Just a matter of getting it to him. Just 2 touchdowns last season. Didn't crack 83 yards was his high on 4 catches. Did have a number of games with 4 or 5 catches, though. The volume wasn't completely terrible. Just going to be impacted a little bit probably by new arrivals, different offense here. Jamari Thrash down the board. Caught 10 of 16 targets for 141 yards in the preseason. Fifth round pick, don't think we're dealing with much upside out of that. Obviously doesn't project for anything. Just looking what else I've got in these ridiculous notes that I put together. He's 6 foot, 190, 4.46 40 time. Again, just a total afterthought. Something would have to go haywire up here for this guy to get involved at all. All right, CD. So the quote midweek was building up to Sunday. He did sign the big contract extension. They got it done. Hopefully that news for Jamar Chase is out there, and they've gotten it done since this show started. He's on the exempt list, the commissioner exempt list, still, CD, because of the holdout and everything. But all signs are he's going to be full go here. Shouldn't have any problems. Didn't exactly ramp up in the preseason, but that really doesn't matter. Total, it's not like he's new to the playbook, obviously. He's their number one, clear cut. And really, there's only so much work that he needs to see. He only would have seen so much work in the preseason anyway. So I don't think there's any real concerns about it. He's very expensive. Rates out second by fantasy points, but 30th by value on DraftKings, 3rd and 24th. 93 on FanDuel, 89 on DraftKings. One of the most expensive players on the entire slate. But worth it. Puts up monster numbers. Going up against a defense that was allowing 1.35 touchdowns a game through the air last season. 5.5 yards per pass attempt, but 164.7 yards per game through the air. Lamb was targeted 11 times a game last season on a 9.5 yard ADOT. He gave basically the exact same yards per target. 12 touchdowns on the season. A monster 35% of the air yard share. He was targeted 31 times in the red zone. Just dominant numbers across the board for CD, no matter what you want to pick out. Jake Ferguson, though, pretty high on tight end. He was targeted 23 times in the red zone last year. Brandon Cooks targeted 12 times in the red zone last season. Ferg came down with 6 touchdowns. Cooks gave you 5. Not bad production down the board from these guys. 13.2 yard ADOT for Cooks, so he's operating down the field pretty effectively. Tolbert's also downfield option. And you get Turpin with a little bit of speed, a little bit of a dynamic pinball of a player. A little bit of kick return upside. Mix and match quality once you get down to that level, though. You're just dealing with a few points by projection. But even Tolbert projected to get involved. It only cost $3,400, $4,700. Going to be touchdown dependent as far as being able to break a slate, win you a slate. But if he gets one, couple of looks and a touchdown for $3,447, not a bad way to spend a Cowboys receiving share in your 5th Cowboy stack, your 4th Cowboy stack. Obviously not your primo, your go-to guy in your 1st Cowboy stack. But he's playable. Downboard, I don't think we're dealing with anything. Backup tight end. Turpin the return man, as I said. If you're stacking up the Dallas defense for reasons against Cleveland, maybe you stack Turpin into it, but that's just a funky way to build. Ryan Flournoy, way down the board there at 3,000 at the dead min. 6th round pick. 6'1", 220, 4.44 40 time. On the roster, but most likely not going to be on the field. So I think you're pretty limited down the board as far as that option goes, and that's why he projects as the 111th ranked receiver, 123rd on FanDuel. We talk about everybody. Totally unnecessary to get into those guys, though. Again, both of these teams in the mix for shares on both sites. 15th and 10th ranked on FanDuel, with capable of being better than that. 17th and 13th, or on DraftKings, 17th and 13th on FanDuel. That reflects a little bit of the expectation for passing in this game. A lot of high-end options as far as the skill players go. Definitely a place where you can mine one-off skill players from if you're not stacking these teams, or if you're building a bunch of lineups and it happens to be a lineup where you're not stacking these teams. You can absolutely mine this game for skill players at basically every position. Ferg is their number 2 behind CD. Yeah, I buy that. It's a high-end tight end. I like Ferg. And not enough people, at least last year, through most of the season, feel like he didn't get enough ownership and enough love, DFS-wise. 42-point total in this one. Seattle, pretty heavy favorites. Geno, reasonably priced at 55, 7,000 playable spot. They rank 7th on DraftKings by points and 2nd by value, 8th and 4th on the FanDuel slate. He does have a lot of good skill players to work with. He's got some premium receivers to work with. Even as you get down to Tyler Lockett maybe being a little bit coming down the other side of the hill, it is still, he's the 3rd man now, but it is still a pretty good 3-deep wide receiver room. Just 4,900 for Jackson Smith-Njigba on the DraftKings slate, 5,200 for him on FanDuel. He's still the 3rd man as far as the cost goes at the position, and he's got a lot of upside, especially against this defense that was allowing 200-plus pass yards a game last season, 6.9 yards per attempt, 1.7 touchdowns through the air last year. High-end receiver, very capable receiver at a very good price, and a guy with something to prove. A veteran wants to prove he's not completely dead. Good enough tight end, a reasonable 4th man at the wide receiver position. Seattle's cheap, and they're deep on this slate. They're kind of interesting, going up against a very gettable team. And then there's Bo Nix, leading Denver into action against Seattle. They rank 24th and 24th on DraftKings, 26th and 25th on the FanDuel slate because there's more teams on the FanDuel slate. It's not Seattle's defense that's necessarily doing that to them. They just ranked 27th and 24th in again yards per rush attempt, yards per pass attempt last year. It's just Nix doesn't have a ton to work with. He's got a lot to prove, I think, in the NFL. Typically, you don't see, what was he, the 12th pick? You know, not necessarily the spot that you see come in and get a day 1 job. College, last season, 4,500 yards and 45 TDs against just 3 interceptions. Obviously, pretty high-end output there. They like him. You know, they prioritize the option. I question it. I question what it's going to look like game 1, especially. I think it's really, really thin if you're going to Denver. They're just cheap. If you want to grab some Javonte Williams off the top as a running back, not in stacks, just as a one-off, I think he's perfectly fine. 5,500 gives you decent projection there. Ranks 12th and 7th on DK, 15th and 9th on FanDuel. It's probably the best way to get into this stack against a team that was definitely giving up some rush yardage and a pretty high number of rush touchdowns last year. 4.6 yards per attempt, 1.4 yards on the ground, rush touchdowns a game last season, 138 yards a game. Javonte last season coming off of first year back after the big injury, 13.5 rushes a game, just put up under 50 yards, 3.6 yards per attempt, and 3 rushing touchdowns. Obviously not the output we were looking for. Peaked at 85 yards. 85 yards on a monster 27 carries in week 8. That was the week ahead of the bye last year. Fairly regular target in the passing game. Down the stretch last season after the bye, 2 was the minimum. That happened twice. Had 3 targets a game through the vast majority of them. Spiked to a 9-target game in week 18. That's a weird one. He carried the ball 9 times and was targeted 9 times. Caught 7 of them. He's a skilled guy. That's the thing with Javonte. That's why there's still belief. That's why people are kind of thinking year 2 back. Maybe. 17 games in 2021. He carried the ball 203 times, ran for 903 yards, scored 4 times. Put up an additional 316 yards on 43 catches, scored 3 times through the air, 7.3 average yards per reception. Capable in both facets of the game. Was an explosive player that year. Just 4 games and 47 carries the next year, 204 yards, no touchdown, and then missed the rest of the season. I do think there's upside for your money. He is not expensive DFS-wise. And then you get Jaleel in there as well. We had some big days with Jaleel. Explosive player. 2 touchdown game in week 2 last season. Gave us oh, whoops. That's not Jaleel. Where's his board? There it is. Sorry. Scrolled down too far. The 2 touchdown did not happen. That was Josh Reynolds. But 72 yards on just 7 carries in week 4 against the Bears. 68 yards on just 9 carries against the Jets. A capable enough explosive player. Put up a touchdown in each of those games through the air. Caught 3 passes in each of those games. 32 yards against the Bears. 21 yards against the Jets. That was weeks 4 and 5 last season. Just targeted here and there throughout the season. Just got a handful of carries here and there as the backup. Probably going to be just basically in that role again. But does have explosive ability. Per touch. 5th in missed tackles per attempt. 14th in explosive run rate. 4th in yards after contact per attempt. So we're breaking tackles. We're missing tackles. There's talent there. Going to get involved in the passing game. Maybe even a little bit more. It's a total dart throw, and it's probably pretty touchdown dependent because we're not going to be dealing with a lot of volume. 4,300, he lands 34th by points, 27th by value on DraftKings, 38th and 35th on the FanDuel slate. But again, it's a team that was giving up plenty through the air and plenty on the ground last year. Some reason to believe that not only are they going to be designing plays for him as just dump outs out of the backfield in the passing game, but that they might lean on that a little bit with the rookie at the helm in the first few weeks of the season. It might be one of those spots where it's better to be early on the play and miss than it is to be late and just be there when on a day where he's super popular. Not that he's going to necessarily run off, take the starting job and run with it and become the most popular player every week. But I think there's explosive upside there, and if you catch it, you catch a little lightning in a bottle. Win you $1 million. Kenny Walker is a little bit more secure, a lot more secure of a floor. Ranks 8th on both sites in terms of fantasy points. 3rd on DraftKings for value at just 6,100. 4th at on FanDuel for 7,400. High end, clear cut, bell cow running back. No issue saying that. Last year, people were panicking about Zach Charbonnet. Walker came out, still got his numbers. $14 carries a game versus the 6.75 per game. 4.10 rush yards per attempt. He scored 8 times on the ground versus the 1 touchdown that Zach Charbonnet managed. 2.7 yards before contact, 1.5 yards after contact, 20 broken tackles to the 10. Obviously, there's more volume here for Ken Walker. Neither one incredibly involved in the passing game, just 2 and change targets a game. Obviously, this is for Charbonnet in fewer snaps. So a little bit of involvement there, but not heavily featured with all the pass catchers that this offense has. These guys are mostly focused on running the ball. 3 targets in the red zone for Walker, 1 touchdown on the season. But for the money, that is not a bad running back. It's just the matter of, do you stack him? Do you include him in your Geno Smith stacks? To me, that's a no. I tend to only include running backs who catch the ball a lot in my quarterback stacks. You can definitely get there on volume. You can get there on opportunity created by volume and created by scoring. But it stretches it. It makes it a little bit thinner when they're not directly involved in correlated events with the passer. So that's how I tend to group them. But on his own, in lineups that don't stack Geno and that don't use Geno in a receiving core, I definitely like the upside for Kenneth Walker against this defense. 5 yards per rush attempt allowed last season. 137 yards a game. Just 0.88 touchdowns allowed on the ground last season per game. But definitely a lot of opportunity there, and it's a team that should be going up and down the field with relative ease. These guys, just kind of afterthoughts. Mix and match quality. Audric Estime, by the way, could potentially get involved. Just one of the another just kind of a load at the position. He's 5'11", 227, a 4'7", 140. He's essentially a fullback, but a strong, capable short yardage kind of an option. Probably not going to get involved. Probably not going to touch the ball at all. Scored in the preseason. Just somebody maybe keep in mind if somebody gets hurt. Somebody to keep in mind for your priority waiver pickup if both of these guys run into each other in pregame. Cortland Sutton off the top of the board. I did land him in a few fantasy drafts this year, despite not really wanting to target this offense for upside. He's going to be the one. Last year, he peaked at 91 yards on 8 catches with a touchdown in week 3. After that game, he did not come up with more than 77 yards in a game last year. Overall, he ranks 33rd and 45th on DraftKings, 37th and 32nd on the FanDuel slate. He's entirely skippable, entirely forgettable. He did come up with 10 touchdowns last year, an 11.8 yard ADOT, 8.5 yards per target. Saw the majority of their air yards. Again, he is their go-to, their number one receiver, 6 targets a game. He's targeted 17 times in the red zone. If you're going to this team, if you're going to Bo Nix, if you're stacking up Denver, you're not doing it without Cortland Sutton. He costs $56, $55 across sites. He's very affordable. But your upside is, I don't know. I just feel like it's really capped with this Denver team this year. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Nix comes out and really surprises. Josh Reynolds at a cheap price. Mid, 56, 64, 61, 62 across sites. Scored 5 times last year on a 10.1 yard ADOT. Potential to see a little bit more volume this season. 4 targets a game last year. Maybe we get an additional target or 2 a game. Little bit of opportunity. He is a downfield weapon. Then there's Marvin Mims. Not Marvin Miss. So Marvin had that week 2 last year. Broke a big one for a 113-yard performance on just 2 catches with a touchdown. Added 2 rush attempts for 10 yards. Was just targeted twice in that game, but obviously that's a monster performance, and he was very cheap and under-owned that day. Caught 3 balls for 73 yards the following week, did not score, but again showed that dynamic breakaway ability. 14.6 yards per target in that game, 56.5 yards per target in the game before that, and then followed that up in week 4 with a 47-yard performance, again on just 2 targets. There's a lot of high-end skill, but he did not see a lot of snaps last year. He got barely any targets the rest of the way. They picked up a little bit down the stretch, like in week 16, he was targeted 4 times. He caught 3 of them for 63 yards. That was his next biggest performance. Didn't find the end zone after that week 2 performance. If they actually throw him the ball a little bit, there's ability there. 4.38 40 time. I don't think he's necessarily like a need to go to Denver just so you can have some Marvin Mims. I think it's more a case of if you're already rostering Denver because your fiance bought you a Bo Nix jersey for some reason. It's like when Homer came out of the house, he wanted the Dallas Cowboys, and it's the Denver Broncos. It's essentially that. Oh, Denver Broncos. But if that happens to you, if you're in a homer kind of a situation, so you've got to stack them, you can throw some darts with Mims. You hope to catch, again, just a little lightning in a bottle, catch that week 2 performance from last year, and that could be slate breaking. Just not a lot of faith, not a lot of volume to back it up. Just mix and match quality tight ends. Dulcich for just 3,000, I guess, is a little bit on the board. 23, 22 ranking on DraftKings, 25 across the board on FanDuel. Did not score last year, just 2 targets a game. 6.25 yards per target really doesn't give you much. No targets in the red zone. We had 13 targets in the red zone last season for Troutman, the alternate tight end position, 37th and 40th ranked. If you switched, a target or two the other way, Troutman would outrank Dulcich. But pretty low end options there. And then I already talked about these guys just briefly up at the beginning, but it's just a deep passing attack. Metcalf last season was targeted 7 times a game. For some reason, his ADOT's not coming down. I probably got to create a naming table for him. 9.36 yards per target. 41% of the air yard share last season. 23.1 air yards per catch. So a monster downfield operator, even though the ADOT is not showing. Tons and tons of upside for DK. A lot of volume, a lot of targets. His receiving touchdown total's not coming up either. Which board does this draw against? This is the cheap way to do it. I got to build out the functionality of these lookups so that we don't have to do this. 8 touchdowns last year, and that 8 out was 12.8 yards. Dynamite option. You can see what I was referring to before with JSN, just a 6.1 yard ADOT for the season last season, just a 9.6% of the air yard share. He started stretching that out a little bit as the season went on last year. They were going to him a little bit more frequently. And he is a good receiver. Down the stretch, had a 6-catch game for 61 yards, 7 catches for 62 yards, was targeted 11 times in that game. Had a 7 catches, 62 yards, 1.88 yards per route run in that one. This board doesn't have the depth, I don't think. I might have cut it off by accident. But the average depth did start creeping up there. And he was a decent producer for them. 4 touchdowns on the season. Just 3 catches a game on his 5 targets a game, but not bad. Lockett, as mentioned before, was definitely diminished last season overall. He put up 5 touchdowns, 7.3 yards per target, still had a 10.8 yard ADOT and 35% of the air yard share. Was still the number 2 by volume, by depth of target, and by opportunity, but didn't exactly come away with a huge year. 2 of those touchdowns came in the same week, back in week 2 of last year against Detroit. He caught 8 balls for 59 yards, 2 TDs. Was targeted 10 times in that one. Didn't really have any monster weeks outside of that on the touchdown upside. No 100-yard game last year. Maxed out at 8 catches, which isn't bad, but didn't really do much with it. 8 catches for 81 and a touchdown. That's an okay game. But it's no monster performances. He's also dealing with a, what is the injury? Thigh. Dealing with a thigh injury. Strained thigh. Seems like he's going to go. All signs point to him going, but he is technically questionable for this one. Obviously, if he's not out there, you don't want him. Just feeds the upside for these two. And then maybe we work in a little bit more of opportunity for Noah Fant in terms of the volume at the tight end position. And then maybe a little bit more increased opportunity for Jake Bobo, who is the number 4 option in the offense. He was an undrafted rookie last season. Ended up playing just a tiny little bit, but he scored twice. Just a 6-yard ADOT, 7.84 yards per target. The 2 touchdowns are encouraging, but again, not a lot of volume, just 1 target a game, 1.12 catches a game in his 17 games last season. Was targeted 4 times in the red zone. It is another receiver who, based on the idea that they did give him a couple of looks last year, and this is year 2, and he's in a little bit more of an established role, especially if there's no Lockett. At 3,000, you might want to keep an eye on the Jake Bobo shares, just as your dart throw, your downboard dart throw, from a team that people are going to be going to. Even at 3K, it's no Andre Iosivas. I guarantee people are not going to go to the Jake Bobo play quite as much. Even if he becomes, even let's say Lockett doesn't play, Bobo moves up to the number 3. I love that his name's Bobo, by the way. He moves up to the number 3. I don't think he gets anywhere near as popular as Iosivas is at the same price. Not going to have the same upside, not going to have the same volume, but a little bit of a threat for a look in the red zone, a look down the field. Could do worse. Laviska in that kind of a scenario would also move up a spot from 5 to 4, but would probably be a little bit less appealing. Yeah, that's it. Dareke Young is a special teams contributor, but he's not on this board. Charbonnet we talked about. Kenny Walker. So greatly favor the Seattle side between these two teams. I think Denver is kind of a waste of time until we know for sure what the quarterback situation looks like, outside of just some one-off shares of Cortland Sutton here and there, maybe some Javonte Williams and Julian McLaughlin shares here and there. But really, even against a shaky defense, looking like a low-end spot. Yes, their offense is going to hopefully be designed to be a little bit more dynamic this season. We will see. A lot of question marks with Denver at the absolute best. Sometimes that feeds DFS opportunity for sure, but seems shaky. A much less shaky game. Houston and Indy, 49-point total on deck. Indy 2.5-point dogs at home. Houston, very high-end option. Ranked 3rd on DraftKings, 4th on FanDuel, 9th and 6th by value. Definitely worth paying for. CJ Stroud just coming off of a monster first year. Should follow it up with equal, if not better, output. My hope is, considering that I have him in that Superflex league that I mentioned earlier, and considering how we score rushing touchdowns for quarterbacks in that league, my hope is he decides to run with the ball a little bit more, in addition to his incredible ability to throw the ball and hit these receivers for touchdowns. Stroud lands as the number 2 on both sites at the quarterback spot. He's 17th by value on DK at 75. He's 11th by value at 85 on FanDuel. I think you're totally fine paying for him on either site, though. I'm not going to nitpick about CJ Stroud's price. Threw 23 touchdown passes against just 5 interceptions last season. 273 yards per game on 33 pass attempts per game, 64% completion rate. 9 yard intended air yards per attempt, and completed 5.1 air yards per attempt. So he is slinging the ball downfield to these receivers. 57 balls thrown in the red zone, 6 passes over 50 yards, 9 passes over 40 yards last season. Ran the ball in just 3 times last year. Again, I'd like to see a little bit more rushing out of him. He's a capable runner, but he doesn't do it a lot. It's not a designed part of their offense to have him running the ball a lot. 2.6 rushes a game last year for 167 total yards, 4.3 rush yards per attempt, and 3 touchdowns. On the other side, Anthony Richardson, in his return to action, we saw him for just 4 games last year. He threw 3 touchdown passes. Was throwing the ball downfield a little bit at 8 intended air yards per attempt, but only completed 3.9 air yards per attempt, so he was successful more on the shorter passes and amounted to 144 yards a game in the short season, just 21 attempts per game. He was definitely running the ball a little, though. Came up with 136 total yards in the 4 games, 6.3 rush attempts a game in the short sample, and scored 4 rushing touchdowns in that short sample, most interestingly. It's going to be a part of the game. He ranks out pretty well at 6,300. He doesn't project poorly. Lands 8th by fantasy points on DraftKings, 12th by value, showing a little bit more point per dollar value than CJ Stroud on the other side. 83, they're a little bit closer on FanDuel. He actually lands 16th by value on FanDuel. Stroud, the better point per dollar option on the FanDuel slate. Stroud really not going to be facing much pressure. 15.7% blitz rate and 19% pressure rate last season. They did come up with 51 sacks versus the 46 that Houston generated on a little bit more pressure, a little bit higher of a blitz rate. Neither team all that intimidating as far as the defenses land, especially in the passing game. 22nd ranked, 6.8 yards per pass attempt. 26th ranked, 6.9. Essentially the same output yardage-wise there. So you can absolutely throw against both of these teams. An 8.4 yard defensive ADOT allowed last season by Indy kind of leans into exactly what Houston wants to do with the ball. Really, really like the upside for the Houston passing game in this spot. And I just love the upgrades that this team made. I like Joe Mixon. I think he's still capable. Lands 10th and 12th across sites by points, 9th and 11th by value. Pretty fairly priced, 6,600, 7,300. Last season, he scored 9 touchdowns, came up with 4 yards per rush attempt. 15 carries a game, 60 yards on the ground a game. A little bit of involvement in the passing game as well, nearly 4 targets a game. Came up with three receiving touchdowns and was targeted a lot in the red zone. Obviously, in a new situation now, might have a little bit reduced volume through the air, but this team perfectly capable of throwing the ball to the backfield. And going to be the featured back, no question about it. Last season, he did not, until Week 18, have a 100-yard game. But he did come up with 111 yards in Week 18 against Cleveland. Dropped a touchdown into the mix in that one. Was a fairly high volume still. A couple of games in the 20s for carries. A couple of high teens games. More often than not, though, well, obviously going by the average. I almost said more often than not. He landed around the average. No shit. 2.6 yards before contact, 1.4 yards after contact. Dameon Pierce, also a capable rusher. Peaked in last season at 81 yards. No touchdown on 24 carries. Two touchdowns on the season. Just 2.9 yards per rush attempt on 10 carries a game is kind of disappointing output. Just targeted once a game. One time in the red zone last year. And with Mixon in town, I feel like Mixon soaks up just any of the afterthought work. He's also got to fight off Cam Akers, Daria Ogunbowale down the board. Neither one of those guys look particularly playable. Dameon Pierce really doesn't look all that playable until something happens to Joe Mixon. Jonathan Taylor, another very high-end running back on the other side of this one. First on both sides by points, 8th on both sides by value. Going up against a team that allowed just 3.6 yards per rush attempt last season and 96 yards a game, though. They were allowing touchdowns on the ground. Oddly, it was a break, don't bend defense. So you can just kind of snap them when you get in close, but you can't bend them along the way. Taylor carried the ball 16.9 times a game for 74 yards, 4.4 yards per rush attempt, 7 touchdowns on the season. Minimal involvement in the passing game. He did score a receiving touchdown, but just 2.3 targets a game last year, targeted 4 times in the red zone. Every now and again, they'll go that direction when they get in close. We'll see what happens with a different quarterback, of course, and how he works together with Richardson. Trey Sermon, Goodson, just with the volume that Taylor's going to get, kind of afterthoughts. Unless something happens to Taylor, you're really not going to see much upside out of either one of those names. And again, they are kind of colliding with at least what should be a halfway decent rush defense. Anthony Falia asks, Terry, do you do an optimizer or Sims? It's a little bit of column A, it's a little bit of column B, buddy. I still use optimizers to build out lineup pools, but then you run those lineup pools against the Sim, right? So if you're using something like AceMind, our partners over at acemind.io, they've got an optimizer tool and a Sim tool. It's all in one package, and you can build as many lineups as you want with the optimizer, and you can just import them with one click directly into the Sim process. But a lot of times, the Sim tools, when they're creating those massive fields of, let's say, 200,000 some odd lineups, in a lot of cases, they're just kind of colliding things together. So they're not necessarily building the best possible versions, as refined a version of a lineup as you might build with an optimizer. So if you're just running a Sim tool and then just taking the the lineups off the top, yes, they will, for what you sim them against, be high on lineups. But you got to always keep in mind, what am I simming against? What am I using? What am I simming against? What's the field made up of? What are my lineups made up of? So it all depends on how it's created and what tool you're actually using. But I like to use both. I like the control of the optimizer to get exactly what I want configuration-wise in the lineup. And then I want to be informed about which of the lineups that I've created, the many thousand lineups that I optimize, which of those end up being the best against a massive field of somewhat well-built lineups. Theodore Parson asking, what do we make of the Washington receivers after McLaurin? They were like 3K. We talked about them already, right? Or no, I talked about them at the very beginning. It's the easiest way to pull that up and answer that question for you. Yeah, especially considering that they didn't immediately leap to mind, and even as far as like who they were, pretty limited. It's really the McLaurin show there, and I question, it's another spot where I just don't love rushing out to roster rookie quarterbacks. Good as Jaden Daniels might be, there's so many options on the slate. It's just more of a spot where I think it's McLaurin in just non-stacked lineups coming out of the Washington side of that one. And it's not like it's a huge total. If this was even creeping into the mid-40s, I would say that Washington gets maybe a little bit more involved. They've also got some rushers that might take up a lot of the volume, might take up a lot of the scoring potential. We'll get to this game in kind of a while. So there's no more dots in there. They've got Brown and Zacchaeus. They've got McCaffrey, who's a rookie. He was a third-round pick out of Rice. He's 6'2", 4.46 40 time. Didn't exactly distinguish himself in camp, apparently. So it's just kind of, like you put it in your question. It's McLaurin, and then it's just a group of guys that are cheap after him. I don't think they're going to rate out to be what you want. You'll probably get some looks for each of them. We've had experience with Diami Brown and Olamide Zacchaeus in the past. Zacchaeus, every now and again, can give us something. Last year he had 2 catches for 58 yards and a touchdown in week 3. I think we used him that week and only that week. And then we came back and he had a touchdown in week 12, but just 1 catch that week. Extreme low volume through the season last year, but does have skills with the ball in his hands. So he's that kind of a player. Do they give him the opportunity to put the ball in his hands? Does he do anything when he gets the ball in his hands? Downboard from there, Noah Brown, Jamison Crowder. Noah Brown in and out of the lineup all last season. Does have a little bit of ability. A couple of big games in the middle of the season last year. 6 catches, 7 catches, 153 yards and a TD, 172 yards. But obviously wasn't wanted anymore and finds himself kind of downboard for a mediocre Washington passing attack. Question what any kind of volume down here is going to look like. So yes, I do think you're basically just dealing with like a Terry McLaurin kind of a situation. That's a sneak preview of a game that we'll get back to in kind of a while. So getting into we talked about all these running backs, right? Yeah, or anybody relevant. Getting into the passing attack, we've got a lot of weapons to talk about on the board here. So many so that they didn't need Noah Brown in Houston anymore. Stephon Diggs, top of the board. They brought him in for a reason. I firmly believe that Stephon Diggs is going to be the absolute number 1 in this passing attack. Good as Nico and Tank Dell might be, Stephon Diggs is the number 1. 6,700 on the DraftKings slate. He's cheaper than Nico. 6,800 on FanDuel. Cheaper than Nico. Rates out as number 5 on the board on both categories on DraftKings. Number 7, number 3 on points and value on FanDuel. Looks like a fantastic option. Number 1 option to stack with CJ Stroud. Missed him by 2 picks in the Dynasty draft in that Superflex league to pair with Stroud. I was so pissed off when he went. Killed me. Greg Biancone chiming in. I have to think McLaurin's the only playable receiver. Yeah. I think that's where I landed as well, buddy. I am with you. Appreciate the assist there. Anytime, and by the way, that reminds me, this is a dialogue, guys. Anytime you guys have different thoughts, anytime you want to point out, hey, dummy, this team upgraded their defense this way and is doing this now, and new coach, et cetera, it's a dialogue. It helps everybody to point those things out. I am never going to be mad about somebody pointing something out or giving me a note, so please do contribute in the chats. It's very appreciated, as much as your likes, if not more. Plus, it also gives me something else to talk about instead of just sitting here reading numbers off of a screen, which you guys know I love doing. Getting into digs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 500-yard games before week 6 last season, but then did not have a 100-yard game the rest of the way. Monster week 4 with 120 yards and 6 catches and 3 TDs. After week 6, he scored 1, 2, 3 touchdowns the rest of the way. Was a little bit more limited throughout than his explosive, typical nature that we're used to from this receiver. Joining a different offense, obviously. Joining a dynamic young passing attack that is going to be super heavily. Whoops. Oh, well, I forgot to grab the Guardians lineup for the baseball slate, but whatever. I bet nobody noticed. So yeah, as I was saying, Diggs was a little bit diminished down the stretch last season, and definitely getting expensive for that Bills team. So there's a reason he's on Houston now, but there's also a reason that they went out and got him, because he is a very high-end receiver. 8 touchdowns overall last season on 9 targets a game. Still came down with 6 catches a game, 6+, a 10.3 yard ADOT, and was dominating 42% of the air yard share in Buffalo. Definitely still a premium option, and gets to play with maybe a little bit of alleviated pressure considering the guys that he's going to be on the field with Nico out there, with Tank Dell out there. These are premium options. 10.9 yard ADOT for Nico last season, a 14.3 yard ADOT for Tank Dell. He scored 7 touchdowns in his 11 games. Nico played 15 games, scored 8 times. He was giving you 5.3 catches a game, 4.2 catches a game for Dell on 7 targets apiece. 11.9 yards per target out of Nico, 9.45 yards per target out of Tank Dell. These are premium, big play threats. That's what we want in DFS. We want to be targeting these big play threats, these guys who are going to get volume and going to get big opportunities, going to get opportunities to put the ball in the end zone. And that's the case for all 3 of these guys. I think mixing and matching your way to different combinations of all 3 of them, together, 2 of them together, I said that wrong. Not all 3 of them together in one lineup. I mean, mixing and matching your way, weaving your way through the 3. Sometimes it's 1, sometimes it's 2. I tend to not go 3 pass catchers with a quarterback. I think that's pushing the upper limits of what a stack might be capable of. But any one of those 3 guys, any one of those guys on his own in a lineup that doesn't have CJ Stroud, perfectly fine. Whatever fits price-wise, ownership-wise, all 3 of those guys are supremely talented options. $5,500 for Tank is a pretty nice price for his skill set. 24th ranked by points, 22nd by value on DraftKings. 64 on FanDuel, 27th and 37th ranked. Nico rates out very well. A lot of upside here. Dalton Schultz, no slouch at the tight end position for just $4,900. Rates 8th on DraftKings, 19th by value. 10th and 12th, maybe a little better buy on the FanDuel slate positionally. Schultz came down with 5 catches. He was drawing 6 targets a game last season. Came down with nearly 4 of them. Not a deep threat. One of their shorter yardage options, just a 7.5 yard ADOT. But when you've got all these receivers running down the field, it opens things up for the tight end underneath. I just realized all show long I've been talking about those target numbers in single digits. Not that it matters, really. 5.87 targets a game, technically. But scoring 5 times, getting targeted very frequently in the red zone, 13 red zone targets last year. It puts him right behind the 15 that Nico got. Tank got 8 in his shorter season, and then Diggs was on a different team, so those 15 don't count. But you can assume that Diggs is going to be pretty frequently targeted in the red zone. But Schultz is a regular option once they're in close. It's just this team scores from far away quite frequently. John Mechie for just 3,000 doesn't really hit the board. Probably not going to get there on volume. He's another one with a naming thing. He's John Mechie the third, but in some places he's just John Mechie. Peaked at 44 yards on 3 catches last season. A little bit of ability to get open. That was in the wild card round. Caught all 3 of his targets in that game. Just 1 catch a week for the 8 weeks prior to that. And then just peaked at 2 catches in the regular season a couple times. Very limited volume, very limited option. If he manages to creep his way on the field, it wouldn't completely knock me out of my chair if John Mechie caught a touchdown pass just randomly. And it was just one of those, who the hell rostered John Mechie? Throw your hands up in the air. He was the first touchdown of the day. And in the first 15 seconds of the slate, you've already lost. That's the kind of play that John Mechie might be. It's not a go-to. It's not a, he ranks in the 80s on both sides. Not overly appealing option. But he's going to be suited up in a high-end passing attack. Jordan and Woods, mix and match quality at best. Woods last year did give us a 9.8 yard ADOT, just 1 touchdown, was targeted 5.5 times a game, and is just kind of overshadowed by other options in this passing attack. Then moving down the board, you get Michael Pittman, pretty high-end receiver in his own right, 20th ranked on DraftKings, 26th on FanDuel, 48th and 40th across sites for value. Definitely a playable piece. Going to need to get some upside, some help from his quarterback. But as a $6,300, 63, 68, it's not terrible in terms of the pricing for the quarterback and the number 1 receiver. Pittman last year put the ball in the end zone 4 times through the air, was drawing nearly 10 targets a game though, coming down with 2/3 of them. Just a 7.9 yard ADOT, a 7.3 yard, 3.8 yards per target. Saw a high volume of the air yards that were available when Minshew was at the helm last season. Probably has a little bit more to offer as long as we're getting the high quality expected performance out of Richardson, especially if he's opening up things with his legs. Where the hell is he? Pittman had 300-yard games last season. He had 2 games back-to-back that were 100 yards on 10-plus catches in weeks 12 and 13. 95 yards the week after that in week 14 on 8 catches, no touchdown that week. Just a high-volume, super high target receiver. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 games last season of 11-plus targets. Going to be operating with no Josh Downs out there. Downs is out with an ankle injury. That should push Adonai Mitchell up a little bit. Mitchell's super fast, 4.3, 4.40 time. Solid looking receiver, 2nd round pick, 52nd overall. He's 6'2", 205, so big bodied guy. Not gigantic, but a big bodied receiver. Should slide into the 2nd role. They've also got Alec Pierce there. But I think they kind of know what they've got in Pierce. I think they kind of want to see what they've got in the kid. 11 touchdowns on 55 catches in college last season. 14 games, 845 yards, was targeted 92 times, holding 55 of them for 845 and 11 scores. And again, was a 2nd round pick, so they've got draft capital in him. 2nd round pick out of Texas. High-end school, high-end pick. Gonna get looks. And, I might even, when I go back and do tonight's update, there might be a little bit more room for him to go up even a slight bit more. I might have split it a little bit too close with Alec Pierce, honestly. So I could see him creeping up a little bit, especially by value. The more his points go up, the more that value number is gonna skyrocket at 3,800 on DraftKings. 55 on FanDuel, a little bit more just back to the field. The DK play is the interesting one for Adonai Mitchell. Alec Pierce scored twice last season on just under 4 targets a game, only came up with under 2 catches a game. Was a deep threat at 14.9 yard ADOT, but only came down with 7.9 yards per target. That tells you what the quality of those looks actually was and the quality of his ability to catch the ball. And then this team checks in with Kylan Granson, Mo Alley Cox, Will Mallory, and Drew Ogletree, all as tight ends who will be dressed and maybe on the field for either receiving or blocking purposes. It kind of renders them all a little bit less relevant. Granson should be the lead option, 2,900, puts him on the board a little, 27th and 25th on DK, 30th and 28th for 4,700 on FanDuel. Last season, Granson caught 1 touchdown. Mo Alley Cox caught 3 in 17 games. You can see the snap shares. Everybody got a few snaps. It's just annoying. I really don't fully endorse anybody in that group. But these 3 receivers are kind of interesting, and obviously we've got a really high-end running back to work with. I know what it is. Every time I've gotten to the end of one of these games, I've been like, and now what? Because I don't do like at the end of the baseball games, this and then this and then that. There's not just like a natural end point to these games like that. I got to come up with something. Again, if we're stacking, Houston, premium option. No secret, they're going to be popular. Just in the middle of the board for Indy, but playable. Can definitely throw the ball against Indy's defense. Both these defenses, really. More stout in the rushing department. Or in stopping the run. Another super high-end game. 49.5 point total. Miami and Jacksonville. Love the options. Should have reordered these so that we could do like that game, the Houston-Indy game and the Jacksonville-Miami game toward the end. But I guess getting to midway through the show is like a little treat is not bad either. Jesus, 7:22. Going 2 hours, 21 minutes already. 25, 26 people here hanging out, watching live. You guys absolutely rock. I'm sure more people will be listening overnight and tomorrow morning. Appreciate every single one of you. Hit the like button when you get a chance. Trevor Lawrence, top of the board. Pretty solid looking projection from a $6,200 quarterback on the DraftKings slate. Coming off of a, let's say, effective but not necessarily good or great year last season. Was just okay. Broke some hearts. Definitely in the fantasy community. Definitely for people who took him early and were expecting big breakouts. He's just got a lot of weapons. Pretty fair amount of talent. 4th on the board by fantasy points. 2nd by value on DraftKings. Same ratings on FanDuel at 7,400. Threw the ball 35 times a game last season. You can't really argue with the volume of passes. Completed 21 touchdown passes. Not a great total for that much volume across 16 games. Threw 14 interceptions is problematic. Definitely has work to do. Has growth to make. But an 8.2 intended air yard per attempt is pretty reasonable as far as the average depth of opportunity goes. Completed just 4.4 air yards per attempt. You can see the difference in quality there as far as the deep shots didn't quite come through. 7.1 yards per pass attempt overall completed. On the other side, Tua, obviously much more successful overall. Threw 29 touchdown passes, 14 interceptions, same rating for same number of interceptions on similar volume. He threw the ball 33 times a game, completed 69% of his passes, threw for 272 yards a game, a much higher 8.3 yards per pass attempt, 5.1 in air yards per attempt, just 7.7 intended air yards per attempt. Lower was throwing shorter passes, less downfield opportunities than Trevor Lawrence was. That's just the nature of the fastest team in football. You just need to put the ball in the hands of a Tyreek Hill, of an A-Chain, and just let them go do their thing. Lawrence was running the ball a little bit last season. 4.5 attempts a game, ran for 339 yards, 4.8 yards per attempt, and scored 4 touchdowns on the ground. He's got that ability, but I'd rather have him throwing the ball a little, especially at these prices. So I like the upside on both sides of the game for quarterback play. I think you're stacking both of these teams. 5th ranked on DraftKings for Jacksonville, 7th ranked for points on FanDuel, 4th and 3rd on both sides for value. And then Miami lands first overall by fantasy points, sixth and fifth by value. Clash of two high upside teams. One of the highest totals on the entire slate on FanDuel. The highest total on the DraftKings slate, if I'm not mistaken. A lot of toys for both of these quarterbacks to work with. What? I searched HN and it came up with Pittman. No. Was I not smart enough to put these guys right next to one another? God damn it. Week 2 of last year, if you forgot, Raheem Mostert rushed 18 times for 121 yards and scored twice. And Devon Achane ran... I'm sorry, it was week 3 I'm thinking of. Yeah, week 3, sorry. Mostert ran the ball 13 times for 82 yards, scored 3 times. And Devon Achane ran the ball 18 times for 203 yards and scored 2 times. He followed that up with 101 yards on 8 carries the week after that, 2 touchdowns. 151 yards on 11 carries and 1 touchdown against my Giants the week after that. Then didn't play for 4 weeks. Just touched the ball once in his return, then didn't play again. Then came back, 17 carries, 73 yards, 2 touchdowns. Had a 107-yard game on 14 carries late in the year. Mostert only cracked 100 yards twice last season, but he scored a ton of touchdowns. Oops, this isn't the tab I wanted. Mostert scored 18 times last year. Devon Achane put it in 8 times. Mostert's more capable of playing out there every down or thereabouts kind of a back. Well, Achane's more a home run hitter, but really both of these guys are going to be rotating in and out. 14-ish carries a game for Mostert, 10-ish, 9-ish carries a game for Achane. That's probably about right for expectations this year, but obviously we're dealing with 2 extremely explosive players. 7.8 yards per rush attempt last season for Devon Achane. That is just absurd. 4.8 yards for Raheem Mostert, who is himself very, very fast and exceptional. 4.7 yards per carry before contact. Yards before contact per attempt. 3 yards per after contact per attempt. He was ridiculous last season in his limited action. Both guys get involved a little bit in the passing game, mostly in the dump off kind of a sense. 3 targets a game for Achane, 2 a game for Mostert. Both guys scored 3 times through the air on 6 red zone targets last season. Either guy is easily in the mix. Achane lands on fantasy points 5th across the board there, 4th and 3rd over here, 6,800, 7,200. You are just dealing with the volume concerns. If he doesn't go out and hit that big smash spot, your opportunities are limited. So think of him, if you're thinking about baseball, think of him as a low batting average home run hitter, or a home run hitter who hits 8th and only gets so many plate appearances. Little bit of a more secure floor for Mostert, but probably a lower ceiling as well. On the other side, Travis Etienne, player I like a lot. High volume player. Had 2, 3, 4 games over 20 carries last season. 2, 3. Another 5 with more than 16 carries. Also was seeing 4 to 6 targets a game. Coming up with regularly 3 or 4 catches for 30 and change yards with upside to, he peaked at 3 catches for 70 yards and a touchdown in week 8 before their bye. He can hit and miss as far as his actual output goes, but he had a few big games. 26 carries for 136 yards, 2 touchdowns, 4 catches, and 48 yards, no touchdown in week 5 against Buffalo. That was the first of 3 straight weeks in which he ran for 2 touchdowns on the ground. The other two games were lower output in lower volume and lower output on the ground, 55 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 53 yards and 2 touchdowns. But he's a high-end option as far as scoring goes, and he's capable of breaking off big games as far as putting together either just accruing yardage through volume or finding big runs and putting together big games through just, big plays. Gets involved in both aspects of the game as far as passing and rushing goes. For his career, this is his third year. He's got 2,000-yard rush seasons. First year, he put up 1,125 yards and 5 touchdowns on 220 carries, added 316 yards through the air on 35 catches. Last year, it was 1,008 yards on 267 carries. But he sacrificed, he lost 100 yards there, but he gained yardage in the passing game. He caught 58 balls for 476 yards, and he scored 12 total touchdowns, 11 on the ground, 1 through the air. Dynamic player who gets involved in what should be a high-end offense in a interesting situation. Ranks 7th and 9th across the board for fantasy points, 12th and 7th by value. He's pretty affordable on both sides compared to where a lot of other guys land. The Miami defense was decently stout against the run last year, just 3.8 yards per rush attempt allowed, under 100 games, and under a touchdown a game. But feeding him that kind of volume, and especially with the ability to also catch the ball out of the backfield, just speaks for itself. He can get you there anyway. 4.29 targets a game overall last season. Like I said, between 4 and 6. Tank Bigsby, D'Ernest Johnson, Jalen Wright, and Jeff Wilson. Just kind of afterthoughts across both sides. Probably the most playable out of those running backs is Tank Bigsby. He's going to get the first crack at the backup role there, but a little high priced at $5,000, $4,900 for a guy who's probably not going to touch the ball all that often. Michael Knack says, Pittman is a fraud. I'm never wrong with fantasy football. I like it, Michael. I'll go with you. Kenneth Walker's going to eat. I like that call for sure. But Jenkins is out there, or was out there at one point. He was talking to Michael Knack. Richardson or Allen, DK, price of factor. I think it's still Allen, even with price of factor. I want to see it a little bit from Richardson before I really jump on board like crazy as far as the passing aspect of the game. But there is definitely upside there, but he just kind of landed in the middle of the board like we saw. So even with price and popularity being a factor, I kind of lean Allen. But I'm just a sucker for Allen as well. My hope is that I get some receiver pairings at a little bit lower owned than they should be week 1 with Allen. Michael Knack saying Nico's better than Diggs. That could very well be the case, especially with Diggs' drop-off toward the end of the season last year. And maybe as the season creeps along, it turns into more Diggs is the 2 and Nico's the 1. But coming in, first game up, I got to think it's Diggs. I really do. And I honestly think he performs. I don't think he slips. Oof. Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois. I don't know. I don't follow college football as discussed. There's only so much bandwidth up here. But that seems like a pretty bad loss. Don't think that was in their plans. Isn't this the part of the college football season where you're supposed to be playing like local high school? It's kind of, pretend games. Isn't that how that goes? Evan Engram coming off the biggest season of his career. Playable tight end at worst. Regularly targeted option for them in his second year in Jacksonville. Caught 114 passes last year, 963 yards, four touchdowns. Probably could have seen better touchdown volume. But gives you a lot of skills at the tight end position. He can catch the ball and run with it. Coming into his age 29 season. It's gone by in a hurry. Goes back to 2017 as a Giants fan with me. Put up 6 touchdowns that year and then was never at that level again. 722 yards on 64 catches. But the catch volume alone last year was extreme. 114 catches. He was targeted 143 times in this offense. Just makes him interesting. Tight end 1 on your board by points and value on DraftKings. Tight end 2 and 1 on your FanDuel slate. Pretty high end. The touchdown output we definitely would like to see improve. He's not an extreme downfield option. Just a 5-yard ADOT last season, 6.73 yards per target. But on volume, we can absolutely get there and just compile numbers. And I like him to beat last year's touchdown total. I think they go to him a little bit more in the red zone this season, and we see some growth. Christian Kirk as their number 1, 5,500, 6,100, also not unfairly priced. 22nd ranked out by points, but 11th ranked on DraftKings by value. 25th and 28th comes back to the field a little bit on the FanDuel slate. Last season played 12 games, saw some missed time with injuries. Nearly a 10-yard ADOT, was soaking up 30.7% of the air yard share over there. Scored just 3 touchdowns in the somewhat limited action, but is a capable downfield receiver and a threat for this team. Was targeted in the red zone 5 times in the limited opportunities last season. He peaked with a 110-yard game on 11 catches in week 2. I forget I think that was the week that the entire industry jumped on him. And then he followed that game. He didn't score that week, but he put up a big game on catches, on volume, and on yardage. Then he scored the following week. 4 catches, 54 yards, and a touchdown. 8 catches, 84 yards the week after that. Just moderate output overall. Had just 200-yard games on the season. The 11 catches were by far his catch high, but he did have 3 games with double-digit targets and was a regular fixture until week 13 when he got hurt. So, especially, with the idea of familiarity with the quarterback, just nothing wrong with the option in a stack that we want to get to. He's probably going to get some ownership within stacks, but he probably is not going to be the most highly owned option across sites. Weeks 2 through 12, which is the window that we were just talking about. Wide receiver 19 in points per game, per this blurb from our guys over at Pros. 22.6% target share, 30.5% air yard share, like we just saw, 2.31 yards per route run. Miami gave up the 7th most receptions to slot receivers last year, 7th highest PPR points per target. Then there's Brian Thomas. Brian Thomas is a 6'3" rookie with a 4.33 40 time. It's pretty fast. It's pretty tall. He played at LSU. He put up pretty monster numbers. He had a 20.5 yard ADOT in the preseason. So they were definitely throwing the ball down the field to him. He had I thought it was in here. It just says downfield exploits. I thought the number was in here in this blurb. But overall point being, he went to LSU and was playing alongside Neighbors and put up 1,177 yards and 17 touchdowns on 68 catches last year. So there's a lot of skill here. Reason to believe in the upside for sure. So it's probably going to be Kirk in the slot, Thomas and Gabe Davis. And both of these guys are pretty cheap, $4,700 and $4,500 just to plug in. They only project moderately just because one kind of an unknown commodity NFL-wise, but he rates out pretty well value-wise at 17th. And then the other, Gabe Davis. They're definitely more affordable on the DraftKings board. 61 for Davis on FanDuel starts to become problematic. 51, Brian Thomas still has some appeal. He ranks 22nd by value. Davis, last season, 300-yard games. Mixed output as far as targets, catches. It really, really comes and goes. He's an extreme hit and miss kind of an option. Was pulling in 5 targets a game, but you can see just 2.65 catches a game. I don't know why his receiving touchdown total is not there. It looks like he caught 1, 2, 3, 4. Did he score 7 touchdowns last year? That can't be right. Is it? Where is my stats tab? I want to double check that number. I don't know why it's not coming up in the spreadsheet there. Yeah, 7 touchdowns last year. 746 yards and 7 TDs. That was his second year in a row and third year out of 4 with 7 touchdowns exactly. And in the second year of his career in 2021, he scored 6 touchdowns. Moderate output as far as the yardage goes. Has never had a 1,000-yard receiving season. That was working in Buffalo with Josh Allen. Steps into a decent opportunity. Probably going to, between the 3 wideouts and the tight end and the running back, probably is the guy that gets overlooked a little bit in terms of rostering him for fantasy. And on DK, he's perfectly playable at 45 with probably a little bit of upside at 61. Again, you could throw the dart a few times on FanDuel, but I definitely like it a lot less because it doesn't come with nearly the value sticker. Parker Washington, handful of games down the stretch last season. Didn't play for most of the first half. Came on like week 11. Week 13 had 6 catches for 61 and a touchdown against Cincy. That was his big week. 6 targets that week. Followed it up with a touchdown the following week, but that came on just 2 catches and 27 yards, and then was irrelevant the rest of the way. Relegated to, at best, the 4th wide receiver and like the 6th pass catching target. Probably pretty limited, even at 3,300, 4,400. And then I guess Devin Duvernay and Tim Jones are going to be on that team as well. I don't think you're going that direction unless we get some kind of news about Devin Duvernay is going to magically be the number 3 target. But I don't think that's going to be the case. On the Dolphins side, it is very straightforward. Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. Solid 1-1A option. Tyreek Hill, I don't really know what there is that I can tell you guys about Tyreek Hill that you probably don't already know. Last year scored 13 touchdowns, had a 10.8 yard ADOT, 10.5 yards per target, means he's just giving you exactly what his opportunities dictate he should be. 11 targets a game. He's a monster of a receiver. If he's not the best receiver in football, he's right there. 24 red zone targets. Did drop the ball 12 times last season. You got to criticize that a little bit in his 16 games, but obviously saw, if not more targets than anybody in football, just as many. So you can forgive, and the production was tremendous, so you can forgive a little bit in terms of some drops. I had 1, 2. In the regular season, he had 11 games of 10 or more targets a game. He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 100-yard games, a 215-yard game with 2 touchdowns in week 1 of last year, caught 11 balls that week. That turned out to be his season high. He did have another 2-touchdown game later in the season. That came on 5 catches and 157 yards against Washington in week 13. Oddly was targeted just 7 times in that one. We all know that he's an extreme high-end, explosive, dynamic player. Put the ball in his hands and let things happen. Jalen Waddle had a 10.1 yard ADOT in his 14 games last season. He dropped to just 4 touchdowns last year. That's something I expect just as a little bit of happenstance and just comes roaring back to life in terms of touchdown output. He had just 2 games over 10 targets, but was coming up with 8 or 9 targets basically every week. 3 games over 100 yards. And the 4 touchdowns on the season. I really do like him to exceed those numbers basically across the board this season. 8 targets in the red zone last year. That should go up. There should just be more opportunity for him. Very skilled player for just 6,300. Ranks 10th on DraftKings. 7,200 ranks 11th on FanDuel. On DK, he's 12th by value at that low price. FanDuel, 27th by value. That's not an unfair price, especially when his His pal across the way has a $9,600 price tag that is equal or higher than a lot of quarterbacks on this slate. We talked about the running backs already, but again, just to reiterate, they are very high end and capable of both going off in this offense. And then scrolling down to Jonnu Smith, just 100-yard game last season. That came on 5 catches in week 9. Scored a touchdown that week. Reasonable expectation of targets at the tight end position. Had a handful of 5 or 6 catch games. He's a productive tight end. For 3,500, he ranks 17th, 20th by value, 18th across the board for 4,600 on the FanDuel slate. I gotta do this with the thing not sorted so I don't have to do it every time. 4+ targets a game last year, came up with 3 touchdowns. Not exactly a downfield threat, but a safety valve kind of a tight end, and definitely somebody they can look to in the red zone, somebody that can add a little bit of scoring upside at the position. 9 red zone targets last season for Smith. So there's some playability in a stack that we're going to be going to quite a bit that has a lot of appeal. Everybody and their brother is going to be putting this together, and I mentioned this when I talked about the Dolphins at the very top of the show. Everybody's going to be putting this together with the most straightforward, the most appealing options, which are the quarterback, the 2 wideouts, and the 2 running backs. Jonnu's going to fall by the wayside compared to the ownership that those guys are getting within stacks. Just work him in. Work him in around the edges. In his career, he peaked in 2020 with 8 touchdown catches. That came on 41 receptions, 448 yards. His reception total actually peaked last year. 50 catches, 582 yards, and the 3 touchdowns. That was with Atlanta. He's bounced around a little bit, but potential to find a home here. I kind of like the option at these cheap prices. Braxton Berrios, just a dart throw at 3,000. Moderately projected. 7.1 yard A-dot last year. He scored 1 touchdown. He's targeted just twice a game on this team. 1 target in the red zone. Not really much ability to speak of with Braxton Berrios. Is he still returning kicks? I think he is. Competition from Malik Washington in the return game. Last year had 670 some odd yards and no scores in the return game. Just a moderate talent, really entirely skippable downboard. And then these just backup replacement level tight ends. Lot of options on the board in this one, though. Again, just very high-end, very appealing game. Miami ranks out number 1 by points on both sides and reasonable enough price-wise. And Jayville right there with them. Battle of Florida. Before it sinks into the ocean. They get to fight out over who gets it. What do you say we swing back around for the Rams-Detroit game since that's only on FanDuel, huh? We'll jump ahead. I think that makes sense. Jump ahead to kind of an ugly game. 39-point total, one of the lowest on the board, or the lowest on the board. Is that the lowest? That is the lowest on the board. It's a pretty low-end Chargers team. Justin Herbert's a good quarterback, but he's working with Josh Palmer as his number 1, a rookie, and Ladd McConkey as the number 2. Mediocre running game. It's going to be a long year for Chargers fans. All 6 of them. My buddy Mike Brown's one of them. Devontae Adams at the top of the board, probably the most skilled player in this entire game, the wideout. 7,600, 7,500 across sites. Kind of fairly priced for the talent, for the upside. Minshew not incapable at quarterback. Could deliver a little bit. This team yielded, the Chargers yielded 7.1 yards per pass attempt last season. That ranked 28th in football. Maybe a little bit of sneakiness to the Vegas side of it. But again, that sneakiness comes with the name Gardner Minshew stitched into the back of the jersey. So, there's downside with the upside. 7.3 intended air yards per attempt, but just completed 3.9 air yards per attempt, threw 15 touchdown passes and 9 interceptions, 206 yards a game across 16 games last season. Let's not forget, he was a regular last year. 30 attempts a game did not amount to much. So there's a lot of mediocrity when it comes to Gardner Minshew. That's what limits the Devontae play, is just what's the reality of Minshew. I think people might maybe get carried away with the idea that, okay, Minshew's a name I know, stepping into that role, maybe he can inspire some upside out of Devontae. It's really pretty thin. Herbert in his 13 games last year threw the ball 35 times a game for 240 plus yards, threw 20 touchdown passes, 7 interceptions, came up with 6.9 yards per pass attempt. It's perfectly fine, perfectly serviceable numbers, but not throwing to the talented wide receivers that he used to have. Ran the ball occasionally, 3 rushing touchdowns apiece for both of these quarterbacks last season. Neither one is crazy appealing. 58 and 5,300, they rank 18th and 23rd, 20th and 23rd by value. 76, 68, same thing on FanDuel. They don't rank out all that well. Really don't see the appeal, and for Herbert, it's more about the receivers. Before we get to them, though, let's hit the running backs in this game. Chargers clearly saw how successful J.K. Dobbins and Gus Bus were for Baltimore and just said, hey, give us both. Let's bring both those guys in and solve all our problems at the running back position. Turns out they end up with 2 mid-price DFS options that are not so good. 28th and 29th on your DK slate, 31st and 30th on FanDuel. No real value option to speak of. On the running back position, I know I said with receivers, top 40 qualifies you for at least some pretty strong consideration. At running back, I want to make that a lot tighter. It's probably top 15, somewhere in that kind of a range. And we need volume and we need clarity. These guys are also, in the passing game, going to be incorporating Kamani Vidal a little bit. He's going to be the pass-catching back. So now it's a 3-headed situation. Edwards and Dobbins are going to just be splitting the straightforward, turn your shoulders this way and run at the line kind of carries. And then Vidal will get in there, third down in passing situations. It's just a mess. For DFS, it is not all that appealing. Dobbins last year, 92 carries for 520 yards and 2 TDs. The year before that, he was pretty effective, 134 carries. He scored 9 times, 805 rush yards as a rookie. But obviously, that kind of went away. And then Gus Edwards, last season, 13 touchdowns on the ground, 810 yards and 198 carries. But that was on a much better offense that is a lot more capable once they're in close. I really question what that touchdown upside looks like. Didn't have a game all year of more than 80 yards. Had an 80-yard game on 19 carries in week 8. Thought it was 68 yards in week 17. Capable of busting through the line for a score. But they're going to need to get him there, and then they're going to need to block for him. And I don't know if they're going to be able to do that all that effectively. That week 8 game was his biggest week of last season. 19 carries, 80 yards, and scored 3 times. No involvement in the passing game for him, though. Dobbins, in that good 2020 season, was targeted just 24 times all year. No involvement in the passing game for him either. Then missed all of 21. Ineffective in 22. I was reading 2022 numbers before, by the way. 2023, last year, he only played the 1 game. Forgot about that. So you're also dealing with that aspect of J.K. Dobbins. It's just going to the Chargers rush game. Just saying that out loud makes me feel, so you just don't do it. Zamir White for 57, at least there's a conversation. 64, he's a little bit of a conversation on FanDuel. Rates out 15th and 16th on DK, kind of borderline bottom of playability. 18th and 22nd on the FanDuel slate. Falls a little bit more by the wayside there. Should see some volume. Last season just carried the ball 7 times a game roughly. He's joined in the backfield by Alexander Madison, but he should be free and clear with no Jacobs in town anymore to be the true number 1 back and get some opportunities. He was putting up 4.3 yards per rush attempt, scored just 1 time last season, but has a little bit of explosiveness, has a little bit of dynamism. He's a dynamo. Peaked at 145 yards on 22 carries in week 16. Saw 22 carries, 20 carries, and 25 carries the last 3 weeks of last season. 112 yards on 25 carries in Week 18 against Denver. 71 yards on 20 carries against Indy. Was involved in the passing game a little bit down the stretch there as well. 4 targets in Week 15, 6 targets in Week 17. So it should be a reasonable upside play. Madison should get his hands on the ball a few times, but probably not enough to support actually being a DFS play. Just lands 41st, 45th on FanDuel. Mid-priced, does have a little bit of explosive upside, has had big games in the past, but it's been a minute and new team, new situation, backup role, gets a little thin just on touch volume. If he gets more than 8 touches, I'd be surprised. Getting into the passing attack for these teams. Again, Palmer going to be the one getting a lot of buzz for season long, a little bit buzzy in the... What is with this board? Why is Josh Palmer not coming? He's probably Josh on one and Joshua on another. So Palmer, last season, when Mike Williams was out, picked up nearly 19% target share, had a big air yard share, 30-plus air yard share, 2.19 yards per route run, 71 yards overall per game. Seems reasonable to expect him to be the number one. Had a handful of games with 7-8 targets through that stretch. Late in the season, he picked up 10 targets in Week 18. Turned in 200-yard games last year. Limited production overall. I mean, it wasn't the same role as he's going to be in now, so presumably the touchdown scoring goes up and the opportunities to score touchdowns go up. He only scored twice last season, but he did miss a big chunk of games in the middle of the year too. Just played 11 games. Ladd McConkey, another rookie, 6 foot, 185 pounds, not the biggest guy in the world. 4.39 40 time is pretty good, but just a 36-inch vertical. Not exactly lighting it up in that department. He went to Georgia. He was a second-round pick, so a lot of draft capital involved. 34th overall, too, so a high early second-round pick. Definitely somebody to consider. At Georgia last year, 30 catches, 478 yards, 2 touchdowns in 8 games. The year before that, 7 touchdowns, 710 yards in 15 games, 54 catches. 12.9 yards per target in that 2023 season at Georgia. He's going to get opportunity. He's got a high-end quarterback throwing to him. They want him to go out there and just take that job and never look back. So based on that, there is at least some upside, or some idea of upside. Quentin Johnston's right there, though. Johnston was a first-round pick, 21st overall just last year. He's 6'4", 215, different size receiver, bigger body target. You could kind of believe that he would be the more red zone target. Once they get in close, look for the bigger body in the end zone. Limited output last season. 2 touchdowns all year. Didn't crack more than 7 targets. That was in Week 13. He was targeted 7 times, came away with 5 of them, 52 yards, no score. 91 yards on 3 catches in Week 14 was his season high. Outside of that 91-yard game, a 52-yard game, and a 50-yard game, he didn't gain more than 34 yards in any other game all season. Was shaky at best as far as the output goes, but a decent downfield threat, and again, a big-bodied receiver, 12.9-yard ADOT, played all 17 games, limited snap counts last season, was targeted 8 times in the red zone. So support for the idea that they will look his direction a little bit and a little bit more this year with no Williams, no Keenan Allen on the team anymore. Hayden Hurst, Will Dissly, just mix and match quality tight ends that'll be splitting that job. They're both very cheap. They rate out just toward the end of the playable tight ends list. They're just cheap, touchdown dependent, but if you catch the touchdown, you could get there. Hurst last year, 1 touchdown apiece actually. I don't even have to say Hurst last year. Each guy scored 1 touchdown. Stone Smart also adds a touchdown at that position. Nobody's overly appealing. They're all just cheap. Davis, Rice, Fiocco down board. Everybody's just cheap. I don't see any. I don't really see any reason to consider that. Davis last year, no game with more than 2 catches, no game with more than 2 targets. Brendan Rice is a 7th round pick, the son of Jerry Rice, apparently. I didn't know that. I mean, that's a lot to live up to. 7th rounder out of USC, 6'2", 208 pounds. And we're very proud of him for having a job in the NFL. Devontae at the top of the board, 76, ranked 7th by fantasy points, but 43rd by value. You also get Brock Bowers in here, ranking 7th at the tight end position. High-end rookie tight end, 4,500. He rates out 5th by value, 8th across the board on FanDuel, while Devontae checks in 13th at the wide receiver position by points, but 31st by value. So if you're stacking this team up, might be worth remembering that they've got a tight end who is kind of appealing and pretty cheap. Bowers is 6'4", 230, drafted in the first round, 13 overall out of Georgia. Put up 6 touchdowns in 10 games last year on 56 catches, 714 yards. Had 800-plus yards on catch totals in the 50s in 15 games apiece in 2021 and 2022 with Georgia. 13 touchdowns in his 18-year-old season in 2021. 5 touchdowns in 2022 and the 6 last year. Significant mid-teens average reception yards. Also ran the ball a handful of times in every season. Has at least 1 rushing touchdown each season. Maybe a little odd gadget play. Probably not. I don't think they look at him like that. But he is a high-end receiver of a tight end. And at 4,500, that makes him appealing. On the team that we would prefer to go to out of these 2 teams, I wish the other quarterback was throwing to him. That's about it. But at value, that's not bad. And definitely somebody worth considering. While everybody who goes to Vegas is going Minshew, Devontae, throw in some Minshew and Brock. Throw in some Minshew and Jacoby Myers. Because I tell you what, not a lot of people remember that Jacoby Myers scored the same number of touchdowns as Davante Adams last year. They both had 8. 7.6 yards per target versus the 6.5 yards per target that Devontae gave us. Devontae also played 1 more game. He was a bit more of a downfield threat at 10.9 yard ADOT, but this 9.7 for Jacoby Myers is not nothing. Myers was targeted 15 times in the red zone and turned it into 8 touchdowns. 29 targets in the red zone for Davante Adams and 8 touchdowns. Myers is out there for more snap volume. I don't dislike Jacoby Myers as a sneaky, cheap, somewhat interesting receiver. I am not saying that Jacoby Myers is going to go out there and win the MVP this year at the wide receiver position. He only ranks in the 40s on this slate. But I think, like when I said top 40, put him on that list. 40th by points, 42nd by value. I'll take it. That's good enough. If he gets in the end zone, he's not going to be popular. I think he's probably more functional even as a one-off. Just a cheap, affordable kind of a one-off play. Stick him into a lineup where you're not rostering Vegas. But if you go to Vegas, if you go to Minshew, your first one's with Adams, of course. But your second one could be with Jacoby, and your third one could go with Brock. And then back around to Devontae. Just build it in that order. But use those other guys. Don't just go Devontae every single time if you're stacking Vegas up. Because you can get cheap going this way. And Devontae, points per dollar-wise, pretty notably expensive. Trey Tucker, just mix and match quality, but drawing a little bit of a point projection of 5 and change on DK, 4 and change on FanDuel. You can see where that lands them rankings-wise. Kind of just another receiver option. He did score twice last season. Drawing a very good ADOT at 18.5 yards. That's a monster ADOT. Monster downfield threat. His biggest week was 7 targets in week 11. And he came away with 2 catches. 36 yards. Pretty disappointing output there for the big target total. He did get targeted 5 times in each of the last 2 weeks. No scores in either one of those, but he had a 2-touchdown game in week 15 on 3 catches, 4 targets, 59 yards, and 2 TDs. That was his big and only contribution as far as DFS scoring goes last year. Mix and match at best, but maybe, again, if you're building a tremendous number of Vegas stacks for your own reasons, maybe he's on the board. Mid stacks on both sides. Probably better to farm individuals out of this game than it is to stack either one of these teams up. But there are capable individuals on both sides. If you wanted to roll the dice with a few Charger stacks just on Herbert's talent and his ability to make something out of Palmer, McConkey, and Quentin Johnston, I wouldn't completely object to that because you can put that together for pretty cheap. But the upside, the points per dollar as projected, is not extreme. Part of that is the limited projection for the quarterback. We're making headway, gang. We're getting through this thing. Sorta. 3 hours in. Colin saying one wrinkle with Minshew is that it's his first season without Shane Steichen as OC or head coach in a couple of seasons, so he might just suck. I'll do you one better. I think he kind of sucked already. Guys are arguing about typing in the chat. Tom from MySpace is here. Josh saying, not the smartest person, but there's 950,000 entries in the $5 DK tournament, which equals 4.7 mil, but the tourney is only paying out $4 million. Are they keeping $700,000 in rake? They'd like to, but as Dennis points out, that's probably not going to fill. But yeah, if it filled, they'd be very happy. I think FanDuel's already pushing the money back opportunity with their Milly. That's not going to fill either. So, the Giants. Oh, the Giants. They're just bad. Don't get excited about these New York Giants, guys. Danny Jones occasionally can break off some yardage on the ground. If he finds some touchdown passes in the same game, maybe he pays off a couple of DFS lineups from time to time. But overall, this is a bad quarterback on a bad football team with a bad offensive line. He's got one potentially incredible receiver to throw to, and then a lot of meh, including the running back, including all three of those guys. Question marks at best at the tight end position. It's really thin. They're 1-point dogs at home. 41-point total in the game is kind of middling, and I'm telling you, most of that's going to the Minnesota side. They're so much more appealing, even with Sam Darnold at quarterback. I actually think Darnold could be interesting this year, given the guys he's throwing to. I think they can help carry him to success, if not prominence. He's got the tools. He's never put it together in the NFL. But I'm willing to give him a little bit of consideration. 52-67. Minnesota checks in at 6th on DraftKings by scoring, 13th by value, 10th on FanDuel, and 14th by value. Got a very high-priced Justin Jefferson to work with. Aaron Jones, a very capable receiver at the running back position, and also a guy who really came on last year once he got fully healthy toward the end of the year. Diminished season overall for Jones, but it might be a situation where it's deceptive and people overreact to it early in this year. He really looked a lot more like himself late in the season. Jordan Addison, a very capable second receiver for 53-57, fair pricing. There's a lot of ways to go with Minnesota. And then on the Giants, it's the Malik Neighbors show. It's going to be all season. Hopefully he has a monster rookie year. I'm really hoping for the best, but I have my concerns about the way that the ball is going to be delivered to him. They're going up against a team that was allowing 6.6 yards per pass attempt last year. That ranked 14th. They also were stuffing the run quite a bit, so that's going to force the Giants to pass, which is never a good situation. Just really difficult to believe. Jonesy ranks 19th and 15th on DK, 21st and 17th. The guy on the other side of the board looks a little better. Sam Darnold, 6th by value on DraftKings, 14th by points, 16th and 10th on the FanDuel slate. Darnold played 10 games last year. He threw just 2 touchdown passes. A lot of that was limited action. Was just throwing 4 passes a game, so you really can't count much of that work. Danny Dimes only managed 6 games last year. Threw 26 times a game, completed 2 touchdowns, and threw 6 interceptions in his limited action. 3.4 air yards per attempt on a 6.8 intended air yard per attempt, which means he's not throwing the ball downfield. Part of that is that they didn't really have effective downfield weapons that could get open for him. He did run the ball nearly 7 times a game. He put up 200 yards on the ground, 5.2 yards per rush attempt. This is what he's actually good at. 1 rushing touchdown on the season. Again, just 6 games played last year. But against a team that's stout up front that is going to be giving them problems, I don't know. I have my doubts. Vikings last year came at a 51.5% blitz rate. That's pretty aggressive. That's going to give Daniel Jones all kinds of problems. He's going to be running for his life with this Giants offensive line. 21.9% pressure rating, 43 sacks picked up, just 11 picks. They're going to get one. Vikings D is definitely in consideration. Given the aggressive nature of this team, the bad offensive line in play, the bad decision-making from the quarterback, the inability to throw a strike or throw the ball where he wants to downfield, I'm telling you, there are sacks on the board for Minnesota. There are interceptions on the board for Minnesota in this spot. Giants blitz a decent amount, but don't really get to the quarterback all that effectively. 34 sacks on the season. They do have an improved defense. They do have an improved pass rush. That should be the one thing that they're good at this season. That said, their secondary is going to be a mess all season. So if you can get the ball out, you're probably going to succeed against them. We'll see what it ends up looking like. If you have faith in anything Giants-wise, it's in their defense. Their defense is kind of cheap. Their defense might create some scoring events this season. Sam Darnold would be a good spot to start that off. Aaron Jones checks in at just 6,500. He's 11 and 14 on DK, 13 and 10 for value at 6,800 on the FanDuel slate. Looks pretty good and pretty playable to me. Last year, as mentioned, didn't really get healthy until really late in the season. Early on, week 1, 9 carries for 41 yards and a TD. Missed 2 weeks after that. Came back 5 carries, 18 yards, no score. Missed a week, bye week, came back just 8 carries and middling output, 7 carries, middling output. Week 9 was the first time he sort of woke up. He carried the ball 20 times that week. He scored a touchdown, but only came up with 73 yards. He also caught 4 of 6 passes. That was his best week in the first half of the season. Then bad week on limited action, 13 carries, 35 yards, 4 carries, 14 yards, missed 3 more weeks. Came back week 15, just 13 carries, 53 yards, 4 catches, 16 yards, and then all of a sudden sprang to life. The volume went up for one, but he broke off 500-yard games to end the season last year. 20-plus carries in each of the first 4, and then 18 carries. Limited scoring. 2 of those are playoff games, but they still count, obviously. They're higher-end games. So it was the last 3 weeks of the regular season plus the 2 weeks of playoffs. That's why you got to that many games played. He scored 3 touchdowns in the wild card round against Dallas. 21 carries, 118 yards, and 3 TDs. The 3 regular season games, he put up 127, 120, and 111 yards late in the season, but did not score. Was still regularly targeted in the passing game. He's a running back that we've had a lot of success with over the years. He's fairly high volume still, assuming that those totals carry through to the opportunity here in Minnesota, and they went out and got him for a reason. Got to believe that the volume's going to be there. I think the ability's still there. We're talking about a Giants team that allowed 4.7 yards per rush attempt, 132 yards a game, and a touchdown and a half basically last season. He scored just 2 touchdowns in the regular season last year. Nobody's arguing that last year was any good at all outside of those last 3 games and the 2 playoff rounds. But give me that, and I'll run with it. 3.9, nearly 4 targets a game, was targeted 10 times in the red zone. I can see similar utilization in this passing game. Ty Chandler should pick up a little bit of volume at 5,400. He's also going to be the kick returner for this team. Just kind of a mix and match volume, and that honestly might be a little bit over projected. Where's Chandler? Had a couple of games in the middle of the season last year. Most notably a Week 15 game, 23 carries, 132 yards, and a TD. A couple of games with double-digit carries. A couple of games with a handful of targets. Something like 8-10 touches is probably in play, but he's going to have to make something happen even to get to these scores. Probably going to have to make a little something happen. I might knock him down a peg later on tonight. On the Giants side, as far as the rush game goes, it's going to be pathetic and inept and awful this season. Devin Singletary checks in just over 10 on DK, just under 9 on over 9 on FanDuel. Limited by price, 23.25 on DK, 26.29 on FanDuel. Last season, he scored 4 touchdowns, 4.2 yards per rush attempt, 2.6 before contact, 1.6 yards after contact per carry. Was carrying the ball 12 times a game. Was reasonably involved, 2.2, not even reasonably involved in the passing game. Was targeted in the pass game 4 times in the red zone, didn't come away with any touchdowns. This is who they've replaced Saquon Barkley with. Saquon, he's not going to equal what Saquon's output yesterday was. He might not equal that output all season long. I'm not a big Devin Singletary fan, as you can tell. As soon as they said that was who they wanted to go get, I was like, oh, can't we at least get like Josh Jacobs or somebody? Or just bring Saquon back? Tyrone Tracy's a rookie. He might see a few touches, but I don't think we're dealing with much. 4.48 40 time. He's 5'11", 210 pounds, 5th round pick, 166th overall. I was banged up a little bit during the preseason. Low ankle sprain. Came back to practice. Seems like he's going to be good to go. But again, we're probably dealing with 6 or fewer touches. Something in that territory. 4,400 makes him very cheap, but lands 42nd, 46 on FanDuel. Afterthought of a play. Eric Gray is also going to be suited up. He was the backup last season. He's going to be even worse. JJ up at the top of the board, 8,400, ranks 3rd by points, 26 by points per dollar on DraftKings, 4th and 25th. He's very, very expensive, but he's one of the elite receivers in football. 5 touchdowns on the season last year. He was targeted 10-plus times a game, 6.8 catches a game last year. Monster upside, a 12.6-yard ADOT. They also throw the ball downfield to Jordan Addison, though, and these guys are going to be able to help one another open up receiving lanes, open up deep opportunities. Both guys go downfield. Addison came away with 10 receiving touchdowns last year, was putting up drawing 6 1/3 targets a game, pulling in 4.12 catches a game last season. 15 targets in the red zone for Addison, 11 targets in the red zone for Jefferson last season. Jefferson did his scoring, by the way, in just 10 games last year. Addison played the full season, 17 games. Jalen Naylor, 6 games last season, didn't score, was drawing just a target a game, came down with a half a catch a game. We got him just, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times last year. I guess I just had that number and I went to the other window. He came away with 3 total catches. He was targeted 5 times in week 14, caught 2 of them for 13 yards. That was his best game. Should see a little bit more of an opportunity this year, but again, we're already starting to talk about limited options and limited appeal. 3,000, he ranks just 71st and 69th. These guys are just volume monsters. Johnny Munt, Josh Oliver, Trent Sherfield, nobody all that appealing down the board. Anybody could find success against a mediocre Giants team. Giants have been bad for years against tight ends, but neither one of these guys really exactly popping to the top of the board. And we do have to keep in mind, of course, with everything Minnesota passing game, that it is Sam Darnold delivering them the ball. But at least these 2 guys look pretty tremendous up at the top. Malik Neighbors, all the hopes and dreams of all Giants fans worldwide riding on this kid. Number 6 overall pick out of LSU, 6 foot, 200 pounds, stick of dynamite. 89 catches at LSU last year in just 13 games as a 19-year-old, 1,569 yards, 14 touchdowns, was targeted 130 times, earned his draft slot, was good in the preseason, was a little bit banged up as well in the preseason, but was effective in the game with Daniel Jones. Caught 4 of 6 for 54 yards, carried the ball once on a jet sweep type of a play. Ability for days with Neighbors. He's going to get his. He's going to have weeks this season. He ranks 15th by fantasy points and 7th by value on DraftKings. 17th and 10th on the FanDuel slate. The only limitation for that player is going to come from the guy throwing him the ball, in addition to the offensive line and everything else about the Giants and how it contributes to the nature of how the ball is thrown to him. But kid is supremely talented. I think you play him. I think he's better as a one-off, maybe in stacks where you're playing like him and Giants defense for some oddball scoring. I don't love Daniel Jones stacks, but he's the number one option and the only really appealing option in stacks with Daniel Jones. You could get away with a Daniel Jones naked stack as well, by the way. He does have that rushing ability. That's always going to carry you to at least a little bit of interest as far as DFS goes. I just think the total lack of talent in the passing game is going to hurt him. So best bet for Neighbors, I think, still, and that's how he is in my lineup right now, is just as a one-off with no Daniel Jones. But extreme upside play for him. Wandale for just 41 gives you very little. Everybody in the Giants after him ranks in the 50s or worse. Wandale gave us 1 touchdown in his 15 games last year, despite being targeted 5.2 times a game, coming away with 4 catches a game, just a 6.73 yard per target on a 5.3 yard ADOT. So if you want a couple short passes over the middle, congratulations, Wandale Robinson is your guy. Darius Slayton operates a little bit more down the field, 12.2 yard ADOT, but now you got to rely on Daniel Jones being accurate down the field, and that's going to hurt you. 4 touchdowns in 17 games, not exactly a tremendous amount of upside, but one of their deeper threats. Jalen Hyatt was supposed to step into that I'm a big deep threat role for this team, and he just ended up running some wind sprints and not really doing anything. No touchdowns on the year, was targeted twice a game, 1 catch a game. Did have a 21-yard ADOT, so they're telling him, hey, just run down to the fire hydrant and we'll hit you. But more often than not, he was just running to the hydrant and nobody was hitting him. What happens with Daniel Jones throwing the ball remains to be seen, but it wasn't pretty for Jalen Hyatt, and it seems like pretty limited upside. Theo is apparently going to be the first team tight end, but Danny Bellinger was there last year and was also getting reps with the first team, so who the hell knows what they actually end up doing. I think it'll be a little bit of a mix and match. They'll probably run a little bit of 12 personnel with both of them on the field. Theo, 4'5'7", 40 times 6'6", 264-pound tight end. Nothing really about him. Drafted in the 4th round out of Penn State, 107th overall. Giants need help at the position. I'm sure they'd love him to step into a decent role. He's very cheap. Mix and match quality with Bellinger. If you're stacking Giants, you can go there. I just really question what the actual upside looks like. So Minnesota, a lot more appealing. Highly ranked. Mid-board for value. And it is kind of a short stack in that we're dealing with Jefferson, Jones, Addison, and then really not all that much else as far as the appeal goes in the skill players, and then Sam Darnold at the quarterback position. So that could be artificially limiting to the quality of the stack overall and the ability to make this stack different from a lot of other people. But they are very firmly on the board by just projected fantasy scoring. Giants a lot less so. Malik Neighbors' most appealing piece by far, and stands alone as a one-off a little bit better than I think he stacks. Low-end game here overall. Since he's going to be fine, since he's going to be good, they're going up against a team that allowed 6.2 yards per pass attempt. That ranked 8th in the league last year. 3.3 yards on the ground, ranked 1st. They were stuffing the run a little bit. They were good against the pass in terms of yardage, but that doesn't really stop the quality of Cincinnati in terms of at least Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase up at the top of the board. Has him ranked 9th on both sides. 3rd by value on DK because Jamar Chase only cost $7,800 over there. Damn it, I did it again. $7,800 is not entirely cheap. But you are getting a discount. You're getting a discount on Burrow on DraftKings as well. So they rank as a better value play on DK than they do on FanDuel, just kind of priced as who they are on the FanDuel slate. Zach Moss in the lead role. Chase Brown, going to be like a 1-1A kind of situation at the running back position for this team. Kind of right now they're just splitting the projection. We'll see which way it ends up leaning. It might go a little bit of a more 60-40 push when I end up with the final projections later on. We talked about is going to be like the most highly owned low-end player on the entire slate. On the Patriots side, you're really dealing with Ramondre and then maybe some Brissett and Demario Douglas. Maybe you mix in a little bit of Polk, but they don't rate out well at all. 21st and 23rd across sites. They do land 10th by value because all these guys are cheap. But it only buys you so much. It's not like baseball, really, where it's like, all right, yeah, all those guys are cheap. That team sucks. But on the right day, that's going to really pop for me. Football doesn't exactly work the same way. So very, very limited opportunity. Ramondre on his own is probably the most appealing thing out of that. Between the QBs, we only had 10 games out of Joey Burrow last year, but he's throwing the ball 36.5 times a game, put up 15 touchdowns and 6 interceptions in that sample. Just a 6.3 intended air yards per attempt. Not exactly airing the ball out, but obviously we know what his skill level looks like. We know what the skill level of that receiving core looks like. Didn't really run the ball all that much. Can get out and scramble from time to time, but not really an asset for his game. Projects out very well, 5th overall on the DK slate, 8th by value, 6th and 14th on FanDuel. A little bit more expensive on the FanDuel board. That's where part of the discount comes in for why Cincinnati rates better on DK. Going up against a team that allowed just 6.2 yards per pass attempt, 208 yards a game, 19 touchdowns through the air last season. They got to the quarterback, somewhat 35% blitz rate, but only a 20% pressure rate, 36 sacks. Since he picked up 44 sacks and 17 interceptions on 21% blitzes, 22% pressure rate, allowed 23 touchdown passes and a 7.6 yard average per pass attempt. You could throw the ball a little bit more on Cincy, but we're dealing with Jacoby Brissett throwing the ball. In 3 games last year, Brissett didn't really get much opportunity, threw 3 touchdown passes. Peaked with 124 yards on 10 attempts in Week 15 against LA. 2 touchdown passes in that game. In 2017 was probably his best season. 3,000 yards, 13 touchdowns on 469 attempts in 16 games. That was when he was 24. In 2022, he played 16 games, threw the ball 369 yards for Cleveland, or 369 times for Cleveland, completed 64% of them for 2,600 yards, 12 touchdowns, and 6 interceptions. Been a minute since he was overly relevant to a fantasy slate. So I don't really see the need to dive into the Jacoby Brissett play, dive into the New England receiving core. Just kind of feeds the idea that Ramondre is the opportunity here. He rates 9th but 4th by value on DraftKings at just 5,900, 11th and 1st by value on the FanDuel slate. You better believe he's interesting over there. He's currently sitting in my placeholder, going up against a team that allowed 4.7 yards per attempt, 1 touchdown a game, 126 yards a game on the ground last year. Makes it an interesting spot. Ramondre scored 4 times on the ground last year. He ran the ball 13 times a game for 51 yards, a 4.0 average per rush attempt. He was okay. I wouldn't call him great last year, but okay. 4.25 targets a game. Again, he does get involved in the passing game. The interesting thing is going to be the impact of Antonio Gibson on Ramondre's opportunities in the passing game, because that's really all that Gibson gives you is a receiving running back. So that'll be interesting to watch. It might limit Gibson's opportunities on the field, or it might just take Stevenson out of passing situations, which would impact his upside. 2 touchdowns on this season for Gibson last year. Ramondre didn't get in the end zone through the air. Overall, last season in 12 games, it amounted to just 619 yards and 4 TDs. That was coming off of 5 touchdowns and 1,040 yards on 210 carries the season before. Played 17 games that year in his age 24 season. He put up 5 yards per rush attempt that season. Was definitely more interesting, was also targeted 89 times in the pass game. Caught just 1 touchdown pass, but 69 catches, 421 yards. So that amounts to, 279 touches and a 1,461 yard from scrimmage season? Only 6 touchdowns. That's only going back 2 years. It's only 2022. Dropped off significantly last year, but definitely some opportunity to gain it back. I like the board for Ramondre today and again, or tomorrow, almost today. And then I think he stands alone kind of just from this Pats offense. I don't really see the need to go to Gibson. He projects out a little bit just on some PPR opportunity on DraftKings, 33rd and 32nd, though, 36 across the board on FanDuel. No real love there. And then a split situation here. Chase and Moss. Moss last year had a couple days. Most notably a Week 3 30 carry game for 122 yards. Let me just pull this one up. Easier to do it from this tab. Oops. All right. So, 30 carries, 122 yards in Week 3. Had 165 yards on 23 carries in Week 5. Scored 2 touchdowns. Then was limited despite getting some carry volume into just the peaked at 66 yards the rest of the way. And scored just 2 touchdowns the rest of the way. Overall, it amounted to 794 yards and 5 TDs with a 4.3 yard per rush attempt average. And that was easily his biggest season. Back in 2020, he carried the ball 112 times. That was his previous career high for carries, 481 yards and 4 TDs for Buffalo. Was targeted 37 times, caught 27 of them last year, added 2 more touchdowns, 192 receiving yards. That was with Indy. Joins up with Cincinnati, but is going to be chased by... I didn't mean to do that. Going to be pushed by Chase Brown. Brown last year, limited in opportunities until later in the season. Did carry the ball 11 times for 43 yards in Week 18. That was his high. Previous high had been 9 carries for 61 yards in Week 13. Limited opportunities in the pass game, but they give him a few looks down the stretch. 3 targets here, 2 targets there. Both guys are probably a little bit high, and they're split pretty evenly right now. We'll see where it lands overall. This is where it lands for Brown. 5,000 does put him 13th by value on DraftKings, but I question what the real volume looks like. It's also going up against a good rush defense. So I don't love the opportunity for Chase Brown here, despite being cheap and rating out at a decent value rating. That's probably fairly skippable. The upside with Cincy's in the passing game, but we'll see how limited Jamar Chase ends up being if he's on the field at all. Supposedly he's questionable. Supposedly if he takes the field, he's going to be in limited form, given that he hasn't been practicing much. He's been holding out for a contract, even though he's got a contract. Just wants more value. It's understandable. 7,800 on DraftKings is a little bit of a discount. 91 on FanDuel, full-fledged price over there. Puts him 35th by value, 14th by point per dollar value on the DraftKings slate. Obviously, you're getting a lot of points for your money. It's going up against a team that allowed 208 pass yards per game last season. 1.12 touchdowns a game through the air. 6.2 yards per pass attempt. 8.2 yard average depth of target. Reasonable expectation for success, even in limited situations with Jamar Chase. If you get him officially playing and officially going to be limited on a quote-unquote pitch count, that actually makes him maybe more interesting because people probably tend to go away from him. And once they're looking to the end zone, he's going to be the guy, even if he's not in full form. So maybe you pick off a little bit of ceiling, a little bit of upside in an unexpected way through that. Cyrus, we've talked about a couple times already, ranks number 1 by value on the DraftKings board because he's going to be their number 2 receiver tomorrow, or potentially if Chase doesn't go, their number 1 receiver, and he costs a dead minute 3,000. 4,300 on FanDuel, also very cheap, 35th ranked by points, but first by point per dollar value. Definitely an opportunity there. Last season he scored 4 times, 8.6 yard average depth of target, just a 4.6 yard per target output in his 16 games. It was only 26% of the snaps, though. I mean, it was very limited opportunities overall for Cyrus. He peaked at 2 targets all season long until week 16. Then week 16, he came out, he was targeted 8 times. He caught 4 of them for 36 yards. And then week 18, he was targeted 7 times, caught 5 of them, 36 yards, and 2 touchdowns. He had a 1 touchdown game in week 8. They caught a random 1 target, 2 yards, and a touchdown. And was also targeted before their bye week in week 6. Same thing, 1 target in close, 3 yards, and a touchdown. So they did 2 different times look his direction once they got in close. He's got that ability. He's going to be interesting for price regardless of scenario, and just could potentially get more interesting. But he's going to be 20+% owned over here. He's going to be extremely popular on FanDuel. Difficult to work your way around that popularity with a guy that, regardless of role, is going to come in as a big-time hit-and-miss option. So for that kind of a play, I'll use it here and there, but I'm going to undercut the field for sure on the Iosivas play. I wish he was a secret, but he's not. Jermaine Burton at 37, you can see the impact that even just $700 and half of a projection has. Not nearly the value play. Burton checks in with a 4.45 40 time, 6 foot, 200-pound rookie. 2 years at Alabama, 1 year at Georgia. 8 touchdowns on 39 catches, 798 yards last season. 3rd round pick, 80th overall this year out of Alabama. Apparently had some issues with sleeping through meetings. Apparently had some issues with knowing the playbook, per this blurb from whichever site I grabbed that from. Look, if he's on the field, that matters a lot less, but that does impact his ability to get on the field and get his number called a lot if the coaching staff doesn't necessarily trust the kid yet. I do think, considering there's some draft capital there and considering the college pedigree, that he will get some looks and he will work his way onto the field for this needy receiving core. But Trenton Irwin was there already. More of a known commodity, projects out pretty similarly, 3,900, 4,400. Nobody's idea of a premium option. But he had a couple successful days. 4 catches here, 3 catches there, scored 1 touchdown last season. Had a couple targets, a couple games with some targets. Most notably, a week 5 game, he was targeted 10 times that week. Caught 8 balls for 60 yards. That was his biggest game of the season. So if they're already a little not happy with this kid, you could see a little bit of a week 1, hey, wake up rookie, and we're going to Trenton Irwin a little bit more. Doesn't really make Irwin all that appealing, but maybe dings the appeal for Burton. Mike Gesicki, just a middle-of-the-board tight end. He's the dead min, 3,000 on your DraftKings slate, though. If you want your value play out of this team and this guy's going to be crazy popular, maybe grab it for the same price at the tight end position. It's the same savings, not relative necessarily to position overall, but it's the same raw price. Gesicki scored twice last season, 8.3 yard ADOT, 12.9 air yards per catch. Is capable. I don't want to oversell it at the min price because I don't want people coming up with it too much. Oh, for Mike G. How about that? G-E-S. I tried E-I and I tried I-E. It's E-S. Gesicki. Gesicki peaked in 21, 73 catches, 780 yards, and 2 TDs. He had bigger touchdown years. Year before, 703 yards and 6 touchdowns. Fewer catches by 20. 53 catches that year. All that work was with Miami, and then he was in New England last season for the 2 touchdowns, the 29 catches, 244 yards. Not really utilized that much. Did have 4 straight years of double-digit average yards per reception. Did draw 112 targets in 2021. Caught 73 of them, again, 780 yards with Miami. If he gets back to a regularly targeted role with this offense, I could see a little bit of any given slate upside. And again, not expensive. Ranks out okay here. More expensive, doesn't rank that well on the FanDuel slate. For the Pats receiving core, Demario Douglas. Made it onto a few of my fantasy teams as like a last round, late round kind of an option. Couple reasonable games last year, 5 and 6 catches. Didn't crack 100 yards all season. Best game was 6 catches for 84 yards, no touchdown. Did not score a touchdown through the air last year, but was a frequent target in this offense. To come away with no touchdown catches while getting targeted 6+ times a game is actually kind of impressive. It wasn't 6 plus, it was 5.6. I guess they were rounding up. No touchdowns, 7 yards per target, and 8.2 yard A-dot. Just on the same volume, if you roll that again, the exact same season, he probably comes away with a couple of touchdowns. 48, 4,000 against a team that you can definitely throw the ball against, that you can score through the air against. It's not completely out of the question that he succeeds a little bit with Jacoby Brissett. But again, it is a situation that's probably somewhat limited by the quality of the passer. Douglas operating out of the slot. Yeah, just a lot of blurby, buzzy football stuff about him. It might be good. Nothing overly compelling in these notes. For the amount of time I've spent putting together these notes, at least I'm using the numbers and the rookie information. Some of these blurbs were probably not worth copying. Jalen Polk, number 3 on the board at the wide receiver position, or excuse me, number 2 on the board, depending on what you think of KJ Osborne. Polk checks in as a second-round pick, 37 overall, a lot of draft capital in him. 6'1", 203 pounds, not the fastest, 4'5", 240 time. Solid vertical, reasonable expectation of targets, reasonable expectation of scoring upside. Last year with Washington, the college, 69 catches, 1,159 yards, scored 9 times, was targeted 111 times, 10.4 yards per target, scored 1 on the ground. Given the draft pick that they invested in the kid, I would expect that he's going to be the clear-cut number 2 and primarily the number 1 on the outside. And then you got KJ Osborne, who's coming off of a year where he peaked at 99 yards on 8 catches in week 8. Was targeted 10 times that year, or that week. Osborne gave us 7 touchdown catches in 21, 5 in 2022, and then dipped to 3 last year. The catch numbers went down, yardage went down, targets went down. Played 1 fewer game, 17 games each of those first 2 years, and then 16 games last year, but that doesn't account for the big dip, 15 target dip year over year. Gave us the same 7.2 yards per target. Had 6 big drops last season versus had not dropped the ball in previous seasons. Limited, but should be able to step into a little bit of a role here. A solid handful of targets, 5-6 targets, and a little bit of opportunity just in the mix with Douglas and Polk. I don't think is inappropriate to expect. You've also got Tyquan Thornton on the board here. Limited opportunities last year. He only played like half the season. Peaked with 3 catches, 24 yards in week 17. Target high of 5. He did that twice. Pretty limited option, and they've got better options to go with him this year. Who else do I need to talk about down board with this freaking team? Javon Baker, 4th round pick, 110th overall out of UCF. 6'1", 202, 4'5", 440 time. Again, another guy who's not exactly the fleetest of foot. Probably the 5th man in behind Douglas, Polk, Osborne, and Thornton. But he's there. Maybe he gets 1 look. Very limited by projections, very limited ranking. Austin Hooper and Hunter Henry at the tight end position. Henry should get the nod as the primary. 4,200, he ranks 12th and 17th. 4,900, he ranks 13th across the board on the FanDuel slate. He did score 6 times last year. Was targeted 4.5 times a game. Came away with 3 of them. Limited 8.8 yard A-dot. That's okay for a tight end, actually. And some red zone targeting in there. 6 targets in the red zone. So at worst, he's a scoring-dependent, cheap tight end. You could do worse, but you could also do a hell of a lot better at the position. And that basically qualifies for everybody wearing a New England Patriots uniform tomorrow. Cincinnati, mid-priority and a nice piece of value on your DraftKings slate that could easily go out and win a slate, especially if you get a sneaky, just some coach speak and some beat writers helping out the team a little bit with the reporting around Chase's availability and what he's actually going to do. If he takes the field, I'm expecting maybe not full form, but I'm expecting a lot of opportunity, and the scoring potential, the ceiling is probably not that dissimilar. 9th and 15th on the FanDuel board. They don't have quite the point per dollar value, but they're definitely stackable there. And this team's very skippable despite being 10th by point per dollar. Pittsburgh, Atlanta. Low end game at least on one side. Got a lot of good skill options. Got an interesting quarterback in Kirk Cousins on the Atlanta side to support some stackability. Joker came by to say that he likes Atlanta. Big-time running back on the board for the Falcons. Cousins should give them a lot more ability than they had at the quarterback position last year, which should help pay off Drake London shares. Kyle Pitts should get involved a little bit more. I like this Atlanta team to be quite a bit better, and especially for fantasy purposes, than what we had with them last year. They were just unfortunate in that they had a number of good skill options last year that we wanted to be getting to. They were just so hampered by their quarterback play. Cousins last season only played 8 games, but was pretty good. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 games of 340 or more yards. Week 1, 344 yards on 44 attempts through 2 touchdowns. Week 2, 44 attempts, 364 yards through 4 touchdowns. Week 3 came out through the ball 50 times, 367 yards, 3 touchdowns. Threw the ball 47 times in Week 5, 284 yards and 2 touchdowns. Threw the ball 45 times in Week 7, 378 yards and 2 touchdowns. QB 8 by fantasy points per game last season before going down. Middle of the board by highly accurate throws and other similar such metrics. And obviously that was on a different team with some high-end receivers. But he's got a high-end receiver to work with right there. He's got a high-end tight end to work with. You can quibble with the quality of Darnell Mooney, Ray McLeod, and Kaderil Hodge. But at least these 2 guys are primo. And you've got a really good running back in Bijan Robinson. Capable touchdown scorer in Tyler Algier, if nothing else. Bijan was involved in the pass game last year. He's targeted 5 times a game. Came away with 3 catches, 3+ catches, and 4 receiving touchdowns. 3+ catches a game and 4 receiving touchdowns overall. That's a weapon. Kirk Cousins has just as much to work with in Atlanta as he did in Minnesota last year. Fields, that's your challenge. 5,000, he is cheap. He's definitely got those wheels still. Ranks 10th by value on DraftKings, but just 20th by fantasy points. Russ Wilson is questionable. He's dealing with a calf. Practiced on Friday with the first team. Came up questionable. We will see what happens. If it's Fields, he's a complete dart throw, but he makes it a total wild card on the slate because he does have absolute slate destroying ability. As an example of that, 335 yards through the air, 28 of 35 in Week 4 of last year, threw 4 touchdown passes, followed that up with another 4 touchdown pass game, 282 yards on 29 attempts, and then completely fell off, didn't throw more than 1 touchdown, and didn't throw more than 268 yards the rest of the season. Missed 4 games in the middle of the season. Definitely a dynamic rusher in those 4 touchdown games. He also ran the ball 11 times for 57 rush yards in the 282 yards and 4 touchdown game. Just 4 rushes for 25 yards in the bigger of the 2 games. Had an 18 carry, 104 yard rush game in Week 11, but only threw for 169 and a touchdown that week. 12 carries apiece in Weeks 12 and 14, 59 and 58 yards, ran 1 in. 4 rush touchdowns on the season. Definitely big time ability. But as I said earlier, there's a reason he's in Pittsburgh now. There's a reason he's not throwing the ball for the Bears anymore. If he plays, he's on the board because he's so cheap on DK. FanDuel, you don't really have to worry about it because he costs $6,900 and he just kind of lands with a thud. There's some of the rushing ability. 9.5 rushes a game, 657 yards. 5.3 rush yards per attempt is no joke at quarterback. I think we know that this guy can run with the ball. What else is he going to do? What's the opportunity truly going to look like? 4 touchdowns on the ground last year. He will benefit from handing the ball off to Najee and Jalen Warren. And this just might be a day, especially if it's Fields at the helm, where Pittsburgh just goes extreme run heavy. They're already a rush heavy offense. This team, come on. Where is the heading? There it is. Pittsburgh led the NFL in neutral rush rate last year. They're just going to feed those 2 running backs. I think there's a path for both guys to succeed. They project almost exactly the same for exactly the same price on DK. They're separated by $1,000 on FanDuel, which I find a little bit odd considering how this split works. Both guys are good. Najee is the nominal lead. But Warren is right there on talent, right there on explosive ability. So I think either way, you can get there with these guys. It probably renders them both a little bit less than reliable, unfortunately. 8 touchdowns on the year from Najee, 4 touchdowns on the season from Jalen Warren last year on fewer carries, fewer snaps. 8.7 yards per game. He put up a 5.3 yards per rush attempt, 4.1 yards per rush attempt for Najee. Warren is dealing with some bumps and bruises. Last season, he ranked 3rd by explosive run rate, 1st in missed tackles per attempt, 2nd in yards after contact per attempt. Also was a good receiver out of the backfield. That was Jalen Warren. And then Najee, 10th in explosive run rate, 19th in missed tackles per attempt, and 17th in yards after contact per attempt. So both of these guys are capable, explosive runners with the ball. Both of these guys can make you miss. No issues with either one of them, and honestly, sprinkling in a dynamic Cordarrelle Patterson who probably isn't going to touch the ball all that much, but has all kinds of abilities if he does, just makes them even more interesting. And if they're feeding the ball in an extreme way to both of these guys, maybe it yields a couple extra touches for Patterson just because these guys are going to get gassed. Bijan, the only true bell cow running back in the game. Monster projection for him at 7,700, ranks 3rd on DK, 10th by value, 3rd and 21st at a big price on the FanDuel slate. But clearly, pretty worth it. 214 carries last year, put up 976 yards as a rookie, scored 4 times on the ground, caught 4 more passes through the air for 4 touchdown passes, 58 catches for 487 yards, 86 targets, 5.7 yards per target. So a good receiver, a good runner, guy who saw a little bit of a volume increase as the season went along. Only 200-yard games last year. But it was a worse version of this team, a worse version of this offense. When there's no real threat from the passer, it's easier to stuff the run. I like him to be a more dynamic version of a very talented player this season. Starting the year out against a team that was allowing 4.4 yards per rush attempt last season, 115 yards on the ground, but only a half a touchdown a game. Little bend don't break there. Little bend don't break on the other side, 118 yards a game, but 6.65 touchdowns a game. A lot of involvement in the passing game here. A little bit for Najee and a lot for Jalen Warren. So you do have some effective pass-catching backs, which puts these guys a little bit more on the board. And where you need a PPR, you get a little bit of an uptick in quality for both Bijan and Jalen Warren in this game. Drake London, top receiver in the game, 6,000 on DK, puts him 12th and 9th by value, 18th and 19th for 6,700 on your FanDuel slate. Looks like a pretty solid option. He was targeted 6.8 times a game last year. Came down away with just 2 touchdowns. I definitely like him to beat that touchdown total. Again, hampered by quarterback play a lot last year. 11.5 yard ADOT. Came away with 8.23 yards per target, 28.4% of the air yard share. He also had 24% of the air yards going in Kyle Pitts' direction. 11.4 yard ADOT for a downfield tight end. Makes him very interesting now that Kirk Cousins is going to be throwing him the ball. 3 touchdowns last year, 7.41 yard per target. We had 16 targets in the red zone for Drake London last season. If they go just right back to him with a similar number of targets and opportunities in the red zone, just the quality with which the ball will be thrown will yield more than 2 touchdowns in that exact same sample. And I like him to get more opportunities than that this year. Darnell Mooney, mix and match quality. You know, I feel like we've been waiting for Mooney to kind of do something. Among 81 qualifying receivers per this blurb from Pros. Ranked 70th in target share, 74th in yards per route run. That's not good. Peaked at 82 yards on 5 catches last year. Scored just once all season, and that came in week 1. And that was with, middling targets. 4, 5, 6 targets. Got up to 7 and 8 targets in weeks 14 and 15. Caught just 2 apiece in those games. 44 yards and 14 yards. Hasn't exactly done a lot with opportunities. He is going to be the clear-cut go-to number 2 at the wide receiver. But that makes him at best 4th overall for touches in this offense. Ray at 3,000. Probably not going to see much volume. Probably not going to see enough opportunity to do anything overly noteworthy. Last season as a receiver, he peaked at 43 yards on 2 catches. Did not have a receiving touchdown. He's also a good return man. Reasonably sure he'll be returning for this team. But he's kind of the type of player where you need something to happen to a couple guys before he's really getting in there. Let's see. Oh, well, actually, maybe not. Per this note, he is getting more looks at the slot receiver position. Glad I looked that up. That makes him interesting. Here's a good way to put the blurb. This is again this is over at RotoWire, actually, is what came up. And RotoWire I like. That's where a lot of those easy graphical rookie information pieces are. They're not the best with some things, but for these things, they're actually not bad. So, more punt returns, 138, and kickoff returns, 108, than receptions, 90 in his last 6 seasons, over which he's played for 4 different teams. But if it's true that they're going to work him in more as a actual option out of the slot, given his skill set, speed, a little bit of a dynamic player with the ball in his hands, which is obvious because he's been a kick returner, it doesn't make him uninteresting. 3,000 projection lands just here. As a dart throw, though, if you're building, if you're up to your 5th Atlanta stack and you need somebody to differentiate and your eyes are starting to glaze over, Ray's on the board if he's going to have a true role. That's not the kind of note that, I wasn't necessarily thinking of him in that role, but it's not necessarily the kind of note that's going to yield more of a projection. I'm not going to tweak him because of that, because I already think that the projection's a little bit high, but it at least gives a little support to that projection, so I probably won't go lower it. And then Hodge, just a mix and match option for a cheap price. Lands in the 70s, the 80s across sites. And again, you're talking about now the 5th or the 6th option in this offense. George Pickens, clear cut at the top of the board on the Pittsburgh side. Really only Pat Freiermuth as a threat for looks through the air in that offense. But again, they're just going to be so rush heavy. Pickens, despite playing on a mediocre team last year, came away with 5 touchdowns.
10.7 yards per target, a 13.5 yard ADOT, played 87% of the snaps across 17 games, 6.24 targets per game, 8 targets in the red zone. Reasonable downfield threat and easily their best receiver amongst him, Van Jefferson, Calvin Austin III, and that's it. Freiermuth at the tight end spot, 4,400. Ranks 9th by fantasy points on DK, 11th by value, 12th and 11th on the FanDuel slate. If Dennis is still out there, he can tell you, our pal XX Cubs fan, can tell you about the upside that Freiermuth can provide on the right day, but didn't have a good season outside of that 1 week last year. We just fortunately nailed it. EI. Peaked with 9 catches and 120 yards in week 12 last year. Otherwise, just scored 2 touchdowns all season. They came in weeks 1 and week 3. Week 3, 41 yards and a touchdown. That came on 4 targets. The 11 target, 9 catch, 120 yard game. A little bit of an outlier down, midway through the season, but a very big performance. In 2022, he caught 63 passes for 732 yards, scored just 2 touchdowns. The year before that, he caught 60 passes and scored 7 times. So there was actually an expectation of a little bit of continued progression. Even with the limited touchdowns in 22, at least he caught a couple few more passes and added more yards, put up a 7.5 yard per target versus 6.3, drew 98 targets. So increased role, increased up to an 11.6 yard per reception that season versus 8.3. Kind of regressed in a lot of ways last season. Played 12 games, drew just 32 targets, the 300 yards, just the 2 touchdowns. But there's upside there. If they're going to be delivering the ball to the position at all, he's going to be the guy to get it. He's reasonably priced. Touchdown dependent most likely, but reasonably priced. Or, big volume obviously would get him there too. Jefferson's just cheap, not a lot of quality there. Same thing with Calvin Austin. Neither one of those guys has done anything in a minute. And on a team where we think they're just going to be running the ball, really limits the appeal. So it's really just Pickens and Freiermuth in the passing game from Pittsburgh, and we lean pretty heavy into the rushing game from Pittsburgh. Everybody else is an afterthought in that offense, and they all qualify at the tight end position. Two games left on DraftKings, then we come back with one more game on FanDuel. We're 4 hours into the show. Let's stop with the bickering in the chat. I know it's probably good-natured, but just chill. Everybody love everybody. Bears, big debut. Caleb Williams finally here. Pretty solid projection for your 59, your 71 across sites. They rank 8th on DraftKings, 11th on FanDuel. A little bit better by value on FanDuel, though, than on DraftKings. They're also going up against a team with a relatively stout defense. 5th against the run last season, 3.8 yards per rush attempt. 6.8 yards allowed, a little bit more through the air, 23rd by yards per pass attempt. With the 6.8 yards per pass attempt that amounted to 227.4 yards a game and just 20 touchdowns through the air last season. They also racked up 45 sacks, just 6 interceptions. Kind of disappointing output in the pass defense from the Tennessee side. I don't think it's by any means a situation where you want to go out and stack up against Caleb, but it might be a situation that, kind of hampers what this Bears team can do as far as the overall offense and puts the ball in his hands a little bit in his first NFL game and demands that he succeed immediately. So might have his feet put to the fire a little bit. Will Levis on the other side, 5,300, 6,900, 17th and 14th on DK, 19th, 18th on the FanDuel slate. Going up against a team that allowed 31 touchdown passes through the air last season. He played 9 games. He threw 8 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 10.6 intended air yards per attempt. So he was airing the ball out, but only completed 4.8 air yards per attempt, 7.1 yards per pass attempt completed overall. He's an okay option. I do think he's loosely playable at like the extreme bottom of the board, the extreme dart throw sense. Part of that is just based on the idea that I do have a little bit of lingering faith in Calvin Ridley and DeAndre Hopkins as receivers. I think Chig Okonkwo is a reasonably good tight end. I think Tyler Boyd as a third banana wide receiver is at least competent. And then they've got 2 good rushers. So this Tennessee offense maybe could surprise a little. Bears D last year, 3.8 yards per rush attempt, though, was stuffing the run a little bit. 6.6 yards per pass attempt wasn't bad. Again, when you talk about rankings, though, it's important to realize 6.8 yards per rush attempt, 0.2 yards less would have ranked him 13th for Tennessee's defense against the pass. So take a lot of NFL stats with a grain of salt. Very small sample, and when you're talking about the rankings, you can be separated by 10 points of rankings for 0.2 yards of pass attempt per attempt. I like both Pollard and Swift. I probably like Swift. I want to say slightly better, but I'm not sure that's true. Given the ability to stuff the run on both sides, that kind of evens out. What I was going to say is Swift on a little bit less threatened by volume. It is kind of more a true two-headed backfield situation with Tennessee. Pollard is going to be sharing carries with Spears. Spears is incredibly high upside and might go steal that job from Pollard before too long. I do think Pollard has a bounce-back season and gets more toward the player we saw 2 years ago with all that explosive ability that we're expecting to have a big year last year. Hopefully, because I've got him on a few teams. So I do like him. Let's call it a draw. I would go either way, but there are also probably there will be better opportunities to roster those running backs. And there are better running backs to roster on this slate. But any one of those 3 guys, I'll throw Spears into that mix. Any one of those 3 running backs from this game could succeed. Yeah, Chicago favored by 3.5 at home, as Trey's pointing out. 44.5 point total in the game. Some expectations of scoring, for sure, from 2 teams that have had their issues with scoring over the last couple of years. I don't think that's any kind of question. But expectations of growth and of bright new horizons for both of these squads. More so on the Chicago side. Chicago's expecting a hell of a lot out of this young team. Let's talk Caleb. Last year in college football, 12 games, threw 388 passes, 3,600 yards, 30 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions. Ran the ball 99 times, 121 yards, and 11 touchdowns on the ground. 113 carries in 2022, 382 yards, and 10 touchdowns on the ground. Also threw more passes in 2022. He played 2 more games, played 14 games. 500 pass attempts, completed 66.6% of them. 42 touchdown passes, 4,500 yards, 5 interceptions, 9.1 yards per pass attempt. Kid can do a little bit of everything on the field. I mean, he is absolutely tremendous. Went with the draft pick that he did for a reason. Franchise QB, all but anointed at this point. Or anointed, all but proven at this point. But every reason to believe that he's going to succeed. And they're going to give him every opportunity to. This team is absolutely loaded with talent this season. They've got a tremendous receiving core for him to work with. Some capable running backs in Swift, who was just mentioned a minute ago, who's drawing a pretty decent projection for 6,000. 17th and 22nd puts him, in the mix at running back. Not the ideal opportunity given the defense. And that's, again, the same thing that's happening to these guys. They just fall a little bit by the wayside this week. I think any one of these guys against different defenses probably looks a little bit better in our projections and becomes more appealing. But any one of them could succeed, and they're all fairly priced. So they're not off the board. Last season, Swift carried the ball 14-plus times a game, 65 yards a game, 4.6 yards per rush attempt. Matched by Khalil Herbert at 4.6 yards per rush attempt last season. 5 touchdowns on the ground for Swift. Herbert put up 2. You also got 2 out of Rashawn Johnson, who got some opportunities last year. Each of those guys was targeted 4 times apiece in the red zone. Reason to expect that Swift is going to be the clear-cut first option. Last year with Philly, he saw 229 carries, 1,049 yards to go with the 5 touchdowns, and again, 4.6 yards per attempt. Prior seasons with Detroit just landed in the mid 500 yards, 8 touchdowns, 600 yards, 5 touchdowns, 542 yards, 5 touchdowns. Mid-grade output, but a lot of talent. That was a split backfield. Potentially a little bit of a timeshare here as well. But again, if you're calling it like a 70-30 or a 70-20-10 kind of a situation, he's the upside of that. It's more of a two-header here, more of a clear split there. 59 and 51 for these guys, 63 and 54 on your FanDuel slate. I do think they're both playable. But again, going forward, they're probably going to be better spots to roster both guys. Pollard last season peaked with a 122-yard performance against Arizona in Week 3. That was on 23 carries. He also scored 2 touchdowns in Week 1 against the Giants on just 14 carries, 70 yards in that game. No real sign that he wasn't going to have a successful season going into that Week 3. Coming out the other side, he did not rush for more than 79 yards all year, despite a couple games with mid-teens to 20 carries. Was disappointing. For sure. Was limited last season, for sure, from the explosive player that we saw the year before. Did end up with 6 touchdowns on the ground. No touchdowns through the air, but was targeted 12 times in the red zone. Nearly 4 targets a game, so involvement in the passing game. Spears also adds that ability, though. So it'll be interesting to see, does one become more of a passing down back? Does one become more of the every rush down back? Or do they just straight up split this job? Spears last season, big play upside, 5th in explosive run rate, 14th in yards after contact per attempt. '17th by yards per route run among running backs. If they're throwing the ball to the backfield a little bit more because it's difficult to rush against this team, there could be additional upside and opportunity for Spears. But again, it's not like Pollard is an incapable and uninvolved pass catcher. It's not like Pollard doesn't have that skill set. So it's not an automatic that Spears gets all the passing game volume. I think these guys are a true kind of a timeshare, which does make it difficult to play one or the other in DFS sometimes. But I think with these guys, there is enough upside that you can get there. I prefer Pollard slightly for this week. But on price, on value, you can get away with Spears because he ranks 11th and 12th. Spears is currently in my placeholder on FanDuel. In the pass game, this is what I was talking about as far as weapons with Chicago. How about some DJ Moore? How about some Keenan Allen joining this squad? A little bit banged up to start the year. All signs point to him playing. If he's out there, I'm enthusiastic about it. He's highly priced, ranks 18th by points and 49th by value on DK, 22nd and 34th on FanDuel. But I don't know. Call it a feeling, call it an inkling, call it whatever you want. Player with all that upside that he's provided over the last few seasons, coming into a new situation, scoring upside, touchdown upside. I like the opportunity for Keenan Allen. DJ Moore at the top of the board, though, 6,500, 9th by points, 15th value on DraftKings, 10th and 12th on FanDuel. Looks highly, highly playable there. Didn't mean to go quite that far over. 10.3 yard ADOT for DJ last season, 8.29 in the games that Keenan Allen was able to play. He played 13 games last year, provided 7 touchdowns. DJ's touchdown total's not coming up because he's DJ with initials in that stat board. 8 touchdowns last season for DJ. Oh, I had his totals there. 1,300 yards, 96 catches, 8 touchdowns last year. Was targeted 136 times in this offense. And has been a high-end receiver for years. He was coming off of a year of just 888 yards and 7 touchdowns his last year in Carolina. But that was on the back of 3 straight 1,100-yard years. Each of those years, he only scored 4 touchdowns. Saw a touchdown uptick on the way out the door in Carolina, and then saw a nice uptick, doubled his previous touchdown production at 8 last season. Tremendous upside. Seemed to have some chemistry with the rookie quarterback. So does Keenan Allen. So does Rome Odunze, who's coming into the room as a rookie, and a highly drafted, highly coveted rookie in this year's draft. A lot of conversations about who the true one was between Rome, Neighbors. A little bit less so for Marvin Jr. He was more the decided, clear number one. But a lot of dialogue around Rome. And for good reason. I mean, 92 catches in college last year in 15 games, 1,640 yards, 13 touchdowns, 132 targets, 17.8 yards per catch. Not a bad season. Coming in as the third option, but only costing $4,000, gives a monster upside on DraftKings. He ranks 31st by points, but that's not a nothing projection, and he sits second by points per dollar value at that projection. Definitely some upside for Rome Odunze. If you have a season-long fantasy team and you named it Rome Wasn't Built in Odunze, or if you named it Hawk Tua and you drafted Tua Tagovailoa, congratulations on being the most obvious person in all of fantasy football. Both of those team names are so overused this year. I'm only in a couple of leagues, and I think we've got one example of both of those in every single one of those leagues. Ridiculous. Sitting right there. Too obvious. Too easy. Rome was taken 9th overall. He's 6'3", 215 pounds. 4.45 40 time. Pretty big option considering where he's priced on DK. Just kind of sitting on the board on FanDuel where he's priced. 58 puts him 36 by value, 33rd by points. Also ran kind of a receiver there. Looking like a really intriguing piece of value there. In bear stacks, out of bear stacks, just as a value receiver. I could definitely see getting away with some Rome one-offs on DK. Colt Met for just 41, 13th and 16th on DraftKings. 51 has him at 14th and 15th on FanDuel. He scored 6 touchdowns last year. Just a 6.2 yard A-dot, not a deep threat, but definitely a guy who can come down with the ball in the end zone. 15 red zone targets on the season. That is an interesting enough tight end for those fair prices. He's not going to ever project out like crazy, but he's got ability. He is definitely involved in the offense. I could see getting to some shares of Cole Kmet as a way to offset some popularity, way to offset some price. It wouldn't be completely crazy if you build 10 stacks of Bears. Most of them are going to be focused around having, 2 out of those 3 receivers in them. But if you have 1 or 2 toward the end that are these 2 guys, 4,000 and 4,100, yeah, you're walking out onto a tightrope. You're out on a ledge saying, I need these 2 guys to succeed, when all signs would point toward DJ Moore or Keenan Allen being the guys that are scoring those touchdowns. But it's not out of the question, and that cost 81 total for a tight end and a wide receiver with some pretty decent upside, some pretty good scoring ability, a lot of draft capital involved, a lot of talent. That's a good way to roster Bears because it's going to be a lot less owned than the way that other people are putting it together. Yeah, people will have shares of Rome, but it'll primarily be with one of these 2. Yeah, people will have shares of Cole Kmet, but same thing, primarily going to be with one of those 2. Putting these 2 together as the only 2 receivers to go with Caleb in a stack, not crazy. A lot of value. Gerald Everett could pick off a little bit of tight end value from Kmet, though. He's a capable enough guy. He scored 3 touchdowns last year, 4-yard A-dot. Tyler Scott, just kind of a mix-in and an afterthought in what this role looks like. He is 3,000, but doesn't rate out well, doesn't project well. And then talent-wise on the other side, I broke this down quickly before, but Calvin, DeAndre Hopkins, Chig Okonkwo, capable tight end. Tyler Boyd and Treylon Burks, capable, 3rd and 4th wideouts. I think there is talent on this Tennessee team. It's going to come down to what is Will Levis going to be able to do. Calvin ranks 21st across the board on DraftKings, 23rd and 15th by value for 6,200 on the FanDuel slate. He scored 8 times last year. DeAndre scored 7. Both deep shot A-dots, 13.2 yards and 14.1 yards, 7+ yards per target. They dominated the air yard volume. These guys are not totally washed. 26 red zone targets for Calvin, 17 red zone targets last season for Hopkins. I refuse to believe that these guys are done contributing for fantasy scoring, which means Tennessee is on the board. Hopkins last season, 1, 2, 3 games over 100 yards. 5 games of more than 7 catches, 6 games of double-digit targets. 3 of his touchdowns came in one game. That was a biggie against Atlanta. 128 yards on 4 catches, 3 touchdowns. That was by far his biggest week of the season. But he's still got ability, and I mean, once upon a time, just an absolute premium receiving option. Ridley came up with 400-yard games. Just 3 games above 7 catches, but double-digit targets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times for him, with a handful of 8 and 9 target games. Solid yards per target numbers. Reasonable expectations that these guys can succeed for the money. I don't mind either option. They're just mid-board at those prices on DraftKings, but not bad. FanDuel, you get a little bit more pop from Ridley. And honestly, with a point more of projection, which is nothing, DeAndre could be right there value-wise. Tyler Boyd, last year just 2 touchdowns, but did haul in 67 passes in 17 games, 667 yards. We are several seasons removed from his last season of major quality. In 2019, he had 1,046 yards and 5 touchdowns on 90 catches. He's been in a decline since then, 79 for 841, 4 touchdowns, 800 yards and 5 touchdowns, 700 yards and 5 touchdowns, and then an even bigger dip last year. That's all with Cincinnati, though. Stepping into a new role, new team, opportunity to succeed as a low-pressure option for a cheap price in this offense. Could give you a little something. Not projected for a ton. Not projected for a ton of points or value. But he'll get a few targets in this offense. He'll get a few opportunities to score the ball. In an offense that operates down the field, too. Should have some opportunities. He's going to come as more of an over-the-middle option. 6.5 yard ADOT last year, 19% of the air yard share in Cincinnati. What was his ADOT year previous years? Yeah, that was a dip. 9.3 yards per target the year before, 8.8 the year before that. Went down to 6.8 yards per target last year. Reasonable enough expectation of upside. Treylon Burks missed a lot of games last season. Had a couple flashes. 3 catches for 76 yards in week 2. 3 catches for 62 yards in week 15. So far for the NFL career, though, we've played 22 games in 2 seasons. We've got 1 touchdown, 49 catches for 665 yards. Call it high 7s yards per target. A little bit of an issue with drops. Going to be down board this season. A few targets might be worth expecting, but kind of a limited option. And then Okonkwo comes in with fairly regular target shares through last season. 6s, 7s throughout the year. He's 9 different names in these things. I'm not even going to bother. Peaked at 63 yards and a touchdown on 6 catches in week 16. Prior to that, barely able to get over like 35 yards. And a lot of performances under that. Does he have anything here? No. Mix and match quality tight end. Lands in the teens. Entirely skippable. For his career, three touchdowns on 450 yards in his rookie season 2022, and then the 528 and 1 touchdown last year. Did catch 54 balls. That was an uptick and was targeted. His targets went from 46 as a rookie to 77. Just 6.9 yards per target last year gave us 9.8 the year before and more touchdowns. If he gets back to that kind of production, you can mix and match your way to some success throughout the season, but not a top priority tight end. Um, Westbrook Akini, minimal involvement. Josh Wiley, minimal involvement. So again, a lot of reason to believe in some success out of Chicago, and they're at least reasonably priced, a little bit more affordable on your FanDuel slate, more middle of the board on DraftKings. But definitely some creative and interesting ways to put that stack together that could help differentiate lineups, and they're fairly high end. A lot more middle of the road for Tennessee, but that rides more on the quarterback. They're actually pretty decent with their skill players. Might be another spot where it's more worthwhile farming one-off shares than going to big-time stacks. But I won't take them off the stack board completely. They do land 16, 18, bottom, trending toward the bottom, but more in the middle. All right, DraftKings, last game up for you, and then we got one more after this one to talk about on FanDuel. This is a biggie, though. We've been teasing this one all throughout. Baker Mayfield, one of our top projected quarterbacks of the week. The Bucs in general checking in as the number 2 stack by points on DraftKings, the number 1 stack by value on the DraftKings slate, 3 and first on the FanDuel board. Baker costs just $5,600 on DraftKings, $7,200 on FanDuel. You've got a cadre of talented receivers here, both out of the backfield and at the wide receiver position. Capable enough tight end. Interesting options for Baker Mayfield to work with. Like I said earlier, somebody asked about him early in the week on a baseball show. And I was excited then before I even did the projections. And then when I ran him, I was even more happy about where he landed. Really like the opportunity here. Going up against a defense that allowed 39 pass touchdowns for one thing last season, an 8.2 yard defensive ADOT. They gained pressure against the quarterback just 16% of the time. They only came up with 8 picks last season, 7.5 yards allowed per pass attempt. Baker threw the ball 33 times a game. You can argue with the production, 237, 238 yards a game, 64% completion rate. Threw 28 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, had some big days. Not a bad option, 8.5 intended air yards per attempt, completed 4.2, came up with 7.1 yards per attempt overall. But this team was regularly throwing the ball when they got in close. 60 attempts in the red zone for him. He doesn't really run the ball, 3.6 rush attempts per game, 163 yards, just ran the ball in once. So we're just dealing with a lot of opportunity to be throwing the ball. They dump the ball out more often than not to Rachaad White. As for his involvement, he did gain a lot of touches and a lot of attempts through the middle of the season last year. But he's got some games where the rush attempts dip, and it's just on targets and on catches that he makes up some of his production, some of his volume. For DFS, that puts him on the board in stacks. It makes him a really interesting running back to pair with the quarterback and one of the wide receivers with the tight end. So Rachaad White's very involved. Gives Baker Mayfield an easy safety valve option if he gets in trouble. Lets him stand tall a little bit more and let Mike Evans, Chris Godwin get downfield, get open a little bit. A lot of options to work with for Baker. Speaking of Mike Evans, let's just break down through the Bucs and then we'll come back for the Commanders. Speaking of Mike Evans, 6th ranked by projections, 31st by value at $7,300 on DraftKings, 8th and 26 on FanDuel. I think he's entirely worth playing. I think you just fire away with Evans shares in a lot of your Baker stacks. Maybe you don't know, maybe you haven't heard. Mike Evans has never played a football season in the NFL and not gained 1,000 yards through the air. Never. Not once. This is year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is year 11. He's coming off of 79 catches in 17 games for 1,200 yards and 13 touchdowns last year. That's on the back of 1,124 yards and 6 touchdowns. But the 2 years prior to the 6-touchdown diminishment in 2022 that was taken care of in a nice bounce back last year, 13 and 14 touchdowns. 1,006 yards and 1,035 yards in 16 games apiece. 14 plus, 15 plus last year, 14 plus each of those 3 years, average per catch. Just a dominant, top of the board, highly billed receiver with a nose for the end zone. A very, very skilled producer who people seem to think is a little bit more washed than he is, because he's not at all washed. 14 red zone targets last season. He did drop 7 balls along the way. Had a 14-yard ADOT, 9.23 yards per target. Came down with a monster air yard share, and again, the 13 touchdowns. Godwin was a disappointment last year. Just 2 touchdowns, despite a 9-yard ADOT, 24% of the air yards there, 16 targets in the red zone. Should have come away with more touchdowns in his 17 games last year. Did still manage to put up 7.8 yards per target, 4+ catches a game, nearly 5 catches a game on 8 targets a game. Still reasonable production in everything but touchdowns. Peaked at 155 yards on 10 catches in week 15. Bunch of solid weeks with mid-board type level of catches, but didn't really turn it into a ton of yards. And again, struggled to score last year. I really like the upside for a return to form for Chris Godwin working with Baker in this season. And he checks in 17th but 6th by value, 19th but 2nd by value on FanDuel for just 56 over there, 58 on DraftKings. Premium option. If you're going to Baker aggressively like I plan to, you're going to have a pretty big share of Chris Godwin. This is a receiver who, alongside Mike Evans in a number of seasons, has also put up 1,000 yards. Last year he has 1,024 yards and 2 touchdowns. Year before, just 3 touchdowns, 1,023 yards, though, and 104 catches. Year before that, 1,100 yards on 98 catches, caught 5 touchdowns. Going back to 2 years prior to that, 7. Backward in time, 9 and 7 touchdowns. Those were his biggest years. Still a fairly young guy, just 28. I think there's definitely upside and a return to form coming from Godwin. Nice discount on the player. Cade Otton, mix and match quality at tight end, can give you some upside for receiving. Had an 11 target game late in the season last year. Came away with 8 of them for 89 yards. Went up with just 1 touchdown through the air last season, 7.3 yards per target, but did have a nice 16.8 yard ADOT. They take some shots with... sorry, that's on Diami Brown. How the hell did I end up down there? 6.7 yard ADOT. I was going to say, that doesn't sound right as I'm saying. As it's coming out of my mouth, take some shots. Cade Otton, doesn't sound right. 6.7 yard ADOT, 10.6% of the air yard share, 4 touchdowns on the season. There we go. How the hell did I jump to Diami Brown there? 3,800, ranks him 10th by points, 6th by value on the DraftKings slate, 11th and 10th. He's playable, but there are higher-end tight ends. It depends on what you want to do with your salary because he is cheap in a stack that we're going to be getting to a lot. Jalen McMillan, a 6'1", 192-pound third-round pick, 92nd overall. Reasonable expectation of at least a few looks. Player out of Washington, 559 yards and 5 TDs in 9 games last year, 1,098 yards and 9 touchdowns in 13 games the year before. And again, a lot of draft capital, reasonable size, 4.47 40 time, not the fastest guy, but also not the slowest we've seen so far. If you're not going to these guys up top, if you're not going to Rachaad White at the running back position, you can work some McMillan into your life. 16th by value on DraftKings for just 3,300. FanDuel, different story. 54th and 56th for 5,000. Trey Palmer, if you're more interested in a downboard receiver, he's listed as questionable coming off of a concussion, so may not make the field, which would probably push a little bit more upside toward McMillan. But if you're looking for a guy, if he does take the field, who was actually on this team previously, he had a handful of games with 4 catches last season, 4 catches apiece in a number of weeks. Peaked in week 17, 4 catches, 84 yards, and a touchdown. Had a touchdown in the wild card round. Playable piece, if he takes the field. I don't love players coming off of concussions, though, for obvious reasons. Down the board from there, just a couple backup tight ends, nothing really to talk about. And then, as we already addressed earlier, it's basically the Terry McLaurin show in the receiving game for Washington, and then really nobody else. Luke McCaffrey, a mediocre, limited-looking rookie who doesn't rank out well, doesn't project well. Zach Ertz, we'll see what he gives us. He's obviously a veteran with a lot of touchdowns in his career. Maybe some touchdown upside if they get in close working with the rookie quarterback. Little safety valve. We see tight ends become a go-to option for young quarterbacks quite a bit. Ertz has that ability, but I don't know what else he's going to be able to give us on top of that this season. Diami Brown's just cheap. He's the guy that I was saying is a downfield threat. 16.8 yard A dot. You also have 10.4 yards out of Olamide Zacchaeus and a little bit of ability once he gets the ball in his hands. Noah Brown is a downfield operator. Jamison Crowder can catch the ball over the middle and make things happen. So they've got a mixed bag of low-quality receivers who do have a variety of skill sets. If you combined all four of those guys into just one receiver, you'd probably have somebody pretty good. But considering it's spread across four bodies and they're at a variety of prices and quality, I really don't like any of them. On the ground for these teams, a little bit of a potential timeshare here. I actually prefer Brian Robinson though. I got to remember to jump in and give him a little bit more edge there. Last season, Robinson had a number of games with mid-teens carries, peaked at 18 carries, 63 yards, a touchdown. Limited targets, but had a few big target games, 9 targets most notably against the Giants in Week 11. Also carried the ball 17 times that week for 73 yards. Limited scoring output overall last season. 5 touchdowns on the ground on 4.1 yards per rush attempt. And then did score 4 times through the air. So actually that's decent touchdown output, 9 touchdowns combined. So reasonable expectation of involvement. That's why I like him a little bit better than Eckler. I think Eckler you're just dealing with, getting close and pounding the ball in kind of a situation. Carried the ball a fair number of times, but was not at all productive throughout last season. Finds himself with Washington now. I'm going to reverse that and give a little bit more of this edge to Robinson. He's the go-to. That'll improve his points per dollar outlook on DK for just 5,200. Middle of the board kind of an option on your FanDuel slate. On DK, Rachaad White again, 4th by points, 1st by value at the running back position, 5th and 6th on FanDuel. He gets a lot of his action through the air. He carried the ball 16 times a game last year, rushed for 58 yards, 3.6 yards per rush attempt, and scored 6 times. And then he added an additional 4.1 targets a game, gave us 3 touchdowns through the air, 3.7 catches a game, 8.6 yards per catch. So he's doing a lot with the ball out of the backfield to pad his stats and pad his numbers, but makes him an appealing option for PPR, makes him an appealing option for some scoring. He might lose a little bit of that when Bucky Irving gets involved because Irving's got that skill set as well. He is just 5'9", 192 pounds, just kind of a scat back type. 186 rushing attempts with Oregon in his last year in college, 1,180 yards, 11 touchdowns. Also caught 56 balls for 413 yards and 2 touchdowns. So definitely a kid that they've got in mind to take over a little bit of a role in the passing game, get involved on 3rd down. He is going to be the clear-cut number 2 as well. I've got him on a couple teams just kind of stashed in case something happens to White or in case he just overtakes White. If White loses a little bit of upside in his rushing, that makes him just relegated to a receiver-only kind of a back, and then you start to really lose quality pretty quickly. And he got it done on the ground last year on his volume, but needs to really stick up at that high level to continue holding that job down all year. Talked about all this. Talked about all that. Gave you up and down in the running backs. Yep, so it's in this last game for DK. Major opportunity for Tampa Bay. I don't think they're anybody's secret. I think they're going to be pretty popular across the board on... Uh-oh. Why is this frozen? Am I frozen at the very end of the show after 4.5 hours? Yeah, Trey, I think Godwin's due for some positive TD regression. Andy, what's going on, fella? 9:30. Andy's joining us as we're winding things down. We've got one more game to talk about on FanDuel. DraftKings, you can be released right now, but if you hang out for another couple of minutes, you'll see the Ace Mine results. Hopefully. Actually, nope. That Ace Mine sim never finished. I knew that was funky with how that was whirring. Let me see real quick. Yeah, I knew that was going to get stuck. All right. I'm going to run a quick sim in the background for DraftKings against a smaller field tournament, just to give you something. Let's just call it this one. Nope, that's a 20 max. I'm just looking for something with a reasonable number of entries. 26,000 inches, whatever. It's not going to be entirely representative of what a massive giant field tournament would look like. I encourage everybody to check out acemine.io for those sim needs and find out on your own. But we'll at least run something here in the background, hopefully. Oh, fuck. I don't know if I had my projections loaded or theirs. Whatever. Just going to show you what Ace Mine looks like in a minute. Last game up on FanDuel is that nightcap. Rams in Detroit. Highest overall implied total on the entire board. Come on. Is this thing really going to screw with me at the end of the show? You guys see that this is frozen, right? Hey, there we go. Wow, something's chewing on our bandwidth here. Come on. Dennis saying start the stream over. Oh, this is just going to piss me off now. It's such a good game to talk about, too. I don't know what I can do to fix that dashboard right now and bring it back to life. If I Control-Alt-Delete it, it's just going to ask me to close the program. I don't know what it could possibly be chewing on. It was just a sort request. All right, that is a 50-something point total. It's Goff on one side, it's Stafford on the other side. Both of these teams rate out pretty well at the top of the board. Both teams have major weapons in the receiving game. Let me close some tabs. Maybe that'll help. Oh, wait. We're live? Sorta? Okay. Got the game selected. Let me just close that one and click OK. Come on. Come on, we can do it. You bastard. This is exciting, isn't it? Hello, way to end a 4-hour show, 4+ hour show. Marathon. This better not continue as I'm updating this and working with this shit all night. I'll say that right now. At least this is just the dashboard. This file is just show only. Just give you guys information. Hey, there we go. Why that happened, I have no idea. 52-point total. Detroit favored by 4 at home, but should be a hell of a shootout kind of a game. 7.4 yards per pass attempt allowed by Detroit last season, ranked 30th. 6.6 yards per pass attempt allowed by LA, ranked 17th. We've got Amon-Ra St. Brown. You've got Jahmyr Gibbs on the ground and David Montgomery splitting the shares for on the ground for Detroit. I lean a little bit Gibbs in the overall. I lean a little bit Gibbs on the volume, the explosive scoring, but I lean a little bit Montgomery on the puts the ball into the end zone, gets over the line. But both running backs on the board, definitely playable, reasonably priced. Neither one is like crazy appealing, but Detroit ranks 2nd by points on FanDuel and 7th by value. LA ranks 5th and 8th. So both of these teams are going to be a big part of your portfolio tomorrow on the FanDuel slate. Amon-Ra's a superstar receiver and well worth the 8,900, one of the most highly projected players on the board. Projects similar to a quarterback on a lot of sites. Absolute pairing, number 1 pairing with Jared Goff. Sam Laporta, though, right there with him at the tight end position. A monstrously productive tight end who should have a big, big season ahead if he can stay healthy. Jameson Williams, a pretty interesting option. Started drawing some decent targets in the middle of the season. 7 targets, 6 targets in weeks 15 and 16. 4 catches, 5 catches. Reasonable expectation of upside. Had 2 catches apiece in the 3 playoff games. Handful of targets. Scored a playoff touchdown. Just 2 regular season touchdowns last year. But that was, coming off of the 4 missed games at the beginning of the season, working his way into shape, working his way back into a role with this squad. There's a ton of ability there. Stay on the field, stay locked in. He can give us a lot of production. At 5,800, he's cheap. That's an interesting option if you're stacking this team. He's an interesting option as a one-off if you're not stacking this team. Little late-night hammer action. Don't dislike it. Khalif Raymond, Brock Wright, just kind of mix and match quality options. Raymond could give you a little bit at the wide receiver spot in a pinch, though, for cheap. He scored just 1 touchdown last year, but he did draw, some regular targets, 3-4 targets a week. Toward the end of the season, it did tail off a little bit, got down to the 1s and 2s kind of range, and then didn't play in the playoffs. Does look like he's going to be in per these notes as the number 3, though, and kind of a true number 3 in the offense. And then Isaiah Williams, 5'10", 185 pounds, slow, 4'6", 40. You got to be either big or fast. He's neither. Undrafted free agent, probably not going to get much of a look. On the other side, Stafford has the luxury of working with Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp, 2 of the very best wide receivers in the game. Nacua, out of nowhere for a lot of people. I happen to have him as a 17th round keeper this year because I drafted him in the 17th round last season because I had an inkling. Can't pat myself on the back for that. I read it somewhere and it happened to work out among the many other guys that I drafted late that did not work out. But Puka had a hell of a season. 8,400 on the top of the FanDuel slate versus 7,000 for Cooper Kupp. Sets the difference. They're both going to project out great. Puka a little bit ahead by fantasy points. Kupp makes it up in points per dollar value. They're both tremendous. You can play them together with Stafford. They did go a little bit back and forth last year. One guy's turn one week, another guy's turn the other week. Puka obviously got a lot of his action early in the season when Cooper Kupp was out the first 4 games. And then when Kupp came back, the targets did, again, go back and forth a little. But both guys are playable. Both guys have upside even in the same lineup. That does get expensive, though. Kyren Williams, an interesting running back off the top. Reasonable involvement in the pass game, for one thing. Had a 10-target game in week 2, 7 targets in week 3, 7 targets in week 15, 6, 5, 4, a lot of targets. A lot of 100-yard games on the board on 20-plus carries. So just a volume monster for them. Definitely a big-time running back who can be used as just a one-off if you're not stacking this team. Kyren Williams on his own is a playable running back at 7,800. That is not a problematic spot. It's not a problematic price. And he could run off and hide with some of this production. He had multiple 100-yard game, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 600-yard games last season. 2 multiple touchdown games, 3 multiple touchdown games on the ground. If you're combining just touchdowns from scrimmage, multiple touchdown games. Kyren Williams is just legit and is good. Blake Corum going to be returning kicks. 4.53 40 time. That's a questionable decision. Very good shuttle time though and cone drills. He's an agile guy if you're thinking in terms of like Madden stats. Maybe agile, but not a top-end sprint speed. Demarcus Robinson also on this team. He'll get occasional looks. He peaked at 92 yards on 6 catches last season. That was a 10-target game. His other 10-target game last year, kind of more exemplary of what he can give you from time to time. 3 catches on 10 targets, but put up 46 yards and a touchdown in that one. Frustrating, semi-capable receiver. Mid-board is the believable number 3 as far as the receiving game goes. Mix and match quality play for 4,200. Downboard, Colby Parkinson at the tight end spot. Mix and match quality, mid-board projection for 47. And then just some skippable pieces the rest of the way. That is your slate, gang. Top to bottom, left, right, and center. I closed the tab for Ace Mine when I was trying to make the file work. Let's see if I can get it back. Here we go. Did my DK sim run? Loading initial data. There we go. All right. Promised you guys this almost 5 hours ago now. Thank you for sticking with. We're going to make this more sane going forward. I fucking promise you. Because I cannot keep up this kind of a pace without going completely haywire. Let me share this screen with you guys before we get out of here. We're going to take a look at our guys over at acemine.io. This is a sim board for DraftKings. This was run against a smaller field tournament. I got to figure out what I'm doing wrong with getting this to correctly run for the very, very large fields. Obviously, a 26,000 entry tournament is going to be different than a 700,000 entry tournament overall, but a lot of it is at least informative. We're sorted to our top 500 lineups here for DK. You can see Baker coming through at the very top of the board. Our highest owned player across our top 500 lineups, 70% of Andre Iosivas. So what that suggests is that Andre Iosivas at like 20% ownership on DK, despite being an extremely popular play, actually has ROI upside beyond that. So if you were to go about it in a way where you rostered more Andre Iosivas than the field does, assuming that ownership projection is roughly correct, you'll be out ahead of things, but you're out on a major limb because he's obviously got to succeed for you. We immediately dropped to the next most highly owned player is Evan Engram at 33%. Then we're dealing with Rachaad White at 30%. That's obviously a big piece of that Tampa stack. Came through in number 2. We got Baker Mayfield, Rachaad White there. Mike Evans joining that stack as well. So that was Mayfield, Mixon, White, Rome, Chase, which is shaky at best, but he's a major piece of value right now on DraftKings because of how he's projected. We got to see what the actual action looks like. But Evans and Otten in that one. All right. So that's where we can get interesting with some of the sims. They do go 3 wide on stacking pass catchers. So that one's technically a 4-man Tampa stack. I did this quick so I didn't relegate that to anything. That makes me like it a little bit less because it feels a little bit heavy. But it obviously rated out well across 50,000 sims of this slate. Further down the board, a very popular Alvin Kamara drawing around what his public projection was, so maybe you get a little under the field on Kamara. Josh Allen, very believable. Ramondre, believable guy we talked about. Rome, with all the value that we were seeing in that Chicago passing attack, pulled 25% across our top 150 lineups in the sort. Tyreek Hill, a lot of it, 24% Baker. So again, Baker owned just behind Josh Allen at the quarterback position across DK. Very appealing. Chris Godwin drawing a nice percentage. Steph Diggs with all the upside there. Khalil Shakir to go with those. Josh Allen shares a lot of upside. James Cook going along for the ride with those guys. Just some of the things you can do with the power of Ace Mind. Good amount of Ramondre. I'll scroll through these lineups so you guys can kind of eyeball them. Again, this was done against a smaller field. You can see a good mix of quarterbacks, though. Across the top 500 lineups, we've only scrolled through probably 75 of them, and I've seen 10 different quarterbacks named. So week 1's a lot of spread, a lot of possibility, a lot of potential with many of these teams. Jumping over to the FanDuel sim that ran against a bigger field, 119,000 sims, or 119,000 entry field on FanDuel. Ramondre, our top owned player across our top 500 lineups. Makes sense. He was drawing a very good rating with our points and our points per dollar. Josh Allen is the number 1 quarterback. Makes a ton of sense. He was our top projected, and we were getting decent points per dollar numbers out of him. I would have to guess, yep, there's Baker at 24%. We obviously got a much bigger chunk of Josh Allen than we got of Baker. But you can see Baker's number 2 right there, and Chris Godwin at 39%. We're drawing a ton of him. Some Amon-Ra and some Alvin Kamara off on their own as high-end one-offs. Some Evan Engram at the tight end position. Kincaid splitting that role with him, but Kincaid probably comes up more often with in Josh Allen's stacks than on his own, where Engram's probably getting through quite a bit of these on his own. A lot of Bears defense. That one's kind of interesting to me. A lot of Stephon Diggs, which I expected. A lot of Iosivas, which I expected. Tyreek Hill, Devon Achane, all of the Miami team players are going to be rating out well. Mikey Evans going along with Baker. Kenny Walker on his own as a running back I like quite a bit. I think that makes a ton of sense outside of stacks. James Cook, both in and out of stacks, I think makes a lot of sense. Ton of upside for him. Jonathan Taylor kind of on his own. Works for me. Palmer, I got a lot of questions about. I want to see it work, but he's coming up, and he's decently projected. I like Etienne. Rachaad White, just 12%. That's interesting. CD, some of these other guys. Top overall FanDuel lineup: Allen, Ramondre, Cook, Neighbors, Curtis Samuel, Justin Jefferson, Trey McBride, Amari Cooper. So that's a, what, 1, 2, but 2 oddballs with Josh Allen, right? Most people who go stack Josh Allen are not going to immediately be inclined to put him together with James Cook and Curtis Samuel as their 2 go-tos. That gives you access to a Ramondre, Malik Neighbors, Justin Jefferson, Trey McBride, Amari Cooper the rest of the way, and you take a shot on the Colts defense. Nobody asked, but for me, defense is just kind of, I take what I get. Obviously, once I've built the lineup and I've got that salary left over, I will try and get to what I think is the best defense, the best scoring defense. But if I get relegated to the bottom of the board with a low-end defense, so be it. For one, it's just kind of a free square in a lot of cases, and you can pick off big days of defense even from bad teams, bad defenses. You don't necessarily want to do it against the very best teams in football, obviously, but when you've got midway down defense against a midway up offense, you can get there. It's all right. Scroll slowly through some of these so you guys can take a peek. These were unoptimized, just created by the sim tool. Typically, again, I would run optimized lineups, throw them against the sim, see what happens. But it looks like we got some pretty good constructions in a lot of these. It is a little bit more as we scroll down. Just a lot of Baker and Josh with only a few guys mixed in as we go through. Seems like we had a little bit more quarterback spread on DraftKings. As we go down a little further, we're getting some more guys into the mix. Some CJs, some Trevor Lawrences, some Joe Burrows a little bit, Deshaun Watson a little bit. A lot of playable pieces on this thing, you guys. It is coming up on 10 o'clock. This show started at, 5? That's fun. A lot of talking from me. I'm going to punch out now, and I'm going to spend basically the rest of the night and pretty much every minute from now until lock continuing to work on this slate. I'm going to keep writing. I'm going to put together all the game notes. A lot of the things we talked about on this show are going to go up on the website for people to read. I'll do a full-on update of all the projections, all the rankings on the site. Make sure we've got everything with the actives, the inactives for tomorrow. We'll be all over it. I'll be hanging out in Discord. I'll be available through the night and tomorrow morning if you need me. With that in mind, hopefully you guys got something out of this absolute marathon of a show. More sane approach starting week 2, I promise you. I am not joking. It is going to happen this year. We cannot do this every week. This week was an exception with the way my schedule came together. And then next weekend's actually going to be an exception. I flat out can't do this next Saturday because I'll be at my sister's wedding. That's not going to impact my ability to update for Sunday, though, because I've already worked that out with the fam. So, we'll be doing things throughout the week for football, back on Monday for baseball. Enjoy the hell out of the football slate tomorrow, guys. I'm sure I'll be popping into Discord during the day and during the football slate, and I'll be around. I'll make a point to be around in the morning, but I'm really looking forward to taking a break from talking, from doing work, just putting on the Red Zone channel for like 8 hours and turning my brain off for a little bit. Hopefully somebody out there goes and wins $1 million. Hopefully it's me, but if it's not me, I hope it's you. Good luck out there, gang. Somebody go win something this weekend. We'll see you.